Douluo, I'm really not a rice god. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426, Memories of the Past Sweet Years. Oh, she won't come better, Qian Renxue first sneered, as if she really didn't want Bidong to appear. However, the trace of disappointment in her beautiful eyes did not escape Lingtian's observation point. Although my mouth is tough, in fact, Qian Renxue's heart does not want Bidong to appear here as her mother, sister. Heir, Lingtian holds the softness of Qian Renxue to show the soothing point. Whenever Bidong is a mother of Qian Renxue point. Thinking of this, Lingtian couldn't help but secretly intend to help Qian Renxue resolve the contradiction between the mother and daughter of Bidong. Congratulations to His Royal Highness to engage in, get the first 2 steps with the same month, and go to Qian Renxue. This is a gift prepared for the Emperor Pope, preparing for the engagement for His Highness of the Virgin. Speaking, Yuguan's hands appeared in a brocade box. Gift, Qian Renxue's eyes moved slightly, and a little surprised point. Since she was born, she has never received any gift from that woman. But, thinking about it again, thinking that I was married today, although Bidong was congratulatory, but he did not appear in person, and he had no interest in this so-called gift. Take it down. The attendant waved to the side and waved his hand and asked him to take it directly. His Highness of the Virgin, seeing this scene, the ghostly frowned. What I wanted to say. But Qian Renxue first sneered, as if she really didn't want Bidong to appear. However, the trace of disappointment in her beautiful eyes did not escape Lingtian's observation point. Although my mouth is tough, in fact, Qian Renxue's heart does not want Bidong to appear here as her mother, sister. Heir, Lingtian holds the softness of Qian Renxue to show the soothing point. Whenever Bidong is a mother of Qian Renxue point. Thinking of this, Lingtian couldn't help but secretly intend to help Qian Renxue resolve the contradiction between the mother and daughter of Bidong. Congratulations to His Royal Highness to engage in, get the first 2 steps with the same month, and go to Qian Renxue. This is a gift prepared for the Emperor Pope, preparing for the engagement for His Highness of the Virgin. Speaking, Yuguan's hands appeared in a brocade box. Gift, Qian Renxue's eyes moved slightly, and a little surprised point. Since she was born, she has never received any gift from that woman. But, thinking about it again, thinking that I was married today, although Bidong was congratulatory, but he did not appear in person, and he had no interest in this so-called gift. Take it down. The attendant waved to the side and waved his hand and asked him to take it directly. His Highness of the Virgin, seeing the ghostly frowning of this scene. What I wanted to say. But oh, she don't come. Qian Renxue first sneered, as if she really didn't want Bidong to appear. However, the trace of disappointment in her beautiful eyes did not escape Lingtian's observation point. Although my mouth is tough, in fact, Qian Renxue's heart does not want Bidong to appear here as her mother, sister. Heir, Lingtian holds the softness of Qian Renxue to show the soothing point. Whenever Bidong is a mother of Qian Renxue point. Thinking of this, Lingtian couldn't help but secretly intend to help Qian Renxue resolve the contradiction between the mother and daughter of Bidong. My subordinates congratulate Her Majesty the Saint on her engagement. At the same time, Yuguan took 2 steps forward and walked to Qian Renxue. This is the gift prepared by Your Majesty the Pope for His Royal Highness the Saint's engagement. Saying that, Yuguan presented a brocade box with both hands. Gift, Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes moved slightly, with a flash of surprise point. Since she was born, she has never received any gifts from that woman. But then I thought about it again, thinking about my wedding today, and although Bidong said she came to congratulate her, she didn't show up in person, and she had no interest in the so-called gift. Take it down. He waved to the attendant on the side and asked him to take it directly. Your Highness the Saint, seeing this scene, the ghost frowned slightly and wanted to say something. But oh, it would be better if she didn't come. Qian Renxue sneered at first, as if she really didn't want Bibi Dong to appear. However, the trace of disappointment that flashed in her beautiful eyes did not escape Lingtian's observation point. Although she said she had a tough attitude, in fact, in her heart, Qian Renxue didn't hope that Bibi Dong would appear here as her mother, sister. Zua, Lingtian, grabbed Qian Renxue's catkin to show comfort. Bibi Dong is Qian Renxue's mother. No matter what point thinking of this, Lingtian couldn't help but secretly plan in his heart to help Qian Renxue resolve the mother-daughter conflict with Bibi Dong. My subordinates congratulate Her Majesty the Saint on her engagement. At the same time, Yu Guan took 2 steps forward and walked to Qian Renxue. This is the gift prepared by Your Majesty the Pope for His Royal Highness the Saint's engagement. Saying that, Yu Guan presented a brocade box with both hands. Gift. Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes moved slightly with a flash of surprise. Since she was born, she has never received any gifts from that woman. But then I thought about it again, thinking about my wedding today, and although Bibi Dong said she came to congratulate her, she didn't show up in person, and she had no interest in the so-called gift. Take it down. He waved to the attendant on the side and asked him to take it directly. Your Highness the Saint. Seeing this scene, the ghost frowned slightly and wanted to say something. But oh, it would be better if she didn't come. Qian Renxue sneered at first, as if she really didn't want Bibi Dong to appear. However, the trace of disappointment that flashed in her beautiful eyes did not escape Lingtian's observation point. Although she has a tough attitude, in fact, Qian Renxue doesn't want Bibi Dong to appear here as her mother, sister. Zua, Lingtian, grabbed Qian Renxue's catkin to show comfort. Bibi Dong is Qian Renxue's mother. No matter what point thinking of this, Lingtian couldn't help but secretly plan in his heart to help Qian Renxue resolve the mother-daughter conflict with Bibi Dong. My subordinates congratulate Her Majesty the Saint on her engagement. At the same time, Yu Guan took 2 steps forward and walked to Qian Renxue. This is the gift prepared by Your Majesty the Pope for His Royal Highness the Saint's engagement. Saying that, Yu Guan presented a brocade box with both hands. Gift. Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes moved slightly with a flash of surprise. Since she was born, she has never received any gifts from that woman. But then I thought about it again, thinking about my wedding today, and although Bibi Dong said she came to congratulate her, she didn't show up in person, and she had no interest in the so-called gift. Take it down. The attendant waved to the side and waved his hand and asked him to take it directly. His Highness of the Virgin. Seeing the ghostly frowning of this scene, what I wanted to say. But oh, she don't come. Qian Renxue first sneered, as if she really didn't want Bidong to appear. However, the trace of disappointment in her beautiful eyes did not escape Lingtian's observation point. Although my mouth is tough, in fact, Qian Renxue's heart does not want Bidong to appear here as her mother, sister. Zua, Lingtian holds the softness of Qian Renxue to show the soothing point. Whenever Bibi Dong is a mother of Qian Renxue. Thinking of this, Lingtian couldn't help but secretly intend to help Qian Renxue resolve the contradiction between the mother and daughter of Bidong. Congratulations to His Royal Highness to engage in. Get the first 2 steps with the same month and go to Qian Renxue. This is a gift prepared for the Emperor Pope, preparing for the engagement for His Highness of the Virgin. Speaking, Yu Guan's hands appeared in a brocade box. Gift. Qian Renxue's eyes moved slightly and a little surprised. Since she was born, she has never received any gift from that woman. But thinking about it again, thinking that I was married today, although Bibi Dong was congratulatory, but he did not appear in person, and he had no interest in this so-called gift. Take it down. The attendant waved to the side and waved his hand and asked him to take it directly. His Highness of the Virgin. Seeing the ghostly frowning of this scene, what I wanted to say. But oh, she don't come. Qian Renxue first sneered, as if she really didn't want Bidong to appear. However, the trace of disappointment in her beautiful eyes did not escape Lingtian's observation point. Although my mouth is tough, in fact, Qian Renxue's heart does not want Bidong to appear here as her mother, sister. Zua, Lingtian holds the softness of Qian Renxue to show the soothing point. Whenever Bibidang is a mother of Qian Renxue point, thinking of this, Lingtian couldn't help but secretly intend to help Qian Renxue resolve the contradiction between the mother and daughter of Bidang. Congratulations to His Royal Highness to engage in, get the first 2 steps with the same month, and go to Qian Renxue. This is a gift prepared for the Emperor Pope, preparing for the engagement for His Highness of the Virgin. Speaking, Yuguan's hands appeared in a brocade box. Gift, Qian Renxue's eyes moved slightly, and a little surprised point. Since she was born, she has never received any gift from that woman. But, thinking about it again, thinking that I was married today, although Bibidang was congratulatory, but he did not appear in person, and he had no interest in this so-called gift. Take it down. The attendant waved to the side, and waved his hand, and asked him to take it directly. His Highness of the Virgin, seeing the ghostly frowning of this scene, what I wanted to say. But oh, she don't come. Qian Renxue first sneered, as if she really didn't want Bidang to appear. However, the trace of disappointment in her beautiful eyes did not escape Lingtian's observation point. Although my mouth is tough, in fact, Qian Renxue's heart does not want Bidang to appear here as her mother, sister. Zua, Lingtian grabbed Qian Renxue's catkin to show comfort. Bibidang is Qian Renxue's mother. No matter what point, thinking of this, Lingtian couldn't help but secretly plan in his heart to help Qian Renxue resolve the mother-daughter conflict with Bibidang. My subordinates congratulate Her Majesty the Saint on her engagement. At the same time, Yuguan took 2 steps forward and walked to Qian Renxue. This is the gift prepared by Your Majesty the Pope for His Royal Highness the Saint's engagement. Saying that, Yuguan presented a brocade box with both hands. Gift, Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes moved slightly, with a flash of surprise point. Since she was born, she has never received any gifts from that woman. But then I thought about it again, thinking about my wedding today, and although Bibidang said she came to congratulate her, she didn't show up in person, and she had no interest in the so-called gift. Take it down. He waved to the attendant on the side, and asked him to take it directly. Your Highness the Saint, seeing this scene, the ghost frowned slightly, and wanted to say something. But oh, it would be better if she didn't come. Qian Renxue sneered at first, as if she really didn't want Bibidang to appear. However, the trace of disappointment that flashed in her beautiful eyes did not escape Lingtian's observation point. Although she has a tough attitude, in fact, Qian Renxue doesn't want Bibidang to appear here as her mother, sister. Zua, Lingtian grabbed Qian Renxue's catkin to show comfort. Bibidang is Qian Renxue's mother. No matter what point, thinking of this, Lingtian couldn't help but secretly plan in his heart to help Qian Renxue resolve the mother-daughter conflict with Bibidang. My subordinates congratulate Her Majesty the Saint on her engagement. At the same time, Yuguan took 2 steps forward and walked to Qian Renxue. This is the gift prepared by Your Majesty the Pope for His Royal Highness the Saint's engagement. Saying that, Yuguan presented a brocade box with both hands. Gift, Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes moved slightly, with a flash of surprise point. Since she was born, she has never received any gifts from that woman. But then I thought about it again, thinking about my wedding today, and although Bibidang said she came to congratulate her, she didn't show up in person, and she had no interest in the so-called gift. Take it down. He waved to the attendant on the side, and asked him to take it directly. Your Highness the Saint, seeing this scene, the ghost frowned slightly, and wanted to say something. But chapter 427 I-1039, T despise your old age. And the most important thing is, their love has been recognized by everyone, although other than myself. But I'm afraid Qian Renxue won't care about her own opinion, right? After all, her role as a mother does not hold much weight in Qian Renxue's heart. Even if she doesn't admit it, it doesn't matter until the end. The only one who lost was Bibidang herself. The plan that had been planned for the Tian Dou Empire for decades was ruined. due to an unexpected situation in the middle, declaring that their decades of nowhere in the spirit hall no longer had any meaning. However, Qian Renxue was not affected and even gained her own love. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel a touch of sadness and envy in her heart. Why do my love and plans have to be destroyed, but my daughter can be happily married? Why is it that both mother and daughter are always a tragedy themselves? Why does the world take this against itself? Why is this? At this moment, Bibi Dong thought about fingerprinting the sky. How can the sky be so different from me? Qian Jia, it's all your fault. When thinking of this, Bibi Dong couldn't help but resent Qian Zhengji and Qian Douluo again. All their mistakes were caused by their selfish desires. That was the beginning of all bad luck. If it weren't for Qian Zhengji, he should be with the person he loves most right now. If it weren't for Qian Zhengji, I wouldn't be as extreme as I'm now. If it weren't for Qian Zhengji, the bad relationship between himself and Qian Renxue would no longer exist. If it weren't for Qian Zhengji, how wonderful everything would be without him. It's all his fault. It's all their fault. Slowly, the hatred in his eyes became more and more intense, and eventually turned into resentment. Deep purple light surrounded his body, and an evil aura continued to emerge. Thousands of families, Qian Zhengji, Qian Douluo, the reason why I became what I'm today is all because of them. It's all their fault. Although Qian Zhengji is dead, his resentment will never go away. She wanted the entire angel family to be buried with them for their mistakes. Yes, the entire angel family. Come and bury her. Blocked love. Old guy, just wait. Bibi Dong's cold eyes were fixed on the Elders Hall, and her vicious voice echoed in the sky above the Pope's Hall. The spirit hall that you value most, the angel lineage that you care about most, and everything else that you value. I will eventually destroy them completely. Destroy them. Ha. Ha ha ha. She wants Qian Douluo to pay the price for her original indulgence. A burst of wild laughter lingered for a long time. It took a long time for Bibi Dong to return to his original cold and dignified Pope. Qian Renxue, Lingtian, Qian Dou Empire, Elder Hall. Finally, he took a deep look in the direction of the Elders Hall, burying all his emotions in his heart, and then turned around with an expressionless face, and left slowly and calmly with calm eyes. The pale purple skirt trailed to the ground, turning back into an elegant and calm His Majesty the Pope. It's just that this is a piece hidden under the madness. The engagement ceremony in the Elders Hall is over. The worshippers present also left the hall one after another. Lingtian and Qian Renxue, a newly engaged couple, have finally had time to go out and enjoy their world. Since coming to Wuhan Hall. They went shopping in Wuhan City. Although it is less than that of Xiandao City here, there are good people beside you. The weapon shop in front of you, Soul Guideline shop, etc. These unique shops are not bored in their eyes, don't have a flavor. Maybe this is the romance of the Soul Master. Walking, Lingtian suddenly remembered something. Stopped. It seems to be tapping in the storage ring. Ocean. Wait a moment. Qian Renxue blinked curiously. What is the wise Lingtian to do? Sister Zhu here. Come. After a while, Lingtian took out 2 rock sugar goods. Qian Renxue took the rock sugar good from Lingtian, and the beautiful eyes flashed a curious, asking, didn't you say that you finished eating on the way? Why is there still a sugar good? A few of the inventory. Lingtian smiled and scratched his head. His heart, of course. Men have to have a small vault, otherwise the rock sugar good is eaten by you. What else do I eat? Oh, that's it. Qian Renxue's eyes moved slightly and seemed to laugh. Sister Zhu here. Let's take a look there. Lingtian instinctively felt that the atmosphere was wrong. Hurriedly opened the topic with Qian Renxue to the other side. Qian Renxue snorted, and he followed him. I remember the scenery of the back mountain you took before you had been to me. Sister Zhu here. Otherwise, we would go there to see it. After a while, the two returned to place again. Looking at the embarrassing Lingtian, Qian Renxue smiled and smiled. Didn't you say you want to go to Haoshan? Why take me around Wuhan City? I don't know the way. Don't know the way and bring the way. Qian Renxue's eyes rolled his eyes and then pushing Lingtian. Let me go with me. Don't keep up here. Nympho for a while, The two found a place to sit down. The top of the mountain. This is the tranquility of Lingtian and Qian Renxue. While eating rock sugar good, talking about beautiful memories. Sister Zhu here. Lingtian looked at the rock sugar good in his hand and suddenly turned his head and asked softly, do you know why I like to eat rock sugar good so much? Why, Qian? Renxue shook the rock sugar good in his hand and asked curiously, because it is really sweet. Lingtian supports on the seat, raised his head and looked at the sky and whispered, whenever I eat it, I hope I can wrap the sourness in my heart like a rock sugar good. Zai Ocean, now there is me. Well, you are my sugar coat. Lingtian smiled slightly, holding the slender waist. Today, Qian Renxue is accompanied by him. Once the sour can be used as a seasoning in life. No matter how much she is, there is no problem. Deep in. The eyes of the two have been affectionate. When they look at each other, their heads are getting closer and closer. Lingtian no longer hesitated down and gently held those seductive red lips after a long time. Lips are divided. The two people who had just finished meal before meals were slightly reddish at this moment. Do you remember our first shopping? Lingtian asked suddenly. Of course, remember. Qian Renxue raised his little head and his beautiful eyes flickered. At that time, you just came to the prince's house and I went to the clothes that I bought with you. You were so high at that time. Then Qian Renxue made a few gestures on her waist. I didn't expect that little brat back then, but now. What? Nothing. Qian Renxue was about to say something, but when she saw the malicious Lingtian smiling in front of her, she recalled that her pretty face flushed with a blush, and she punched him in embarrassment. Sister Zhu, don't be embarrassed, it's okay for an old cow to eat young grass. Lingtian clenched his fists and teased with a smile, I will never dislike your age. Qian Renxue half squinted her eyes and stared at Lingtian without blinking. At the same time, he pinched his waist hard with his little hands. If you dare to dislike me, I will. Qian Renxue thought about it, but in the end she just said this sentence, which she thought was cruel enough. I will never pay attention to you again. Then, I would never dare. Lingtian waved his hands repeatedly to show that he was scared. You know you're scared, right? Qian Renxue raised her small fist. I know. Lingtian rubbed his lower back. She thought to herself, Sister Zhu is so cruel, I'm afraid I'll have to pinch her again. That's pretty much it. Qian Renxue leaned in Lingtian's arms, chatting and laughing, and from time to time she let out clear laughter like silver bells. Catcher made a crisp sound. Lingtian bit off a hawthorn with crystal sugar coating, then turned his head and said with emotion, this is the first time the two of us have come to Wuhan City since the last time we came to participate in the Soul Master competition. Being able to wander the streets so carefree has never occurred to me before. Qian Renxue rested her chin on her hands and sighed as well. After a moment of silence, Lingtian turned his head. Staring at the pretty face in front of him, he said softly, it's great to have you by my side. Me too. Qian Renxue leaned gently into Lingtian's arms, and the two of them cuddled together like this. She is also inseparable from Lingtian. To her, Lingtian was like a ray of sunshine breaking into the dark night, completely illuminating her originally gloomy life. Let her see the glory of the world for the first time. The alternation of the sun and the moon has not affected Qian Renxue and Lingtian. They are enjoying this hard-won peaceful time, which is truly the time that belongs to the two of them. No one disturbs them. Both Qian Douluo and Renxue know that this is their time. 3 days later, Douluo Hall. Qian Douluo, Qian Renxue and Lingtian stood side by side. On the table in front of the three people, there were 5 pieces of soul bones wrapped in golden light. It is still exuding a powerful and sacred aura. Because Lingtian was once a soul beast, she could clearly feel on every soul bone that there was a nearly 100,000-year-old deterrent on it. It looks like it should be the remaining soul bones that make up the angelic armor. Zhu, your current soul power is already level 88. In addition to the soul bone you absorbed before, there are 5 remaining soul bones in the angel god armor. They are all here. This time you try your best to absorb them first. That's good. The last piece of soul bone composed of the angel's divine armor requires a soul power of level 100 to be successfully absorbed. Qian Douluo looked at the angel costume in front of him and patiently introduced it to Qian Renxue. At the same time, the excitement in his tone was hard to conceal. How many years? Their successive Douluo Hall masters have been waiting for hundreds of years, and now it has passed down to their own generation, and they can finally see with their own eyes that the angel lineage has finally ushered in a successor, and that the angel divine costume has finally been reappeared. As a witness of all this, what is the luck of Qian Douluo? He is lucky enough to be compared to his former ancestors, even if he finally needs to use his power to complete the last inheritance of the angel god, Heir. Everything is mainly security. If you feel that the power exceeds the scope of tolerance, you must stop in time. Qian Douluo took a deep breath. Although the person who was about to absorb the soul was Qian Renxue, the Qian Douluo is even more nervous than her. Well, grandpa, I know. Thousands of Zuxu first lighted, and the eyes looked at the soul bones with the dignified eyes, but just walked in front of the soul bone point. She felt a feeling of echoing each other from the soul bone point. The relationship between myself and these souls seems to be closer, and this special feeling is to absorb the first piece of soul bone before, which is not felt when it is used to disguise Zuking's identity. This is, do you recognize, Qian? Zuxu's heart seemed to have some kind of understanding, muttering, raise your hand at the same time and gently brush the soul bones in front of him. She feels that there is an intimate connection with these soul bones, as if it is part of the body. It does not seem to spend much energy, so she can easily integrate them in the body. Qian Douluo looked at Qian Renxue and asked softly, are you ready? Qian Renxue nodded. His expression was calm. Grandpa believes you. You will definitely succeed. Qian Douluo patted her shoulder and then turned his head to look at Lingtian. Let's go out first. Leave it here to Heir. It's just that I want to explain with you. Sister Heir, believe in yourself. After Lingtian soothed 1,000 and Snow, he left Douluo Temple with Qian Douluo. Boom. With a loud noise, the door of Douluo Hall closed. Although the surroundings are closed, the inside is still very bright. Qian Renxue took a deep breath and then gently raised his hand. A soul bone that flashed with golden light was quickly led to her right arm. As soon as I first came into contact, the blooming light had completely shrouded the arm. Among them, the soul bone and arm are slowly fusion. Qian Zuxu's breath was stunned, and he devoted himself to absorbing the soul. The other 4 souls that have not been absorbed have surrounded the around Qian Renxue, exuding a mild golden light and stabilizing her soul power. The light is getting more and more enriched. Eventually condensed into a golden cocoon. Wrap Qian Renxue in at nymph on nymph. At the same time, the outside world. Thousands of streams came to a hill near Douluo Temple. The entire Douluo Temple is the ban on the martial arts hall. The guardian of the guard is only at the middle of the mountain. And in addition to the great demeanor, even if it is the Pope of the martial arts hall, Bidang, you need to report in advance if you want to go to Douluo. However, Bidang's instinct to the god of angel, she rarely returned to Douluo Temple. So the two people's conversations here do not have to worry about being heard by others. Lingtian, sit down. Thousands of stream cuffroad waves. A set of tables and chairs appear in front of them. After Lingtian took a gift, sat opposite. Then Qian Douluo waved again, and a set of tea sets that had been prepared on the desktop. Chapter 428. Lingtian and Qian Douluo in trust. Just as he was about to make tea, Lingtian took the teapot and said, Grandpa, I also know a little about tea ceremony. Why don't you let me make a pot for you to try? Oh, then come and try it. Qian Douluo nodded slightly and signaled Lingtian to start. First, he picked up the kettle on the table. The ice blue soul power condenses between them, condensing the water vapor in the air into ice. Then boil the kettle. First, use the boiling water that has just been boiled and scald it along the inside and outside of the prepared teapot. Soon, a subtle and elegant fragrance of tea spread out from the inside out. Grandpa Qian, this teapot is considered a fine product, as long as you scald the warm teapot, the aroma of tea brewed in it will come out. This is the case with this Sendaryu teapot. A teapot with a tea aroma like this is usually specially prepared with a kind of tea leaves. Connoisseurs will know right away that the teapot must have been carefully maintained for many years before it can reach the point where the aroma of tea overflows just by pouring hot water into it. It just took a long time. Qian Dou waved his hand and did not make a grand introduction. That's quite old. Lingtian nodded and then asked, which kind of tea does grandpa use? This is good. Qian Dou waved his sleeves and took out a cup of packed tea. Lingtian smiled slightly and then used his soul power to wipe away the remaining ice crystals on the teapot. Then he picked up an appropriate amount of tea leaves on the table and put them into the boiled teapot. Then pour hot water into the teapot from low to high point until the entire teapot is filled. At this point, the brewing of tea is completely completed. Next, you only need to let it sit for a few minutes, wait for the tea leaves to bloom again, and then drink it separately. But, Qian Dou nodded slightly. After seeing all the steps, the whole process of making tea is very skillful, and it can be seen that he has a full understanding of the tea ceremony. When I have nothing to do on weekdays, I also like to have a drink. After Lingtian placed the teacups and teapots, he looked at Qian Dou, smiled slightly, and then asked, Grandpa Qian came to see me today, and he didn't just come to drink tea, right? I have never thought before that one day I will have the opportunity to see Zua get engaged. Qian Dou sighed softly with some emotion in his eyes. Grandpa Qian, what do you mean? Lingtian's eyes moved slightly. Although he asked questions, he had some suspicions in his heart. Since you are the inheritor of the ice god's throne, the snow palace you call should be the force left behind by the ice god and responsible for the inheritance of the gods, right? There should also be a powerful titled Douluo among them, right? Qian Dou asked. Lingtian nodded slightly. It should be considered so, right? After all, the origin of the snow palace has something to do with him in a strict sense. After all, he is the real ice god. No matter what you say, the final right of interpretation still belongs to you. In response, Qian Dou nodded slightly, showing an expression that was indeed true. As the spokesperson of the god of angels in Douluo continent, he is very aware of these things, just like the Poseidon island he once visited. As the inheritance place of the god of Poseidon among the gods, there also has a powerful titled Douluo as the spokesperson to select a suitable successor for the legendary Poseidon. So he guessed that the ice god should be the same way. Spokesperson of the gods, while gaining great strength, they also bear a heavy responsibility. How many times have you passed the ice god inheritance test now? The 7th divine test. Lingtian thought for a moment and gave an intermediate range point. If we follow the divine test inheritance point, my current strength should be considered between the 7th and 8th exams. The 7th test is not far away from the 9th test. Zua has only now reached the 5th test of the god of angels. He should be the one to take the test first. Qian Dou murmured in a low voice. He was still thinking. Do you have anything to say? Lingtian asked. I am the spokesman of the god of angels. After pondering for a moment, Qian Dou put down the teacup in his hand and said in a calm tone, as the spokesperson of the gods, I'm to help the god of angels find a suitable successor. I think you should know this. Lingtian nodded in response. But there's one thing you don't know yet. Changing the topic, Qian Dou said slowly. At the same time, the spokesperson is also responsible for starting the inheritance of the final god. What does it take to start the final inheritance? Lingtian's eyes flickered slightly, and he seemed to have already guessed Qian Dou's intentions from just now until now. Qian Dou has always emphasized the inheritance of gods. As a true god, Lingtian naturally understands the relationship between the spokesperson and the inheritors of the gods. Different gods initiate the inheritance of gods in different ways. Some gods can be passed on, as long as they pass the test. For example, the Rakshasa god inherited by Bibidong, the Shura god inherited by Tangsan, and the god of emotions inherited by Bibhuoheo, etc. All can inherit the divine status, as long as they complete the divine test, and no one else is required in the middle point dedication point, but some gods need spokespersons to offer sacrifices just like the inheritance of the god of angels and the god of Poseidon. When the inheritor takes the final test, and truly accepts the inheritance of the gods, he needs the sacrifice of the spokesperson point every time a new god ascends to the throne. A spokesperson will fall, and what Qian Dou said after that was exactly what Lingtian was thinking. He needs all of me, all. Represent everything Dou has, whether it is a soul power of a peerless Douluo, or a long life, etc. It all requires sacrifice point. However, Qian Dou's tone was as calm as ever, as if what he was dedicating was not his own point. There was no emotional fluctuation, not even the slightest ups and downs. His reaction was calm. When you face the ice god for the final test, he will also use his own life to start the final inheritance. This is the responsibility and mission of every god spokesperson. At this time, Qian Dou's tone was slightly excited. Maybe for Qian Dou, a devout believer in the god of angels, to devote one's life to the awakening of the gods one believes in is the most glorious and noble outcome. What he has been waiting for in his life is this moment, dedicating everything to the gods. Although there was a trace of regret in his eyes, but that was just regret that I couldn't see with my own eyes. That Qian Renxue truly became the new god of angels. What a pity he may not have the chance to see the new god of angels. After a long time, Qian Dou regained his composure. He looked at Lingtian again and said in a deep voice, for the inheritance of the god of angels, I, the grandfather, will not be able to stay with Zua all the time. Lingtian thought thoughtfully and said, so the reason why you came to me to have this conversation today is because of Sister Zua. Qian Dou nodded slightly and stared at Lingtian in front of him. I hope that when the time comes, you can help me tell Zua the whole story, stay with Zua well, and help her successfully inherit the angelic status. I will. Qian nodded seriously. He would not hesitate at all when it came to issues related to Qian Renxue. However, although he verbally agreed to Qian Dou, other thoughts arose in his heart. Can Dou be saved? Qian Dou is Qian Renxue's grandfather. At the same time, he is also the only relative she can rely on in Wuhan Palace. If he were to die in order for Qian Renxue to become the god of angels like in the original work, it would undoubtedly be a major blow to her. Naturally, Lingtian didn't want to see Qian Renxue sad. So he was wondering if he could use other methods instead, while ensuring the smooth progress of the inheritance of the god of angels, while also saving Qian Dou's life. This is not Lingtian's sudden whim. The inheritance of gods such as the god of angels and the god of Poseidon requires the spokesperson to dedicate all his strength as the key to finally unlocking the inheritance of the gods. But in fact, what they really need is not the life of their spokesperson. It's just that the power of the spokesperson has been absorbed, and without soul power, they have also lost their long lives, and can no longer be affected by the years of the curtain. At the same time, the previously offset time will be instantly superimposed, allowing them to the body's body functions rapidly deteriorate the moment it loses its soul power. This is the root cause of the spokesperson dying for it. Therefore, if the problem of loss of vitality can be solved, it should be able to change the fate of the spokesperson's physical death. But about this, Lingtian currently only has a general idea. How to implement it specifically requires experiments to verify its feasibility. Anyway, the final assessment of Qian Renxue's angel god is still a long time away, and Lingtian still has enough time to find a suitable plan. That's what he thought, but Lingtian still nodded on the surface. Grandpa Qian, don't worry, I will definitely protect Sister Zua. With you accompanying Zua, I feel a lot more at ease. Qian Dou nodded with satisfaction. He could see that Lingtian really liked Qian Renxue, otherwise he would not agree to let the two get engaged in the Elder Hall. Lingtian suddenly thought of something and asked, Grandpa Qian, have you ever met someone you really like? I really like it. Thinking of this, Qian Dou couldn't help but have a beautiful shadow appear in his eyes. High Priest of Poseidon Island, Bosei. That was the only woman in Qian Dou's life who truly reached the bottom of his heart. At the same time, she was also the only woman who had defeated him head on. Although she relied on Poseidon Island's favorable timing and location, she had definitely defeated him. Qian Dou would not default on this Bosaksi. Qian Dou is truly attracted to her. It's a pity that fate plays tricks on people. He and she are both representatives of the gods, destined to devote their lives to their heirs. Besides, there is that guy Tang Chen among them. Think of this. Qian Dou shook his head and sighed lightly, but said nothing. Maybe you used to like it. After talking about Qian Renxue, the relationship became much more harmonious. Lingtian and Qian Dou were chatting casually while sipping tea. By the way, Grandpa Qian, Lingtian suddenly remembered something, put down the teacup, and asked, as the spokesperson of the God of Angels, you should know the inheritance of the sacred angel sword, right? The holy angel sword is the most important weapon of our God. Qian Dou nodded. He couldn't understand the angel holy sword. According to the records and the ancient books of their Qian family lineage, many of the powerful soul skills of the God of Angels can only be exerted to their full power through the holy angel sword. It can be said that the holy angel sword is the God of Angels and a vital artifact. Now the holy angel sword is sealed in the Douluo palace. Waiting for a new owner who can really use it and fully control it. Moreover, the protection method he gave Qian Renxue before was based on the artifact of the angel holy sword. How could he not know about the holy sword of angels? After pondering for a moment, Lingtian asked indirectly, then do you think it is possible for the current angel holy sword to be improved to another level? Qian Dou paused and narrowed his eyes slightly to look at Lingtian. Want to upgrade the angel holy sword, or to be more precise, Lingtian has a unique idea about the angel holy sword. Ever since the inheritance of the God of Angels came down to this day, no one in their family has ever been so bold as to propose the idea of changing the holy sword of angels. In addition to being surprised, there was also a hint of interest. He would like to see if there are any other ways to improve the holy sword of the angel god. Thinking of this, Qian Dou put down the teacup in his hand. He took a deep look at Lingtian and then asked slowly, tell me what you need to do to improve the angel holy sword. As you said, it's very simple. Refining and improving the holy angel sword is a divine weapon. Qian Dou frowned slightly and reminded. Originally, he thought Lingtian was going to tell him a brilliant method, but in the end he just said refining. If a divine weapon is so easy to refine, how could it be called a divine weapon? This answer made Qian Dou feel disappointed for a moment. Lingtian smiled slightly and asked, although the holy angel sword is a divine weapon, isn't it also forged? Qian Dou was stunned for a moment and looked at Lingtian with half-closed eyes. When I accepted the ice god's inheritance, part of it was about forging artifacts. If there are no problems with the description above, I should be able to transform the angel holy sword. Lingtian didn't show off anymore and revealed his confidence in transforming the artifact. Before Qian Dou could finish speaking, Lingtian continued, and you have to know that no matter how good the holy angel sword is, the real master who forged it is also the previous god of angels. No matter how powerful the holy angel sword is, it is not the angelic holy sword that truly belongs to Sister Zhu here, and it is the same when used. But as the conversation changed, a confident smile appeared on Lingtian's lips. If I transform it, the new angel holy sword will be branded as Sister Zhu. Let the holy angel sword belong to Sister Zhu in a true sense. At the same time, if the improvement goes well, it should also improve the compatibility between the martial spirits of me and Sister Zhu. Chapter 429. With a man, I forgot my grandfather. After a short pause, Lingtian looked at Qian Dou and said, what do you think, Grandpa Qian? Qian Dou fell silent for a moment. It is true that what Lingtian just said really moved his heart. But despite this, he was still a little worried. No matter what Lingtian said, he was still a human being after all, and he still had doubts about his ability to transform the angel holy sword. After all, the holy angel sword is a divine weapon after all. How can an artifact be easily changed by humans? If so, how can the holy angel sword be called a divine weapon? Qian Dou looked at the teacup on the table. Hesitated again and again. He still felt that although the so-called plan to transform Lingtian was attractive, it was also too risky. Ziotian. Just when he was about to refuse, Lingtian spoke again. It's still some time before Sister Shizua gets the Holy Angel Sword. When Sister Shizua takes the 7th exam, she will also accept the inheritance of the Holy Angel Sword. It won't be too late then. What do you think? Grandpa Qian, Lingtian, saw Qian Dou's worry and smiled slightly as he cleared the steps. Yeah, okay. Hearing this, Qian Dou nodded slightly. At the same time, Lingtian also stopped talking about the transformation of the artifact point because he originally didn't expect that just through today's conversation he could successfully persuade Qian Dou to believe in him and take out the Angel Holy Sword for her to transform. Those who can cultivate to the level of peerless Douluo are all people with a firm mind. If someone really shakes his mind with just a few words, then he cannot be regarded as a peerless Douluo. Therefore, what Lingtian said today was also a test, and the purpose was just to plant a seed in Qian Dou's heart. Let him know artifacts can also be changed. In this way, his ideas have changed subtly since then. So far it seems that the response is pretty good. Because Qian Dou's attitude has changed. When Qian Renxue actually obtains the Holy Angel Sword, and if he offers the chips that can convince Qian Dou, he will naturally be able to gain support in transforming the artifact. He has enough confidence and will definitely impress Qian Dou. As long as his heart is still on Qian Renxue's side. Then the two started chatting about their daily life. Qian Dou also acted on a whim and told Lingtian many stories about Qian Renxue's childhood. These things made Lingtian very interested. As a result, I have collected a lot of embarrassing information about Qian Renxue's childhood. It can be used as a bargaining chip. Sister Zua was actually quite naughty when she was little. Yes, Qian Dou smiled with emotion. A trace of memory flashed in his eyes. I recall that Qian Renxue was still a little girl at that time. She had just learned to walk, and she was surrounded by him every day, calling her grandpa sweetly. At that time, Qian Dou had all his children and grandchildren, and it could be said that they enjoyed the happiness of family relationships. The scene of 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren living under the same roof is very warm and happy. Pity that happy time did not last long. Soon the bad news came. His son Qian Zhengji, the contemporary pope of the Wuhan palace, was seriously injured by Tang Hao from the Haotian sect in order to help Bibi Dong obtain the 100,000-year soul ring. In the end, he could not survive and died. On the sickbed. From then on, the 3 generations of grandparents living under the same roof only existed in memories. And since Chihiraji died. The talented and intelligent Qian Renxue was also different, and from that day on she gradually closed herself off. Until now. The appearance of Lingtian allowed Qian Renxue to regain some of her former liveliness. If not Qian Dou would not be so happy and let Lingtian and Qian Renxue complete their engagement. I don't know how long it took. A powerful energy spread out from Douluo Hall. This is Sister Zua succeeded Lingtian and Qian Dou, who were sitting in the pavilion, simultaneously guided this holy and powerful energy wave. After the two looked at each other, they walked towards Douluo Hall at the same time. Boom. At the same time, the palace door slowly opened. 8 pairs of golden red wings slowly opened, and Qian Renxue flew from the Douluo palace to the two of them. At the same time, there was still a powerful wave of soul power left on her body. The energy of the 3 ultimate attributes of holiness, flame, and light exuded a powerful as dazzling golden eyes are as dazzling as the sun. One look at this place must have been greatly improved. Zua, how are you? Qian Dou suppressed his inner excitement and quickly asked about the situation. Sister Zua, how are you? Lingtian stepped forward with concern. Call Qian Renxue breathed a long sigh of relief. With a gentle wave of the jade hand, the energy condensed, and the wings of the city were dispersed by it. As the toes lightly stepped on the ground, the powerful energy fluctuations faded away like a tide at this moment. However, there is still a little bit of golden light left in his eyes. Grandpa Xiaoshan, I have absorbed a total of 4 soul bones this time, plus the one I absorbed before going to the Qian Dou Empire. Only the last soul bone is left to awaken the angel god costume. Looking at Lingtian and Qian Dou, Qian Renxue quickly shared her joy with them. Is there any problem with the soul bone absorption process? Upon Hearing that Qian Renxue had absorbed 4 soul bones in just a few short hours, Lingtian and Qian Dou's expressions became visibly nervous at almost the same time, and they quickly asked if they felt uncomfortable. It went very smoothly. Qian Renxue's eyes moved slightly, and she explained softly, maybe it's because I have listened to the 9 tests of angels now, and my compatibility with the god of angels is constantly improving. The total absorption time of the 4 soul bones this time is longer than that of the previous one. It is even faster than the baby, and there is no obstacle in between, so it is easy to integrate them into the body. I see. Qian Douluo nodded thoughtfully, agreeing with Qian Renxue's statement. The angel god's costume is originally a thing of the god of angels now. Because of the angel's compatibility, it is reasonable to be able to increase the speed of absorbing soul bones. Sister Zua, seeing your momentum just now, your soul power should have improved, right? Lingtian smiled slightly and asked as if he was feeling something. Qian Renxue smiled sweetly and said, after absorbing the soul bones this time, I feel that the total amount of soul power in my body has also broken through. It may not take long for me to reach the level of a titled Douluo. It seems that the improvement is not small. It is indeed a divine costume left by the god of angels. Lingtian and Qian Douliu nodded slightly and sighed at how quickly Qian Renxue's soul power improved. Originally, according to Qian Douliu's estimate of Qian Renxue's cultivation speed, it would take at least 2 years to advance to a titled Douluo, but now it is much earlier at this moment. Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes turned, and she suddenly remembered something. The conversation changed, and he looked at Lingtian and said pointedly, if I remember correctly, someone is still in control now, right? As she said this, Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes were filled with pride. I thought to myself, did you see it? Your sister Zua. You are still your sister Zua. I was the first to break through Soul Saint. I was the first to break through Soul Douluo, and now I will be the first to break through titled Douluo. Even if you have higher soul power than me in the future, I will break through first. Sister Zua, let me tell you a secret. Lingtian smiled mysteriously and then leaned into Qian Renxue's ear. Qian Renxue blinked her beautiful eyes and came closer. My soul power happens to be a little loose these days. Lingtian smiled slightly, pretending to be relaxed and said, maybe it won't be long before I become a titled Douluo. I will definitely be the first to break through when the time comes. Qian Renxue raised her fist, full of confidence in this. Lingtian said quietly, I don't think so. HMPH Sister Zua, do you want us to make another bet? What to bet on? Qian Renxue immediately became vigilant when she heard the word bet, and her beautiful eyes stared at Lingtian. During the Continental Soul Master Elite competition, the results of her 2 failed bets were still vivid in her mind. The old rulies, how about we bet on which of us can break through the title Douluo first? Lingtian smiled slightly. Qian Renxue thought about it. Just bet. I will definitely win this time. In the end, she still felt that she had a better chance of winning, so she agreed to Lingtian's bet this time. I think I won. Lingtian is also full of confidence in himself. The other side. Qian Douliu, who was watching the 2 lonely old men flirting, was very happy to see his granddaughter Qian Renxue smiling so happily, but at the same time he was helpless to eat a mouthful of dog food. Can you 2 pay attention? There is someone else next to you. Is it difficult to care for the elderly? Although Lingtian and Qian Renxue's voices are low, they can't stand up to Qian Douliu's hearing, no matter how you say it. He is a peerless Douluo. Even if he doesn't want to hear it, the sound will still reach his ears. Ahem. In the end, Qian Douliu coughed twice, interrupting their whisper. Grandpa Qian Renxue stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. When I heard the sound, I remembered that I had a grandfather. Qian Douliu, on the other hand, straightened up his expression and said, you don't need to worry about the last piece of soul bone Zua in the angel divine armor now. According to my guess, you should wait until you reach the peerless Douluo before you can absorb it. Qian Renxue's little head moved quickly, as cute as a chicken pecking at rice. Lingtian was quietly acting as a backdrop. Even a layman like him cannot interfere with the inheritance of the god of angels. Qian Douliu continued to explain with a serious face. After a while, okay, that's all for now. After Finally finishing the explanation, Qian Dou was about to take a sip of tea to moisten his throat when he glanced down and saw that a pair of palms had been firmly held together without knowing it for a long time. While I was telling my story seriously, the young couple was not idle either. Qian Dou suddenly felt tired. There are even some heartaches, but fortunately, I still have the strength of a peerless Douluo to accompany me. However, the original intention of leaving the two of them to talk something was gone in an instant. Okay, you two go down quickly. Qian Dou waved his hands at the two of them with a dark face, indicating that they should go down the mountain quickly and don't stay here to be an eyesore. Then, Ocean and I will go down first. Go. The tired Qian Dou waved his hand, wanting to send the two of them away quickly with a slap in the face. Goodbye, Grandpa. Goodbye, Grandpa. Lingtian also echoed, and then he was quickly walked down the mountain by Qian Renxue's hand. The two of them were talking and laughing along the way. Why, seeing this scene, Qian Dou sighed helplessly. I really forget my grandpa when I have a man. In the past, when he returned to Wuhan Hall, Qian Renxue basically stayed in Douluo Hall, but now that he has Lingtian, he can only see Qian Renxue a handful of times a day. This little cotton padded jacket must have air leakage. Qian Dou can already foresee the days to come. However, this is also good. At least, after she sacrifices herself to the God of Angels, Zuir will be accompanied by someone who truly loves her and can accompany Zuir to get out of her sorrow quickly. It is unlikely that after her death, there will be no one around Zuir who treats her sincerely. He doesn't have to worry about Qian Renxue's problems after his death. The 9th test of the God of Angels. Thousands of families have been waiting for many years, and now they finally have a successor. The glory of the angel god will eventually reappear in the world. Thinking of this, Qian Dou couldn't wait any longer. It is a duty as a family to recast the glory that belongs to the God of Angels in the blink of an eye. I have been staying in Wuhan Hall for a week. Originally, Lingtian planned to take Qian Renxue back to the Qian Dou Empire 3 days ago. But Qian Renxue felt that he had a chance to pass the 5th test of the God of Angels, so I stayed in Wuhan Hall for a few more days. However, Qian Renxue lived up to expectations and successfully completed the 5th test of the God of Angels in the Douluo Palace. The affinity of the God of Angels has also reached 60%. At the same time, the soul power has also successfully exceeded level 90 inches. The past few days, and as a reward for completing the 5th test, I also received a God-given soul ring. It can be said to be a double happiness, God-given soul ring. As the name suggests, it is a soul ring given by the gods. There is no age limit at the beginning. It can be the weakest 10-year spirit ring, or it can be the powerful 100,000-year spirit ring. What kind of age it will be depends mainly on the user's ability to withstand the effects of the spirit ring. The strength of the pressure, the stronger the ability to withstand, the higher the level of the soul ring. Lingtian, who knew this very well, also told Qian Renxue thoughtfully. At the same time, he even opened the alchemy furnace himself. Several elixirs were refined for him to consolidate the sea of spirit and enhance the intensity of his mental power, helping Qian Renxue to perfectly utilize the full value of this God-given soul ring. The well-informed Qian Dou was also shocked when he saw Lingtian taking out a dazzling array of pills. When did it become so easy to produce a bunch of these elixirs? Especially when he saw the furnace being made to make alchemy with his own eyes, he was even more shocked. Only then did he recall that when Qian Renxue introduced Lingtian, he seemed to have said that Lingtian could refine elixirs, but at that time he just listened casually and didn't take it to heart. Now that the elixir is in front of me, it would be a lie to say that I'm not surprised. I even have some doubts from time to time whether these elixirs can be taken. Qian Renxue, who was already familiar with it, said that these were just the basic operations of Lingtian. Chapter 430 Qian Renxue and -039 S breakthrough. The trial reappears. After Qian Dou personally tested a pill and confirmed that there was no problem with its efficacy, he once again became more deeply impressed by his grandson-in-law. The descendant of the ice god, the youngest contrap, and also a long-lost alchemist. Genius, real genius at this moment. He even felt that Zuir was a bit high-spirited. After all, alchemists have been trying to reappear on the Douluo continent for thousands of years, and there are only a few words about the alchemy in the history books. There are very few elixirs left over from ancient times. While Qian Dou was amazed, Qian Renxue, who was ready, also began to prepare to absorb the god-given soul ring point to his 9th soul ring point. Qian Renxue actually has minimum requirements in her heart point after all. The 8th spirit ring is already 100,000 years old, so the last spirit ring can't be downgraded, right? Although neither Lingtian nor Qian Renxue said anything point, but the goals are all set at 100,000 years. After Qian Renxue adjusted her own condition, she also began to absorb the god-given soul ring point. Lingtian and Qian Dou were fully focused on the whole process. Although theoretically speaking, the absorption of god-given soul rings will not cause serious problems that endanger the soul master, because there is no influence from the residual resentment of the soul beast. However, the two of them still pay attention to it and intervene immediately if there is a problem point. Soon golden light flickered on the god-given soul ring, and then Qian Renxue's whole body was enveloped in it point. At the same time, the color of the god-given soul ring in front of him was also changing rapidly point. From white at the beginning, it quickly turned to yellow, then to purple, and after a while, it turned to black in the blink of an eye, which represents the 10,000 year soul ring point. At this time, the color change speed also slows down point. It's just that the color on the soul ring continues to deepen, becoming darker and darker, and appearing particularly deep point. Time passes gradually point. Sudden, the light on the soul ring suddenly became restrained at a certain moment. The next moment, a faint red color suddenly appeared out of thin air in the originally dark and deep soul ring. Then this red color began to spread rapidly around the soul ring, and at the same time, the color continued to deepen. From the pinkish red at the beginning, it is now a cherry colored deep red, and it is still improving. After a while, most of the entire soul ring was occupied by red point. In the end, only a few corners were left, still barely maintaining the final black color. While seeing this scene point, Lingtian and Qian Dou not only held their breath at the same time point. They know very well that now is the most critical moment for whether they can condense 100,000 year soul ring. As long as Qian Renxue can withstand the final pressure and turn all the soul rings into red, the 100,000 year god-given soul ring will be formed on its own. At this time, Qian Renxue also felt pressure point. The red lips are tightly closed, and the silver teeth are clenched. HMPH Qian Renxue's expression was extremely solemn, resisting waves of pressure point. It is not easy to condense 100,000 year soul ring. Although there is no impact of the soul beast's resentment, the difficulty is no less than the 100,000 year soul ring absorbed at the beginning point. Qian Renxue, who frowned slightly, seemed to have encountered some bottleneck point. The red area on the god-given soul ring has not continued to expand point. The intensity of 100,000 years is, after all, 100,000 years, although the god-given soul ring does not have the impact of animal spirits, its pressure is much stronger than that of an ordinary 100,000 year soul ring point. At this moment, Qian Renxue was still trying to resist the pressure. At the same time, drops of crystal sweat gathered on her head, dripping down her cheeks, and onto the ground. Zua, sister. Zua, elixir. Lingtian and Qian Dou watched anxiously point. Now is the most critical moment. Success means being able to condense the god-given soul ring to 100,000 year level. However, if it fails, the spiritual sea will be turbulent, which may lead to the loss of this god-given soul ring point. But they can't interfere now. Point. All Lingtian could do was to remind Qian Renxue that, unless Qian Renxue really couldn't withstand the power of 100,000 year soul ring, all their previous efforts would be in vain once they took action. At the same time, Qian Renxue turned her palm. Several elixirs for concentrating and stabilizing the origin appeared in the palm of his hand. Qian Renxue did not care about the specific functions of these elixirs, as long as they could stabilize the sea of spirit and enhance the spiritual power. He ate them all. Point. Suddenly, Qian Renxue's mental power surged at this moment. Point. Those stubborn black patches were instantly broken through by the blood red army. Point. Then the god-given soul ring glowed with red light, and the life of the soul ring was still increasing. 10,000 years to 100,000 years. It's like a threshold point. When Qian Renxue broke through the shackles of this level, it was like a flood that burst through the gate and was out of control, pushing the life of the soul ring to continue to rise. Success. Seeing This scene, Lingtian and Qian Dou looked at each other and let out a long sigh of relief. No danger. Although the process was somewhat tortuous, he finally succeeded in raising the level of the God-given soul ring to the highest level of 100,000 years. At the same time, the improvement of the God-given soul ring in front of Qian Renxue gradually stabilized until it finally stagnated. The soul ring at this moment is already blood red. Qian Renxue calmed down a little and then took this God-given soul ring into her body. The most difficult part of the God-given soul ring is how to gather a high level. As for incorporating the soul ring into the body later, it is not that difficult. Soon a blood red soul ring entered his body. At the same time, Qian Renxue's soul power was also rising step by step. At the same time, the angel statue deep in the Douluo hall also burst out with a golden light at this moment. Then the light poured straight into Qian Renxue's body. Holy, light, and flame are three completely different types of energy, but they all have ultimate attributes. With Qian Renxue as the center, they form an energy wave that spreads out rapidly in all directions. Fortunately, the place where Qian Renxue broke through was Douluo hall. Qian Dou calmed down most of the power with just a wave of his hand. The energy pressure that can be diffused is only a small part and will not have much impact on Douluo Palace. And this was also done intentionally by Qian Dou. Qian Renxue broke through to the title Douluo. Naturally, the more information we know about this, the better, especially for those worshippers who are loyal to the Qian family in the Elder Hall. It is like a shot in the arm. Qian Renxue, who has broken through to the title of Douluo, has become the top powerhouse in the mainland and will definitely make these loyal worshippers more loyal and consolidate their power under the intentional guidance of Qian Dou. Part of the energy pressure spread to the Elders Hall. All the worshippers in the hall were titled Douluo experts above level 95, so naturally they immediately sensed the wave of title Douluo breakthroughs. Holy, light, flame. 3 distinct forces come together with such obvious clues. The identity of the person who made the breakthrough has already been revealed. The heirs of the angel line, the real master of the spirit hall to whom they will serve in the future. Qian Renxue, congratulations, young master, for breaking through the title. Golden Crocodile Douluo was the first to stand up and shouted congratulations in the direction of the Elder Hall. Although the voice was not loud, it was transmitted to every corner of the Elder Hall. Congratulations, young master, for breaking through the title. Congratulations, young master, for breaking through the title. Immediately afterwards, several other worshippers also reacted. They all followed the example of Golden Crocodile Douluo, facing the elders and sending you their own congratulations. For a moment, the voices of the title Douluo experts gathered together, and waves of sound resounded throughout the Wuhan Hall. Whether it was the Pope's Hall in front or the Douluo Hall on the top of the mountain, one could faintly hear the voices of these worshippers congratulate. At the same time, the guards guarding Wuhan Palace also heard this sound. Young master, what are you doing by worshipping me? It seems that a certain adult has broken through to the title of Douluo again. Right. I just don't know who it is, but it can be congratulated by these adults. Why do you care so much about him? No matter who he is from the Wuhan Palace. Old Wang is right. Then we have to come together. Yes. Although these guards did not know the reason, they followed the trend. Because Wuhan Palace is such an important place, wanton noise is not allowed. These guards are not powerful elders, so of course they must abide by the rules of Wuhan Palace. So they all bowed in the direction of the Elder Hall and saluted solemnly, which also expressed their congratulations to the new titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Hear the rolling sound waves coming from the distance. Smile appeared on Qian Dou's face. He was very satisfied with the performance of the worshippers. It's quite clever. Lingtian, who was standing next to Qian Dou, couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. It was Qian Dou. No wonder his prestige in Wuhan Palace had not declined at all. Even though he was no longer in charge of the Pope's palace. He really knows how to establish his authority. As for Qian Renxue breaking through the title Douluo, he achieved maximum benefits and the opposite. Pope Bibidong's eyes were dark. Sitting on the papal throne, she felt particularly unhappy at this moment. Especially when I heard the congratulations coming from outside the door. and the clenched fist in the right hand and the scepter in the left hand outside the hall point at the same time. Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel frustrated in her heart and thought to herself, the old guy has been retired for decades and she has been working hard in Wuhan Hall for more than 10 years. But she still can't change Qian Daoliu's deep-rooted position in Wuhan Hall. 1000 Daoliu, those in the Elder Hall who have the true foundation of the Spirit Hall have always been loyal to Qian Daoliu Point, just like the golden crocodile Douluo from Wuhan Palace Point. Although she was nominally obedient to her as the Pope, in reality she had no way of giving orders to Jin Crocodile. Even if it was a titled Douluo with twin martial souls, even if he had 100,000-year soul ring, etc. And today, Qian Renxue just broke through to the title Douluo Point. This golden crocodile Douluo couldn't wait to jump out to show his loyalty. If there is no reason for Qian Daoliu, who would believe it? But even though Bibi Dong was angry, she couldn't let it happen. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, having one more title Douluo in Wuhan Palace is a good thing, no matter how you look at it. As a pope, she should be even more happy about it. Point. The cold eyes kept scanning, and the temperature of the entire papal palace could not help but drop. Point. Even Yu Guan and Gui Mei, who were at the title Douluo level, lowered their heads cautiously at this moment, fearing that they would accidentally touch someone's bro. Qian Daoliu, Bibi Dong's eyes were extremely cold at this moment. Point. She felt that it was time to speed up the process of the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. Point. Otherwise, that old guy Qian Daoliu might get there first. Then when the time comes, I, who originally obtained the divine inheritance first, will fall into a passive situation. Yu Guan, Ghost, you two go down first. Yes, your majesty the Pope. Yu Guan and Gui Mei, as if they were about to receive a general amnesty, bowed quickly and hurriedly exited the Pope's palace. Point. They discovered that after His Highness Qian Renxue returned, the Pope's mood was unpredictable every day, making the atmosphere in the entire Pope's palace extremely strange. Point. After sending the two of them away, Bibi Dong silently returned to the secret room of the Pope's palace. Point. The speed at which the inheritance of the divine position began in full swing. Point. She is determined to win the Rakshasa position. At the same time, Douluo Hall. Point. The angel statue and Qian Renxue are still complementing each other. Point. Other awards for passing this assessment are still being upgraded and strengthened at this moment. The attention of Lingtian and Qian Daoliu was completely attracted by this. None of them noticed that a faint purple light suddenly appeared from Lingtian's body and then turned into a stream of light and entered Qian Renxue's body with lightning speed. Point. At the same time, a certain god hidden in the depths revealed a part of his consciousness, the god of ice, the god of angels. It's quite interesting. I remember that the god of angels also has some power, so it's up to you to handle it. As a judge, I naturally cannot sit back and allow such evil to exist in the world. After doing all this, the power hidden in the spiritual sky returned to silence again. Point. A god king is a god king after all. Point. Even the peerless Douluo Qian Daoliu, the god's descendant Qian Renxue, the ice god Shan, and the three beast gods in his body were not aware of the god of judgment from the beginning to the end. Point. As the golden light gradually converged, Qian Renxue also completed the absorption of the soul ring. Point. The final soul power was completely stabilized at level 90 to title Douluo, and he officially entered the ranks of the powerful in Douluo continent. Grandpa, Xiaoshan, seeing the two people who were always guarding her, Qian Renxue felt warm in her heart. Point. This feeling of being connected to someone brings her warmth all the time, as if it is making up for the warmth she didn't feel when she was a child. Zua, you are also a title Douluo now. Qian Daoliu gently rubbed Qian Renxue's head and said with some emotion. Point. In the blink of an eye, the little granddaughter who was surrounding him has now grown up to be independent and no longer needs his protection. Our little girl from Qianjia has grown up. No matter how much Zua grows up, she will still be your granddaughter. Qian Renxue smiled, her lovely eyes flickering, and she threw herself into Qian Daoliu's arms. Yes, Qian Daoliu smiled broadly, his eyes full of doting. Chapter 431 Strange Sixth Divine Test. Xiaoshan. Qian Renxue turned her head and looked at Lingtian. Point. At this time, Lingtian also smiled slightly and said softly, congratulations to Sister Zua for breaking through to the title Douluo. He facing the congratulations from her sweetheart. Qian Renxue's smile became even stronger, then suddenly remembering something, Qian Renxue turned her beautiful eyes, and when she looked at Lingtian again, a sly and proud smile flashed in her eyes. That's right, Xiaoshan, do you remember that we seemed to have a bet before? Qian Renxue turned her eyes and asked insinuatingly. What? Lingtian looked confused. I don't know if I really forgot or if I was just pretending to be stupid. However, it stands to reason that, based on Lingtian's memory analysis, it is more likely to pretend to be stupid. How could Qian Renxue, who finally won a bet, let Lingtian get away with it so easily, regardless of whether he really forgot or was pretending to be stupid and just came to her side? Before, we were betting on who could break through the title Douluo first. Xiaoshan couldn't have forgotten. After saying that, Qian Renxue looked at Lingtian with a smile. Lingtian is the king of a country, so he shouldn't refuse to admit his debt, right? Of course not. Lingtian smiled coquettishly, knowing that he couldn't escape this time. Isn't it the bet on who gets to the title Douluo first? I'm definitely willing to admit defeat. That's good. Qian Renxue nodded with satisfaction, her eyes full of pride. After making so many bets, she finally beat Lingtian once. In contrast, Lingtian looked helpless. He also has his own little Jiu. Lingtian would never bet on something he was unsure of. When he made the bet with Qian Renxue, his soul power had already reached level 89, and he was about to break through to level 90 titled Douluo. Lingtian was confident of winning this bet, so he bet with Qian Renxue with full confidence. In the end, I didn't expect that God's calculations are better than those of humans. Qian Renxue, who had completed the divine test, was the first to break through the ban, but the originally guaranteed victory ended in failure. In response to this, Lingtian could only helplessly spread his hands. What else can be done? I can only accept the bet and admit defeat. Lingtian shrugged helplessly, turned his head to look at Qian Renxue beside him, and asked, Sister Zhu, tell me, what is your request? I owe it now. I'll talk about it later, when I think about it. Qian Renxue turned her jade hands behind her back and looked at Lingtian with a smile. For Qian Renxue, the meaning of who wins and who loses in this bet is far greater than the final winning conditions. After all, she lost so many times. She finally won Lingtian once. Sister Zhu, aren't you so happy? You're so happy. Why don't you give in? No, remember, I won this bet. Yeah, remember, I won. Looking at Qian Renxue, who kept repeating like a repeater, Lingtian sighed helplessly. I know you won. You were the title Douluo who broke through first, so you won't keep emphasizing it, right? HMPH, you are just jealous. It's not. Sister Zhu, where did you see it? Looking at the two children who were arguing, Qian Dou smiled helplessly. In the past few days, he had become accustomed to the two children's way of getting along with each other, and he was no longer surprised by this one thing. To say, in the past 2 days, he had been spending a lot of time with his two children, and he felt as if he had become much younger. Not only Qian Renxue, but also the smile on his face was growing day by day. Even Golden Crocodile Douluo and other worshippers in the Elder Hall felt that he had undergone some changes recently. In the past, Qian Dou felt like a hermit who was isolated from the world. In his heart, he only had the inheritance of the God of Angels and the Spirit Hall. Apart from that, no matter what else, he would not be emotionally shaken. Now, although there is no change on the surface, people can clearly feel that the sense of distance has faded. Qian Dou suddenly remembered something and interrupted the conversation between the two. Grandfather, Lingtian, and Qian Renxue turned their heads at the same time and looked at Qian Dou without knowing why. Looking at Qian Renxue, Qian Dou asked softly, you have now absorbed the rewards of the 5th test. Now you should know the content of the 6th test of the God of Angels, right? Let me take a look first. Qian Renxue immediately concentrated her mind and focused on the angel mark between her eyebrows. After the breakthrough just now, I was thinking about the bet with Lingtian, and I forgot to check the new assessment for a while. But logically speaking, when the inheritor receives the assessment reward, the next assessment of the God of Angels should also automatically appear in front of him, but somehow it did not appear this time. As my mind focused on the angel's mark point. Suddenly the golden light on the angel mark shone brightly, and the light complemented the angel statue in the Douluo hall not far away. Then a line of small golden words appeared in my mind. The sixth test of the God of Angels, defeat in the Sea of Spirit. A line of small words appeared in front of Qian Renxue as usual. According to the previous experience, it was the task of the next assessment point, but before she could finish reading, this line of small words suddenly appeared. Then new text appeared again, replacing the previous assessment content. As the successor of the God of Angels, it is bound to eliminate the evil in the world. The sixth assessment mission of the God of Angels. Clean up the chaotic place where blood and killings gather on the mainland, remove the corrupt and chaotic system, and rebuild the glory and order belonging to the God of Angels. After being given the task of taking the sixth test of the God of Angels, Qian Renxue vaguely felt a little strange. The usual test content was told in a simple and clear way, but this time it was a riddle. But after all, it was a test by the gods, so I didn't think much about it, and told the two people all the test information without reservation. Is there no time limit this time? Lingtian's eyes moved slightly, and he quickly discovered the problem with the mission. You must know that each of Qian Renxue's previous divine examinations, whether it was soul power breakthrough or soul ring absorption, etc., all had a minimum time limit. No. Qian Renxue suddenly shook her head. After Lingtian's reminder, she also realized the lack of time limit. However, the two of them were just surprised and did not take it seriously. To find out the reason, a place of chaos, restore the glory of the angel god. At the same time, Qian Dou kept repeating, thinking about the location of the sixth test of the God of Angels. Yes, there. Lingtian and Qian Dou looked at each other and had a clear understanding in their hearts. There are many places of chaos on the Douluo continent, but in terms of the gathering of blood and killing, there is only one place for paradise of depravity and chaos, the city of killing. The destination of the sixth test of the God of Angels should be to eliminate the city of killing. Here, it seems that your sixth test needs to be considered in the long run. Fortunately, there is no time limit for this test. If it's the city of killing, Lingtian and Qian Renxue were about to speak, but Qian Dou interrupted. Here, you two, listen to me first. Lingtian originally wanted to say something, but Qian Dou could only remain silent. He nodded and stood beside Qian Renxue. The city of killing is unusual. Qian Dou's expression became solemn at this moment, and he told the two of them about the killing city in a deep voice. The killing city does not have to be ordinary. The Soul Master's soul power will be imprisoned wherever he is. Even if Zua is now a titled Douluo, once he enters after the killing city, no matter how much soul power you have, you will not be able to use any of your soul power. If the sixth test of the God of Angels is the city of killing, it will be really difficult. The only ones who want to use soul power there are the killing gods of every term and the king of the killing city. The king mentioned by Qian Dou here is not the current Tang Chen. According to my understanding, the city of killing has existed since ancient times, so there must have been a king of killing before Tang Chen. Qian Dou was very engaging in his narration. It was obvious that he had a comprehensive understanding of the killing city. However, due to various reasons, he has not entered the killing city. If there is really no other way, I can only ask her to help. Qian Dou sighed, and Bibidong's figure appeared in his mind. He knew that Bibidong had once broken into the killing city and gained the title of God of Killing there. Only the God of Death can use soul power in the killing city. Even though Qian Dou is a peerless Douluo at level 99, he still has to abide by the rules set by the killing city. In order for Qian Renxue's divine examination to proceed smoothly, it seems that now she has no choice but to go to Bibidong for help. With her character, she must pay a certain price this time. And it would be easier if Bibidong agreed to everything. If she doesn't agree, then the sixth test of the God of Angels will be extremely difficult to complete. Qian Dou suddenly felt that this matter was very difficult. Qian Renxue's original joy of breaking through the title Douluo was greatly diluted, and when Qian Dou was frowning about this, Lingtian and Qian Renxue had strange expressions on the side. The two exchanged eyebrows. Qian Renxue, go and explain clearly. Lingtian, why didn't you tell me? Qian Renxue, vertical bar. Lingtian, Finally, forced by Qian Renxue's threat, Lingtian stepped forward. You don't have to worry about Zua. Grandpa will help you solve it. Qian Dou, who had come back to his senses, looked at Lingtian in front of him, recalling what he seemed to want to say just now. Xiaoshan, what did you have to say just now? That, Grandpa Qian. Lingtian glared at Qian Renxue, then cupped his hands and said, if you are going to the killing capital, there is no need to worry. Qian Dou frowned slightly, a little confused. Qian Renxue held her arm and added softly, Grandpa, when Xiaoshan was in the Soul Sect, he once visited the killing city. I've been to the city of killing. Hearing this, Qian Dou stared at Lingtian with his eyes fixedly. As we all know, apart from the King of Slaughter, the only one who can come out of the capital of killing is the god of killing who has gone through the road to hell. The meaning is self-evident. I'm lucky. Lingtian smiled slightly and said in a calm tone, I just happen to have passed through the hell road of the killing city and won the title of god of killing. I just happen to become one of the 3, or now 4, gods of killing in the world. There is a connection between the god of death and the god of death. When Lingtian became the god of killing, Bibi Dong and Tang Heo both felt it. And just a few years ago, Lingtian also sensed the birth of a new killing god. So now there are 4 killing gods coexisting in the world. The god of death. Qian Dou's brows slowly opened, and at the same time a gleam flashed in his eyes. If they had a god of killing here, things would be easier to handle in the killing city. The strength of the slaughter city is that it can limit the soul master's soul power. When this restriction does not exist, even the king of slaughter is no match for their spirit hall. In this way, Qian Renxue's divine test became easier. So this junior feels that killing is not a problem, and even without Sister Zua's mission, I plan to enter the killing city to settle the grievances between me and the killing palace. When I break through to the title Douluo, Lingtian paused for a moment and said with a smile, now I can also help Sister Zhu here complete the 6th test. Complete the 6th test. Upon hearing this, Qian Dou's eyes lit up. China, tell me your plan. I plan to use my identity as the killing god of the killing city. After breaking through to the title Douluo to lead the Snow Palace and several other title Douluo I have made friends with to enter the killing city together. By then, I will, if the domain is there, their soul power will no longer be restricted by the rules of the killing city and cannot be used. Qian Dou is now half one of his own. In addition, the city of killing is related to Qian Renxue's divine examination, so Lingtian no longer hides his plans from him. Another 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Qian Dou learned about Lingtian's plan, he further improved the plan. At the same time, the number of title Douluo has also been supplemented. In addition to the personnel originally determined by Lingtian, the Elder Hall will also send 4 additional people to provide assistance. Among them is the 2nd master in the Elder Hall, the 98th level Golden Crocodile Douluo. Make sure the plan can be completed without fail this time. Originally, they wanted to bring a few contrasts with them, but the number of title Douluo was enough, so they gave up. After all, there is a huge gap in strength between soul masters under title Douluo. Since then, things in Wuhan Palace have been successfully concluded, and it is time for Lingtian and Qian Renxue to set off. Because we still need to contact Chen Yu and others at the Snow Palace. In front of the Elders Hall. Qian Dou solemnly handed Qian Renxue into Lingtian's hands, and at the same time, said with deep meaning, Zua will be left to you, don't forget our agreement, Grandpa. Don't worry, Lingtian will remember it. Qian Dou nodded slightly, then looked at Qian Renxue. A gentle smile appeared on his face. He raised his hand and gently rubbed her little head and softly praised her. Zua, you will always be Grandpa's pride. Grandpa. Hearing this, Qian Renxue's eyes turned slightly red. By the way, there's also this. Qian Dou suddenly remembered something, and a palm-sized jade box appeared in his palm. The moment I took out the storage soul guide, a layer of frost had already condensed on the surface of the jade box. This is a gift I specially prepared for you two for your engagement, but it took a lot of effort. Take it, I specially selected it for you. With that said, Qian Dou stretched out his hand and handed the gift to Lingtian. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432 Sister Zhu here. Do you want to try? Lingtian was slightly startled. Fortunately, Qian Renxue on the side pulled Lingtian and reminded Zhao, why don't you accept the gift that Grandpa has prepared for you? Thank you, Grandpa. Lingtian came back to his senses and took the box that was handed to him. As soon as I took it, I felt an icy chill coming over me instantly, but for Lingtian, who has the ultimate ice attribute, this kind of coldness is nothing. But this chill gave him a familiar feeling. Suddenly Lingtian suddenly remembered something and looked at the jade box with a flash of surprise in his eyes. This familiar feeling and this icy chill. If I guessed correctly, he should be it. You can't go wrong. He had been in close contact with him, and that was how he felt at the time. Lingtian's Adam's apple rolled, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Looking at Qian Dou. His voice was slightly trembling at the moment. Grandpa Qian, can I open it now and take a look? Of course, this was originally prepared for you. Qian Dou smiled slightly and was satisfied with Lingtian's reaction, and at the same time raised his hand to indicate that he could open it now. Zhao, Qian Renxue was stunned for a moment and looked at Lingtian without knowing why. Lingtian didn't have much explanation. He looked at the jade box in front of him, took a deep breath, and then gently opened the lid. Catch up all the switches on both sides and the box is slowly opening. Suddenly, a gust of cold air emerged from the cracks in the box, and the surrounding air could feel the chill. Even Qian Renxue, who has broken through to the title Douluo, is like this. This surprised her. What exactly is contained in this box? Qian Renxue didn't know about Qian Dou's gift today, so she was also curious about what kind of gift her grandfather would prepare for Zhao. At the same time, Lingtian was holding his breath at this moment. He looked attentively and stared at the jade box. The speed of opening the box is actually not slow. But under the current excitement, Lingtian suddenly felt that the box was opening very slowly. Finally the box is fully opened. Suddenly a strong chill hit my face. But before it could spread, the light on the jade box suppressed it again. Although there is still a little bit of chill coming out, it is no longer harmful. Grandpa, what is this? Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes blinked slightly, and she looked over at the box curiously. She saw that there was something the size of a fist, ice blue snowflake shaped, something like jade inside. There is still a white cold air lingering on it, and it seems that the previous chill was released by it. Someone brought this from the far north. Although I don't know what it is, I took it down because it was so cold. Now that I think about it, since Zhao is the ultimate ice martial soul, and the attributes match it, I can just give it to you. Qian Dou explained. The Wuhan Palace and the others have been unable to identify the origin of this thing over the years. It just so happens that the attributes of Lingtian are compatible now, so it is just right to give them as an engagement gift. What's more, Lingtian is the descendant of the ice god. It is indeed it. Lingtian no longer has the intention to listen to the world of Qian Dou, because at this moment his eyes have been completely attracted by the fist-sized ice blue snowflakes in the box. He stood there, his eyes bright. Indeed it is. Call carefully. Hold it in the palm of your hand. When the familiar power of ice and snow poured into his body through his palm, Lingtian was finally 100% sure that it was what he was looking for. Finally found you. If it weren't for the large crowd at this moment, Lingtian would really want to laugh out loud. Because the snowflakes in the jade box are very important. It was the heart of ice and snow that he had been searching for before, but in vain. It took hundreds of thousands of years for the far north to be condensed, gathering the treasures from the extreme coldness of the world in the ice and snow, and reforging the best god level material of the ice G sword, the heart of ice and snow. I didn't expect that I couldn't find it after searching for so long in the far north. It turned out to be collected in the spirit hall. It's really hard to find anything without wearing iron shoes, and it takes no effort at all. Heart of Ice and Snow. With it, and the addition of the Ice Dragon King Soul Bone as the sword bone, the power of the reforged Ice G sword will surely reach a higher level point. It may not be impossible to break through the last half step and reach the threshold of a super artifact point. Thinking of this, Lingtian couldn't conceal his excitement. Qian Dou noticed something and asked, "Are Qian satisfied with this gift?" "Thank you, Grandpa Qian. This gift you gave me has been of great help to me." Lingtian clasped his hands and expressed his heartfelt thanks to Qian Dou. The Heart of Ice and Snow has a lot to do with it, so this gift is just right. Lingtian will soon break through to the title Douluo, and it is inevitable to practice the Ice G sword again in order to win the Killing City point, but without the help of the Heart of Ice and Snow, even if there are other materials to replace it, the effect will definitely not be as good as the Heart of Ice and Snow condensed in the far north. As long as you are satisfied. Qian Dou nodded slightly and looked at Lingtian thoughtfully. However, he didn't ask too much. He waved his hands to the two of them and said, "Okay, it's not too early now. Aren't you two going to the far north? It's early before it gets dark. Let's get going." As for the matter of the Killing City, after pondering for a moment, Qian Dou said, "Zua, just send the message when you are ready to take action. At that time, our Wuhan Palace's manpower will join you at the Killing City. Junior understands." "Grandpa, goodbye." Lingtian and Qian Renxue nodded together. Then they turned and left at the same time. Qian Dou watched the two people's backs. "She long stab the blood. My subordinate is here." Two figures appeared in response, half kneeling in front of Qian Dou respectfully. "Although the Qian Dou Empire's mission failed, the fault is not your fault." Qian Dou glanced at the two of them and said in a calm tone, "You have done quite well in completing your tasks over the years. Zua's being safe and sound in the Qian Dou Empire is all thanks to your contributions. Return to the Great Hall to make offerings. This is what subordinates should do." The two looked happy and said respectfully, but changing the topic, Qian Dou ordered, "Although Zua is already a titled Douluo, the current situation is still turbulent, so you two should stay with me and be a helper." Yes, faced with the arrangement of the big offering, how could Shilong and Zhangzu dare to have any other opinions? He immediately turned around and left, following Lingtian and Qian Renxue. The City of Killing, the Palace of Killing. This time, we still need Jin Crocodile and the others to take action. Then he turned around and returned to the Elder Hall, notifying Golden Crocodile, Douluo and others to get ready. When Qian Renxue came back with the message, they would immediately set off to join them. When the time comes, the City of Killing will be pacified in one fell swoop. Successfully helped Qian Renxue complete the assessment of the God of Angels. At the same time, the Papal Palace point. Whether you are leaving the Presbyterian Hall or entering the Presbyterian Hall, the Pope's Hall is the only way to pass on the high platform of the Papal Palace. Bibidang stood quietly, watching Lingtian and Qian Renxue leave. She remembers it clearly. From the time Bibidang returned to Wuhan Hall to the time she left now, they stayed in Wuhan Hall for a total of 13 days in this little half month. Qian Renxue has never been to the Pope's Palace once. Even once. It has never happened before, although she said she never cared about it. Who could understand her true thoughts? But she also knew very well the reason why Qian Renxue didn't come. It's it me. Am I wrong? A drop of unexplained tears fell from her delicate face, but Bibidang's eyes were deep and complicated at this moment. With a deep sigh, the sad Bibidang left alone. On the other side, Wuhan City. Zuling drove the carriage slowly out of Wuhan City. After Lingtian and Qian Renxue left Wuhan Palace, they quickly met Chenzi and Zuling in Wuhan City. Then the group set off quickly without wasting any time. The two titled Douluo, Shilong and Thornblood, quickly caught up with them and set off together. It's the same as when I came to Wuhan Hall. On the carriage. Qian Renxue thought of the Heart of Ice and Snow that was most valued by Lingtian just now and still couldn't contain her curiosity. Zaocean, what is that thing? Is it really that important? Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes flickered, full of curiosity. Of course it's important. Sister Zua, do you want to see it? Qian Renxue nodded her head, eyes filled with anticipation. No, here you go. Lingtian did not whet his appetite and directly handed the heart of ice and snow to Qian Renxue. It's so cold. Of course it's cold. Lingtian smiled slightly and explained slowly. This object is called the heart of ice and snow. It is a treasure of heaven and earth that takes 100,000 years to condense in the far north. It gathers the icy aura of the far north. Hold it in your hand. It's naturally extremely cold inside. Sister Zua, if you weren't a titled Douluo, I'm afraid your arms would have been frozen into frost by now. Icy aura. Ocean. What's the use of it? This object is a real treasure for soul masters with ice attribute martial souls. Lingtian smiled slightly and then said slowly, after a soul master with an ice attribute martial spirit uses this heart of ice and snow, there is a great possibility that the martial soul will evolve and even possess the ultimate ice attribute. Hearing this, Qian Renxue asked thoughtfully, but Ocean, your current martial spirit is already the ultimate ice. No matter how precious this heart of ice and snow is, it will have no effect on you, right? What I said before was just the first use of the heart of ice and snow. After a moment of pause, Lingtian continued, in addition to improving the strength of the martial soul, the heart of ice and snow is also an excellent refining tool because of its ultimate attributes weapon material. Especially when used in ice attribute weapons, it has excellent effects, and that's what I value. Ocean, can you still refine weapons? Qian Renxue immediately grasped the key point. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at Lingtian in shock. No, a little bit. Lingtian pinched his thumb and index finger together and compared them modestly. Qian Renxue glanced at Lingtian expressionlessly and then said quietly, you said the same thing when you were making elixirs, cooking, and drawing magic circles. I really only understand a little bit. Lingtian emphasized. What kind of treasured boyfriend is this? Cooking, weapon refining, alchemy, magic circles, martial souls, cultivation, soul guidance tools, etc. It is unimaginable that Lingtian has dabbled in so much complicated and prosperous knowledge. I can do more than that. Sister Zua, do you want to try it? At this moment, Lingtian smiled jokingly and leaned into Qian Renxue's ear. Go. Go go go. Qian Renxue thought of something, and her pretty face turned red, and she pushed Lingtian away from her. So, what are you going to do with it? When you wait for Qian Ling City, you will know what I'm going to practice. The state of the Bingji sword is Wuhan. Qian Renxue will naturally not associated with Bingji. After leaving Wuhan City, we officially embarked on the road to Qian Ling City. Since Qian Ling City was officially built in the far north, Qian Renxue has not been to a city named after herself and Lingtian, and she is a little excited to think that she can finally go there to see it. Qian Renxue kept asking questions along the way, and Lingtian also answered patiently. Time flew by quickly. After a blink of an eye, the carriage finally arrived at Qian Ling City. Chen Yu, who had received the news early, had already dispatched people from the palace to stand in front of the towering gate of Qian Ling City to greet him. The person who came here was tall and strong. He has bronze skin and broad shoulders that complement the city wall behind him. The heavy robes on his body cannot hide his burly figure and muscles as strong as steel. Just standing there, his powerful figure can give people an impression. There was an invisible sense of oppression. Although his face was still kind, none of the business travelers and residents coming and going around him came close, and they all took a detour at this time. Lingtian and Qian Renxue had also stepped out of the carriage. Looking at this person, Lingtian knew him. The two of them had met once before. Because he was one of the 4 titled Douluo that Chen Yu brought with him when they attacked the Killing Palace last time. Chen Heng, whose martial spirit was the Ice Storm Bear, and whose title was the Ice Storm Douluo. He was also one of the only 2 titled Douluo who were truly loyal to the Snow Palace at that time. I have met the Lord, and I have met His Highness Chengxi. Then Chen Heng's eyes rested on Qian Renxue. He smiled honestly, raised his hands and said respectfully, this must be the mistress, right? My subordinate, Chen Heng, is so polite. Senior, you're welcome. Qian Renxue smiled slightly and nodded gently. Before coming to Qian City, Chen Zi had already greeted everyone. And Qian Renxue's identity is also among them. Chen Heng, as a senior member of the Snow Palace, naturally knew how to deal with it. Chen Zi looked around, but didn't see Chen Zi's figure, and then asked, "Uncle Chen, where is my father? Didn't he say before that he would come in person?" "Oh, you mean the palace master?" The palace master originally said that he would greet the lord in person, but there happened to be some urgent matters that needed to be dealt with in the city, so he sent me to greet the lord in front of the city gate, Chen Heng explained. "We've already told you we are on our own, so there's no need to go to such trouble." Lingtian smiled and said, "Senior Chen Heng's other matters can be discussed after we go into the city and go to the palace." The lord said, "Yes, please." Chen Heng nodded and then led a few people into Qian City. Chapter 433. I want to completely solve the killing hall. Shilling also rushed to follow the carriage and followed. As for the two titles Douluo, the two strokes, at this time, they also appeared behind Qian Zuxu. Lord Chen Heng walked to Lingtian and asked in a low voice, "There is still a distance from the gate of our city to the snow hall?" "No." Lingtian looked at Qian Zuxu and smiled slightly. "This way, you can also appreciate the scenery of our Qian city." "Yes, Sister Zhu here. Thousands of Zusan light understand." Chen Heng said that he understood in seconds and retreated to the two with Chen Zi and others. "No one around me was disturbed and spoke whispering, 'Sister Zhu here. What about this 1,000 spirit cities?' Yes. As a city that has just been built for more than a year, it is already good to have such prosperity today. I'm afraid it is almost the same as Bingsu City?" Qian Zuxu turned his head and asked curiously. Chen Heng groaned a little and said, "Generally, it is almost the same, but the population is still not as good as the Ice City. It won't take long for us to surpass the Ice City. Well, I believe." Following the long street all the way, soon the two walked to an round-shaped high-rise building. Looking from a distance, the height is nearly 100 meters. At the same time, the area is extremely wide, and even if it is comparable to Qian Dou City, this is exactly the soul fighting field created by the spiritual ceiling. In order to be able to get the authority to open the soul field, Lingtian personally passed through the sea and went to the Fighting Soul City to participate in the competition. "Ocean, is the soul fighting field that opened?" Qian Zuxu's eyes blinked curiously. Lingtian nodded with a smile and then looked at Chen Heng Sr. "What is the income of our soul field now? What about those people who sent experience from Bingsu City before, back to the master? Our thousands of net profit is about 500 million golden soul coins today, and this soul field occupies a total of 50% income in our Lingtian, and this benefits to the maintenance consumption. The cost. As for the person in the Bingsu City fighting farm, thanks to their dedication to teach, this allows us to go to the form of the soul field quickly." "But, Lingtian and Qian Zuxu heard the words. They nodded. Although Lingtian is not clear about the profitable taxation of a city for a year, the 500 million golden soul coins are indeed a lot of income. As for Qian Qiangsu, as the emperor who really issued the order of the Empire of Dao, she was very clear about this. Therefore, what is the concept of the income of 500 million golden soul coins? You must know that the most prosperous Qian Dou City of the Qian Dou Empire, the profit of the country in the end of the year is only 800 million golden soul coins. Now 1,000 spirit city is almost the same. The root cause of this effect is still on the soul fighting field. Although there are many soul fighting fields in the Qian Dou Empire, these are privately owned. Not like Qian Sing City's money that belongs to her. And Lingtian. Thinking of this, Qian Yangsu will not only feel sorry, the soul field, it's really a profit. So, Sister Zhu now knows, why did I have to open the soul field? Lingtian smiled slightly and looked at the beauty around him proudly. "You have a good sense." Qian Renxue, who originally wanted to say a few words of praise, rolled her eyes, said something perfunctory, and walked straight to Lingtian with her hands behind her back. She didn't want Zhao Ocean to be so proud. Soon, The group of people chatted and laughed, and gradually went deeper into Qianling City Point along the way. Chen Heng and others were also very farsighted, and did not disturb the two of them in their own world. I walked and looked around all the way, and soon I reached the interior of Qianling City Point at the same time. We also saw the two most significant buildings in the city, the City Lord's Mansion and the Snow Palace Point. Before the two of them reached the Snow Palace, they saw a figure standing in front of the palace door from a distance, waiting for the arrival of Lingtian, Qian Renxue and others. It is none other than the Lord of the Snow Palace. Chen Yu, Palace Master. Chen Heng bowed slightly and stepped aside. Chen Yu took 2 steps forward, with a smile on his face, and said with cupped hands, I have met the Lord. There are some things that need to be dealt with just now, otherwise I will definitely go to the city gate to greet the Lord in person. Mr. Chen, there is no need to be so formal, we are old acquaintances. Lingtian smiled slightly, and stepped forward to help Chen Yu up. My Lord, I wonder who this is. Chen Yu squinted his eyes, and looked at Qian Renxue with a smile. I almost forgot to introduce. Lingtian smiled gently, then took Qian Renxue's catkin and introduced solemnly. Old Chen, this is Her Highness the Saint of Wuhan Palace, a direct descendant of the angel lineage, and also my lover, Qian Renxue Renxue. Your Highness the Saint, I'm polite. Chen Yu had already understood, and bowed his hand to Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue, I've met Senior. Qian Renxue also smiled and said hello. After looking at each other, Chen Yu called a few people to go into the hall. Sir, let's go in first. Lingtian nodded slightly, and then led Qian Renxue into the Snow Palace. Ocean. Oh, at Qian Renxue's reminder, Lingtian thought of Shilong and Sangsu who were following behind him. Sister Chenzi, Mr. Shi and the others will be left to you. Take them down to rest first. Yes, Chen Z nodded gently, and led a few people to the other side. The conference hall on the 2nd floor of the Snow Palace. Lingtian, Qian Renxue, and Chen Yu took their seats one after another. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, it was time to get down to business. Old Chen Lingtian put down the teacup in his hand and asked first, I think Sister Chenzi should have told you about what happened in Qian Dou Imperial City before. Well, Zia mentioned it to me. Chen Yu nodded, with a slightly angry look on his face. I never thought that without Zhu Zhui's killing palace, he would dare to extend his tentacles to the Lord's Qian Dou Empire. It seems that we didn't completely beat up Shadian last time. Lingtian said in a calm tone. My Lord, what do you want? Chen Yu turned his head. He could already hear something in Lingtian's words this time. I specifically mentioned the matter of killing the palace. There must be some special arrangement, since they jumped out. Naturally we can't let them go. Lingtian did not follow Chen Yu in circles, and said in a calm tone, this time I will completely solve the murder palace and end all hidden dangers in one fell swoop. Chen Yu was stunned for a moment, and then there was a look of confusion on his face. After pouring tea for Lingtian again, he said worriedly, we really need to solve the problem of the Lord's killing palace, but its location is in the killing city. If our people go in rashly, the crisis will be unpredictable. Don't forget Chen Liao, but I kill God. Lingtian smiled and reminded the killing capital is suppressed by the Soul Master. However, if you get the Soul Master who killed the title of God, you will not be constrained by the rules over there. Both Wu Soul and Soul skills cannot be subject to any restrictions. Other Soul Masters in the field of killing gods will also be unlimited. Although Lingtian's field of killing gods has been converted into the Bingji field. But as long as the Soul Teacher is in the field of ice, it can still be eliminated from the restrictions of the rules of the killing capital. The old man has forgotten this. Hearing this, Chen Yu nodded suddenly. When do you plan to shoot on the Lord? How many people do we have to mobilize? Our goal this time is to kill the capital and kill the temple. We must clearly remove these two forces this time. As for our side, except for the title of Douluo on the Snow Temple on the Leo Point, sent several titles Douluo to help out, of which one of the 98th level titles Douluo. And there will be someone to help. Sister Chenzi once stayed in the killing hall for a while. She knew that a path could reach the killing hall directly. Lingtian began to tell his arrangement. From personnel deployment to combat policy, etc. Point anyway, their purpose this time is to solve the killing capital of the killing and all enemies of the killing temple at the same time. After all, there is the task of the god test of Qian Renxue, and sooner or later, the killing capital is also eliminated. Point. But now there is no head of killing the whole point. Therefore, Lingtian's tentative plan is to destroy the temple first. Point through the path provided by Chenzi. First solve the killing temple, and then fall to deal with the killing capital. There is no problem with your plan to the Lord. For a while, Chen Yu asked, but the capital of killing, how did the king of killing do it? Killing. The palace is now inadequate. Point. But if the killing capital is done, the king of killing does be in existence. That cannot be around. Point. Although the king of Chen Yu and the killing did not contact, when Chen Zi dived into the killing hall, he saw the king of killing, and he could have nothing to do with Zhu Yan and the killing capital. At least he also had the soul power of 98th level. 98 titles Douluo. In addition, the killing capital of the killing is still his home, so he is the most difficult enemy. Point. If you can't solve him, then everything is to talk about soldiers on paper. King of killing. Lingtian paused a bit and then said, there is no need to worry about his problem in the old age. As long as my current strength breaks through the title Douluo, everything is not a problem. He is confident in his strength. Point. But the fact is exactly the case. Point. A full set of ice soul bone sets, artifact icy and cream. Point. Coupled with the double soul core of the Bingshen mode and the complementary yin and yang. Point. A 9 semi magic ring, waiting for the spiritual heaven to restore the god position. The semi-god ring becomes a god ring completely, all kinds of superimposed together. Once Lingtian's strength breaks through the title Douluo, it will instantly produce unprecedented qualitative changes. By then, it is estimated that the strength can reach the peerless Douluo, and this is also where Lingtian dares to fight with the king of killing Tang Chen. Point. As long as he breaks into the title Douluo. Point. There will be no opponents under the Douluo continental level. Thinking of this, Lingtian clenched his fists, and a touch of light flashed in the ice eyes. If he wants to jump out in advance, then we will solve him first. Does Mr. Chen have any other ideas? I have no problem regarding Lingtian's judgment. Chen Yu is undoubtedly Jian's in. Point. Their snow palace will always be the strong backing for the descendants of the ice god. Point. And now that his soul power is at the peak of level 98, there is only a thin line between him and the peerless Douluo of level 99. Even if there is a real problem by then, plus the one from Wuhan Palace can hold on for 1 or 2. Point. Besides, they still have the Snow Emperor here. Thinking of this, Chen Yu also felt confident. Point. Lingtian smiled slightly and said, for the rest, please let Mr. Chen arrange the manpower. Just don't worry, Lord Chen. You nodded and fully agreed. The most troublesome killing king at the moment has been arranged. Point. The ensuing discussion went smoothly, and soon the two of them basically decided on the plan. Point. The arrangements at Snow Palace are over, and this conversation is coming to an end. Point. While the group was chatting, the Prime Minister Chen came to the front of the palace. The Lord noticed that it was getting late. Chen, you glanced at the darkening sky outside the door and suggested, how about resting in Qianling City for one night and then setting off to the far north early tomorrow morning? The sooner we can break through and get banned, the sooner we can take action. Lingtian shook his head and rejected Chen Yu's proposal. In that case, I will wait in Qianling City for the good news of the master's breakthrough to the title Douluo. Seeing this, Chen Yu smiled and did not force Lingtian to stay. While Mr. Chen is away from me, the two titled Douluo in Wuhan Palace need to take more care of them. Just don't worry, Lord. After giving some instructions, Lingtian and Qian Renxue headed to the far north. Point. Originally, Lingtian wanted Qian Renxue to stay here and prepare to go to the far north alone. Point. But Qian Renxue insisted on coming, so he could only agree. Point. In order to break through to the title breaking Douluo, the two of them entered the far north without stopping. Point. The far north, the ice temple. Point. After settling down Qian Renxue and saying hello to Emperor Zuan, others, Lingtian returned to the training room and began to retreat. Point. Dozens of 10,000 years black ice essence are placed on the ground according to the formation method. Point. Waves of icy blue pure ice energy were drawn out and spread throughout the sealed training room. The extremely rich cold air caused the temperature of the entire training room to drop to freezing point. Lingtian is sitting cross-legged in the center with the strongest energy point. With the operation of the two soul cores in the body, a large amount of soul power surged in instantly like a tide. However, these powers were soon refined and absorbed by the two soul cores, and turned into pure soul power that remained and accumulated in the body, preparing for Lingtian to break through to the title Douluo. The soul power breaks through from level 89 to level 90. Like a water cup and a basin. The size of the container determines talent, while the water inside is accumulation. The only container for some people who are not talented enough is a water cup. After filling up the water cup, if they cannot break through the confinement of their talent, they will not be able to break through to the title Douluo, no matter how much they accumulate. So what limits these people's soul power breakthroughs is their talent. And people with outstanding talents think with them. What limits their soul power breakthrough is the accumulation of energy. If the accumulation meets the requirements, they will naturally be able to successfully break through. And Lingtian is naturally the latter at this moment. Powerful energy continues to pour into the body. The energy gradually gathering in front of him actually formed a blue energy vortex. Chapter 434 titled Ice God, breaking level 5. At the same time, Lingtian's aura continued to rise upwards. We are getting infinitely closer to title Douluo. 3 days flew by. Qian Renxue, Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor and others gathered around the Ice Temple and waited. Lingtian's soul power breakthrough is of great significance to them. His title Douluo is different from ordinary title Douluo. Only when he reaches the title of Douluo can he truly exert part of his Ice God strength. But this part of his strength alone is enough for him to reach the highest peak of human soul masters on the Douluo continent. Snow Emperor and others who have seen Lingtian's true strength know this best. It can be said. For Lingtian. Only title Douluo is his axis. This was the beginning of his true display of the power of the gods. Day and night alternate. The sky in the far north is clear today. In the training room of the Ice Temple. The cold air wandered in the space, and a thick layer of ice condensed on Lingtian's body. The whole person is wrapped in ice like an ice wither. The two soul cores condensed by the complementary method of yin and yang absorb energy in the air all the time. Incomparably turbulent energy is wandering in Lingtian's body, and the power of frost is like a giant frost dragon, ready to charge at any time against the obstacles of Contrap and titled Douluo. Finally, as if sensing that the time was right, Lingtian suddenly opened his eyes and the withered ice. The icy cold light burst out. Then the countless layers of ice on his body instantly cracked, and an extremely powerful icy air spewed out. At the same time, the ice dragon, whose energy was completely exhausted, suddenly roared at this moment. Then his figure skyrocketed, and he rushed towards Contrap and towards the final gate of title Douluo. Boom. There was a muffled sound. There was a clearly visible dent on the door, but the frost dragon, that charged brazenly, turned into ice shards all over the sky and disappeared. Is it over? Of course not. In the blink of an eye, the ice blue energy poured in again, and combined with the ice chips flying in the sky, it once again formed a majestic frost dragon. Charging towards the door again. Boom. There was another muffled sound. It's still in the same position, but this time the dent is deeper. The same giant frost dragon also completed its mission and turned into flying ice shards. Then there are the third and fourth items. With the help of the power of ice in Lingtian's body, the energy condensed ice dragons moved forward one after another, charged towards the door with indomitable will. Boom. Boom boom. After countless collisions with the giant frost dragons, the originally solid door was now devastated and covered with pits and dents. Break. At this moment, Lingtian seemed to have something in his heart. He felt that now was the time to finally break through the title Douluo. He immediately shouted loudly. All the remaining frost power in the body rushed out at this moment, converging into countless giant frost dragons and rushing towards the door. Boom boom. Under constant impact, the gate was overwhelmed. As the catcher made a crisp sound, cracks began to appear on it. In the blink of an eye, the cracks that were originally as thin as a finger expanded again, and within a moment, they were already densely covering the entire door. There are spider web-like cracks all over the top and bottom. Final. Under the successive charges of countless frost dragons, the already shaky portal could not be maintained after all, and the last hurdle, that broke through the title Douluo instantly, became shattered. At this moment, the complementary soul cores of yin and yang suddenly stopped. At the same time, Lingtian's breath paused, and then suddenly rose sharply. Breakthrough from level 89 Contra to level 90 titled Douluo point, and the remaining frost dragons roared loudly point. After completing their mission, they turned into pure soul power again, lingering around their two souls like a rushing river as if to celebrate. Lingtian broke through the ban, titled Douluo, done. From now on, he is Douluo, and is titled Ice God. At the same time, the outside world point, the moment Lingtian broke through, the ice temple no longer blocked his breath point. All of a sudden point, the sky in the far north is covered with snow, and everything in the sky is silent point. The far north welcomes the return of its children in its own way point. At the same time, a sky blue light pillar shot straight up from the top of the ice temple, and then surrounded the surrounding area with the ice temple as the center, spreading the energy fluctuations unique to Lingtian to the surrounding areas. Everything covered by light point, whether it is 10 years, 100 years, or 1000 years, 10,000 years, or 100,000 year soul beast point. Perhaps some of their soul beasts have not yet developed their spiritual wisdom point, but all of them prostrate themselves respectfully on the ground, congratulating the return of the true god of the far north with their most sincere respect. As for those 1000-year-old soul beasts with mature spiritual intelligence, how affected they are point. His limbs were kneeling on the ground, shaking like chaff point. They can feel the terror of this power even more point. All the creatures in the far north are celebrating the return of the king. The land of the far north will rise again. Father God, congratulations to Father God. The far north has always been waiting for you. Snow Emperor and others were also half kneeling on the ground at the same time, looking respectful point. They were not influenced by this breath, but sincerely expressed their respect for God the Father. Father God. When Qian Renxue heard this, her eyebrows wrinkled slightly point. She carefully identified it several times. I can be sure that I didn't hear wrongly. Emperor Zhu and others are really calling God Lingtian father point. Why is that? Why is the 100,000-year-old soul beast king of the far north called this? Is this a custom in the far north? Or is this their title for the ice god? Thinking of this, Qian Renxue felt a twinge in her heart. Ocean, is there anything else that I don't know about? However, thinking that Lingtian had just made a breakthrough, he suppressed curiosity in his heart point. After celebrating her breakthrough to the title Douluo, it wouldn't be too late for her to ask Lingtian about the reason point. She believes in spiritual heaven point. If he really concealed something, there must be his own reasons, just like how she concealed her Wuhandian identity point. At the same time, in the Ice Temple point training room point, the soul power has just broken through to title Douluo and is in the adaptation stage point. So Lingtian was not in a hurry to finish point. Instead, he continued to sit cross-legged and stabilize the soul power in his body. Time passes minute by minute point. Just when he was feeling the breakthrough of soul power with all his heart, sorting out the soul power that had just been broken through in his body, and was about to end it, the 6 soul bones in his body suddenly started to move. It seems that he sensed Lingtian's breakthrough to the title Douluo point. The 6 soul bones emerged automatically one after another, and then actually formed the complete ice god suit point at the same time. The ice god mode is automatically turned on without Lingtian's control, and the ice god mark between the eyebrows is also flashing at this moment. This is Lingtian was slightly startled when he saw this, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. It has never happened before that the ice god suit and ice god mode appeared automatically and uncontrollably point. This situation is truly unheard of point. Before he could explore the reason, a ray of light suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows at the same time. They rushed straight to the throne of the ice temple. This is also where the 6 soul bones of the ice god suit appeared previously point. At the same time point, the final backhand sealed in the depths of the ice temple sensed the call and immediately turned into a ball of pure energy and light, flying out from under the ice god's throne and pouring into Lingtian's body. As mentioned before, in addition to the 6 soul bones, there is also a hidden backhand. The whole process is very fast point. Lingtian still didn't react, and the ball of light had already rushed into the center of his eyebrows. However, this is far from over. In an instant, powerful energy gathered in the body, and within a moment, the soul power rose from level 90 again, level 91, level 92, as if there were no bottlenecks. The fluctuations in soul power increased rapidly and linearly. Moreover, the improvement brought by this energy is different from that of Wan Zizou and Bing Maro. It is more pure for Lingtian, just like the energy that originally belonged to him. This power is familiar and intimate. What Lingtian has improved now is his own strength, and there will be no instability in his foundation before. He doesn't even need any guidance from Lingtian. This energy is already extremely docile, and will not produce any fluctuations at all. It's just a pure upgrade. Where does this come from? But then, Lingtian also felt doubtful. Why is this? Why do these strange phenomena occur when I break through to the title Douluo? It is precisely because this energy is stable and pure that Lingtian can spare some of his energy to think about the reasons for this scene. What is the reason? After pondering for a moment, Lingtian felt something in his heart. Subconsciously look at the location where the energy emerges. Sudden. In Lingtian's mind, he would recall that when he absorbed soul bones, he used the ice god's child to explore the depths of the ice temple. There seemed to be other things hidden there besides soul bones. Could it be that? Thinking of this, Lingtian's eyes moved slightly. At the same time, the ice god's mark glowed brightly, and an ice blue figure appeared in front of him. The ice god projection turned his head. He still looks the same as Lingtian before. He smiled indifferently and said, "Hello, we meet again." Seeing the familiar figure, Lingtian suddenly felt at ease. Sure enough, I still left a lot of backup plans back then. Ice God projection nodded with a smile and said, "I didn't expect you to return to the title Douluo so quickly, so I will let this last power help you break through the level restrictions as soon as possible and regain control of our ice god position." Definitely, Lingtian nodded and suddenly thought of something again. I had already broken through to the god level, so the power left behind should be enough for me to break through, right? It used to be possible, but it's not possible now. The ice god projection shook his head, with regret in his tone. The power you left behind originally could have allowed you to directly reach level 100, but over the long years, the power you left behind has been constantly losing. Here we are. The remaining strength now can almost allow you to reach level 95. After a moment of pause, he looked at Lingtian. The rest depends on your own improvement. Level 95. Lingtian nodded, still feeling a little regretful. However, he was still very satisfied with being able to break through to level 95 without any effort. "Goodbye, my lord." After explaining all the cause and effect, the ice god's projection time has also reached its limit. The figure also began to become illusory. Lingtian nodded slightly. Silence was better than sound at this time. He is one. There are some words that you already understand in your heart without having to say anything. He will definitely settle the grievances caused by his fall into the god realm in his last life. Immediately, Lingtian began to concentrate on improving his strength. The ice temple returned to silence again. Lingtian's soul power is still improving. Level 92. Level 93, level 94, just like what the ice god projection said before. When Lingtian's soul power reaches the 94th level, the remaining power of the ice temple is close to being exhausted, and the speed of soul power growth has slowed down visibly to the naked eye. Not even close. Lingtian clearly sensed that the current soul power was still some distance away from breaking through to level 95. However, there is still energy continuing to flow into the body. Although it is far from what it was at the beginning, there is still the possibility of a breakthrough. Hopefully, we can break through successfully. Thinking of this, Lingtian put away the distracting thoughts in his heart. Begin to concentrate on absorbing energy. As time passes by, Lingtian's aura is slowly rising upwards, and the soul power of the final 95th level is now only a thin line away. But at this critical moment, the energy ran out at an inappropriate time, and without the energy provided, Lingtian's soul power is still at level 94, making it difficult to make a step forward. Hateful. Looking at the energy that had begun to fade away, Lingtian could not calm down his emotions. If he fails to successfully break through to level 95 this time, part of the energy accumulated before will dissipate, and it will take several months even for Lingtian to break through again. Seeing that he was just one step away from breaking through to level 95, one can imagine Lingtian's mood. But for this case, Lingtian also had no choice. Why, with A helpless sigh. Lingtian could only wait for the next breakthrough point. Although he has not reached level 95, being able to upgrade to 4 levels in a row is still a big improvement point. If you think about it this way, you will feel better. Just when Lingtian had given up, let me fulfill my final duty. As soon as he finished speaking, the ice god's projection, which had been silent beside him, turned into a ray of pure energy and poured into his body, devoting the last bit of value of his existence. Pure energy poured into the body again. Although it is only a faint trace, its effect is crucial. Taking a deep breath, Lingtian looked extremely determined. With the last ray of power, Lingtian began to try to break through again. Finally, at the threshold of level 94 to 95, he successfully broke through with the blessing of the last ray of power. Level 95. Titled Douluo. 9 ice blue demigod rings were floating up and down around Lingtian's body at this moment. At the same time, the outside world. Powerful power spreads to the surroundings again. At this moment, Qian Renxue, Snow Emperor and others standing outside felt this powerful energy fluctuation at the same time. Father, God, have you made another breakthrough? The Ice Emperor was slightly startled. She couldn't be wrong. The energy fluctuation just now was several times stronger than before. Chapter 435 Qian Renxue and -039. Doubt. As expected of Father God, Snow Emperor also felt this. Qian Renxue on the side was equally surprised at this moment. At the same time, I heard these 100,000-year-old beasts call Lingtian as Father God again. At the same time, the door of the ice temple opened with a bang, and left and right. As the powerful energy spread outward, an ice blue figure rushed out from the ice temple. It was Lingtian, who had just broken through to the title of Douluo, but before anyone could come forward to congratulate him, Lingtian suddenly spread out the ice phoenix wings on his back and soared towards a snow-capped mountain hundreds of meters high opposite Father God Ocean. Behind him were everyone surprised. Lingtian turned a deaf ear and flew straight to the mountain peak until I heard it halfway up the mountain. Just when everyone was scratching their heads, 9 ice blue soul rings surrounded Lingtian, floating up and down at the moment, exuding waves of coldness to the surroundings. Lingtian's half-squinted eyes, a glint of light flickered quietly. At the same time, open your palms slightly. Bing. G. Appear. As soon as he finished speaking, the Bing-Ji sword appeared in his palm. Different from the previous artifact projections, the moment Lingtian truly broke through to the title Douluo, what was summoned again was no longer the original martial spirit, but the true Ice Qian Shan. An artifact unique to the ice god, Bing-Ji Shan. After a long period of nourishment in the body, the Bing-Ji sword has finally returned to its original state. Old friend, long time no see. Looking at the Bing-Ji sword in his hand, Lingtian sighed softly. At the same time, the Bing-Ji sword also sensed it, and the sword body continued to vibrate and emit a clanging sword sound. It seems that he is celebrating his reunion with the ice god. Before, Lingtian's Bing-Ji sword had always been in the spirit form, but now when his strength reached the level of title Douluo, Bing-Ji appeared in Lingtian's hands in his true form. No, let you get out of the sheath now. Lingtian chuckled and nodded. Then his eyes locked on the mountains in front of him. At the same time, apply it gently with your fingers. When an artifact is born, it naturally needs to have the power that an artifact should have. When the frost-yearning scabbard was integrated into the Bing-Ji sword, the cold light shone on the Bing-Ji sword, the powerful pressure on the sword shook, and a fierce cold wind suddenly swept around. The snow on the ground was exploding in layers at this moment. Amidst the layers of snow waves, Lingtian slowly raised the Bing-Ji sword. At the same time, his aura instantly improved. Level 95 title Douluo is just the beginning. Ice God mode and Ice God suit are also condensed on the body at the same time. The aura of the title Douluo began to continuously improve. Level 95 title Douluo, level 96 title Douluo, level 97 title Douluo. When he reached a momentum that could only be matched by a 99th level peerless Douluo. The power that surged like a frenzy in Lingtian's body finally stabilized. Whether it's Ice G Sword, Ice God Mode, or Ice God Suit. These are all God level equipment. Their power will be restored as Lingtian's strength is restored, and will be raised to the limit that he can now bear, until he finally regains his former divine power. In other words, they will not weaken as his strength increases, but will become stronger and stronger than before, just like the time of Contra before. At that time, the limit that Lingtian's body could bear was a titled Douluo of around level 95. If it is in the upward body, it will cause damage to the body. So at that time, even though Lingtian held the martial soul projection of the artifact Ice G Sword, wore a completed Ice God Suit, and also had the powerful Ice God Mode turned on, as well as the yin and yang complementary dual soul cores, etc. But because of the physical toll due to the limit, the strength that can be displayed in the end is still only the 95th level title Douluo. And now Lingtian's own strength has reached level 95 title Douluo. Finally able to unleash some of their true power. That's why the strength has soared all the way until it is comparable to the combat power of a 99 level peerless Douluo. Level 95 can unleash the power of a peerless Douluo. It's hard to imagine how strong one's own strength will be when Lingtian reaches 99. With the peerless Douluo's strength, this sword can barely be used. Lingtian murmured in a low voice. Then his eyes locked on the snow-capped mountains in front of him. Slowly raised the Bingji sword in his hand until it was raised high above his head. At the same time, the 9th soul ring under him suddenly lit up, and the icy blue light was still clearly visible even in the ice and snow. The 9th soul skill, Ice G Frost. At this time, Lingtian had closed his eyes, and the power of ice gathered in front of him. Suddenly, countless ice powers quickly gathered towards the Ice G Sword in Lingtian's hand. A large amount of energy gathered in midair, and the surrounding space was distorted, forming a terrifying energy vortex. When all the energy is gathered on the Bingji sword. Lingtian suddenly opened his eyes at this moment, and a bright light burst out in his eyes the next moment. The Bingji sword came down from top to bottom, slashing towards the snowy mountain in front of him. At the same time, the power of frost condensed into countless sword shadows, which slashed downwards along with Lingtian's Ice G sword. In an instant, the sword was filled with light. In front of the entire snow-capped mountain, the sky is filled with the shadows of swords, and when the sword wave was about to fall, countless sword shadows gathered towards the Bingji sword again, forming a vast sword curtain that enveloped the entire snow mountain. Countless sword shadows penetrated the snow-capped mountains, immediately lifting up layers of ice and snow. Even Lingtian's figure was covered in ice and snow at this moment. When everything returned to calm, the majestic snow-capped mountain still stood erect. It looks like nothing has changed from before. But when Lingtian put away his sword and turned around, the ice and snow on the mountain suddenly fell off at this moment, revealing the fragmented mountain that had been pierced by countless sword lights. Only then did the Snow Emperor, Qian Renxue and others see clearly. The mountain at this moment is like briquettes, covered with large and small holes. The middle is simply miserable. The entire mountain is actually just the outline of a snow-capped mountain. Just relying on the fragile rock connections between the potholes, it may completely collapse at any time. Lingtian glanced at the snow-capped mountains, then he landed lightly on the top of the mountain and stepped lightly down. Catcher. Then there was a loud roar amid the violent tremors on the ground. The nearly hollowed out snow-capped mountain suddenly collapsed, and rubble flew everywhere for a while. And the one who created the figurines is Lingtian. At this moment, Weezy was hovering on the top of the original mountain. Standing with his hands behind his hands, he looked at his masterpiece with great satisfaction. The power of this sword was almost as he expected. The 9th soul skill, Ice G Frost. This is a soul skill named after the artifact Ice G Yanxiang. It gathers a large amount of ice power on the Ice G sword in a short period of time, and then cuts it down with the sword towards the target, forming a wide sword curtain with numerous sword shadows. The most powerful thing about this soul skill is that its power has no upper limit. Whether it is absorbing the soul power in Lingtian's body or the power of frost in the outside world, theoretically speaking, if Lingtian and Bingji sword can withstand The impact of energy. This soul skill can continue to be superimposed. Lingtian was very familiar with this soul skill point, because it was with it that he became famous in one battle, and laid the foundation for becoming the ice god. Back then, the Bingji sword had just been forged. Faced with the encirclement and suppression by nearly 100 strong men from the mainland, Lingtian used this move to gather the power of frost in the far north, and then defeated all the besieging strong men with one sword. No one in this world covets the artifact Bingji and Shang in Lingtian's hand. At the same time, because of his amazing results in this battle, he was uniformly called Ice God Douluo by the Soul Master community. Although he had not become a god at that time, he thought he was famous. Everyone knows that there is a strong man close to God in the far north, and in the next hundreds of thousands of years, human soul masters will no longer dare to invade the far north on a large scale, although the original battle has long been forgotten. But the terrible reputation of the far north has been passed down word of mouth to every generation of soul masters. Taking a deep breath, Lingtian put away his memories. The past is past, so there is no need to dwell on the past too much. He believes that if he starts over again now, he will definitely be stronger than he was before. Bingji and Xuan. Although he was at the forefront of the god realm in terms of strength, he never competed with the gods due to the reconstruction of the soul beast. Now it is time for him to leave his reputation in the god realm. It's also a good way for them to truly understand what the ice god is. Lingtian believes it. This can't be too far away. Ocean, father, god. Amidst the calls of Qian Renxue, Snow Emperor and others, Lingtian landed in front of several people. He nodded slightly towards Snow Emperor and others, but deep down I felt something was wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Congratulations, Ocean, now you are a titled Douluo like me. Qian Renxue smiled sweetly, took 2 steps forward, and naturally held Lingtian's arm. Sister Zua, I know it was you who broke through first. Lingtian saw through Qian Renxue's little trick, and scraped the tip of his nose helplessly. Qian Renxue smiled with satisfaction. By the way, Ocean, what level of soul power do you have now, sister? Zua really wants to know. Lingtian's eyes turned, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Of course, after my soul power reached title Douluo this time, I didn't break through much. Now I'm just about to break through to level 95. Lingtian pretended to be disappointed. Level 95 is not bad. I can't do anything now. Qian Renxue was subconsciously preparing to comfort Lingtian. But when I thought about it carefully, I felt like there was something wrong there. The level Lingtian just mentioned seems to be level 95. 90. Level 5. Qian Renxue came back to her senses, stared at Lingtian with her beautiful eyes, and asked, what is your current soul power level? Level 95. Lingtian smiled slightly and leaned close to Qian Renxue's ear. You just broke through level 95. It's impossible. Looking at Qian Renxue, who was muttering to himself with an adorable look on his face, Lingtian showed a faint smile on his lips at the same time. Snow Emperor and others also came forward. Father God, congratulations on your breakthrough. Snow Emperor's eyes flashed as he stepped forward to congratulate him, his brows filled with joy. Congratulations, father. Ice Emperor and Ate also congratulated in unison. They and Lingtian are both prosperous. The stronger father god is, the sooner he can return to the god level, and the status of his direct descendants will also increase. Lingtian smiled and nodded, and then asked, where is Xiaobei? Over there. Ate pointed in the direction of the snow-capped mountains. Just when he was halfway through speaking, he suddenly remembered something. His eyes suddenly paused, and then Ate looked twice again to confirm that it was the direction of the snow-capped mountains before finally confirming it. Father God. Ate hesitated for a moment, then said with a strange expression, I think that guy is probably buried under the snow-capped mountains by you. Buried in snow mountains? Lingtian was stunned for a moment, not knowing why. As soon as Ate finished speaking, Emperor Zhu and others also reacted. Then he explained it to Lingtian. It turned out that Ice Bear King Xiaobei was a little sleepy waiting here, So he went to the nearby snow mountain and made a cave, lay down in it, and rested. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lingtian came out, he went straight to the snow mountain. Just cut it down with one sword. Our poor Ice Bear King Xiao Bei was buried in it. The Snow Emperor's beautiful eyes looked at the snow-capped mountains that were already in disarray. He hesitated for a moment and guessed, Xiao Bei, he has rough skin and thick flesh. It must have something to do with it, right? Yeah, I think so. Me too. Sister Zudi is right. I think so too. Soon. Snow Emperor's idea was unanimously approved by everyone. But it's a joke. Lingtian still asked Snow Emperor and the others to go over and take a look. It would be best if they could dig Xiao Bei out of it. Although he has rough skin and thick flesh. But Lingtian's sword curtain just now was no joke. If he really hits the Ice Bear King, even if he is a 100,000-year-old soul beast, he will not be able to bear the pain. By the way, Xiaoxu, take this bottle of elixir as well. After receiving the elixir bottle from Lingtian, Snow Emperor and others swept toward the snow-capped mountains ahead. Xiaoshan, are you serious? At the same time, Qian Renxue also came back to her senses, and there was still a bit of amazement in her beautiful eyes. It was simply unheard of to increase the title Douluo level by 5 levels in a row. Qian soul power circulates and holds Qian Renxue's catkins in addition to the warmth in the palm of my hand. I also sensed a powerful soul power. Qian Renxue is now in the realm of title Douluo and can definitely sense the power of this soul power. He is really a level 95 title Douluo. Lingtian smiled slightly. How's it going? Can you sense it now? Xiaoshan, how did you break through? After confirming Lingtian's breakthrough, Qian Renxue became even more curious. There is a little chance in the ice temple. Lingtian smiled and explained. It happened that, when I broke through the title Douluo this time, I happened to break through the 5th level in a row. It's just a small chance that allowed you to break through to level 5. Qian Renxue rolled her eyes angrily. After joking for a while, Qian Renxue suddenly remembered something. She looked at Lingtian seriously and asked, Xiaoshan, when Snow Emperor and I were waiting in front of the ice temple, I heard them mention more than once Father God. Why is this? Well, Lingtian slapped his forehead and then remembered what was wrong. He had just broken through to the title Douluo just now, and like Snow Emperor and the others, he had forgotten that there was Qian Renxue here. If there were one or two inadvertent remarks, it could be said that they were misunderstood and fooled. But now this explanation is obviously not convincing. Chapter 436, Refining the Ice G. Xiaoshan, if you are not convenient to explain it now, it doesn't matter. I can wait for you to explain it. But you can't find an excuse to deceive me. Qian Renxue saw Lingtian's embarrassment and said softly, this is her bottom line. When she can wait for Lingtian to say, but she can't deceive, Sister Zhu. Lingtian's mind moved slightly, looking at Qian's Renxue. Think about it. I have broken through the title Douluo, and no one is his opponent. The identity of my ice god before was for safety. And now with your own strength, there is no need to hide your identity. It is to tell Qian Renxue without any effect. Nowadays, your strength does not need the asylum of others, and you don't need to worry about your own safety. Thinking about the secrets of being God really do not need to continue to hide. Then, tell her now. Thinking of this, Lingtian has made a decision. Nympho, take a deep breath, and Lingtian's eyes are calm. Sister Zhu, the reason why they called my father God because of, but when Lingtian was about to tell Qian Renxue's reason, Snow Emperor, Bingdi and others brought a dirty Ice Bear King to the two in front of the two. Father, we found it. Lingtian turned his head. Looking at the fried Xiao Bei, I couldn't help laughing. It turns out that Xiao Bei is a round body shape, and now it looks more cute. Xiao Bei, what's wrong with you? I was sleeping under that mountain just now, and somehow the mountain suddenly collapsed. Xiao Bei stood up the claws, and his face was innocent. I did nothing, but the mountain suddenly collapsed. I really see a ghost. Looking at the frozen king of the bear, Snow Emperor and others couldn't help laughing. Lingtian, as the creator, was a little embarrassed, and then explained the reason for 3 words. I said how Snow Mountain suddenly collapsed. It turned out to be the reason why the father god, You injured. This is not. The Father God also knows that my skin is thick and thick. That's okay, Lingtian said, and stepped forward to check again. It is determined that there is no problem with the ice bear Wang's I obey, and then I finally let go. Nympho. In addition to playing the ice bear king's I obey, Lingtian turned his head to look at Qian Zhu, sister Zhu here, little sky, to looked at each other. Qian Renxue is still waiting for his answer. Sister Zhu like this. Lingtian looked at Qian Zhu and finally made up his mind, saying, wait for me to re-refine the ice sword. At that time, what you want to know, I will tell you. From 151, but thousands of Zhu smiled and touched the first point. She won't ask the reason. This is the trust of Lingtian. I will wait for you to tell me the initiative. Lingtian stroked the softness of Qian Zhu and then turned his head to look at the Snow Emperor and asked, Xiaoxu, how about the materials that you had collected before? Except for the heart of ice and snow, they are ready to be properly. Snow Emperor whispered. Speaking of Snow, Lisu's hand, spreading her palm to reveal a ring. There is the material of the Lingtian heavy forged artifact. Most of the materials are auxiliary and forging tools. The main materials are selected for the Ice Dragon King Soul Bone and Ice Sword in the Spirit, but a smile on Lingtian's face, and then took the rings that were handed in. Snow Emperor's eyes blinked slightly and asked curiously, Father God, have you found the material that replaced the heart of ice and snow? The materials replaced were not found before the Snow Emperor opened. Lingtian's words turned and said, because I have found the heart of the snow and snow. Nympho heart of ice and snow. Forging materials, etc. Everything is ready. Lingtian is ready to start the recasting artifact. Although his soul power has just broken to the title Douluo, because this soul power comes from his former himself, he does not need to stabilize the soul power as in sense. The core circle of the north, the ice god peak. This is the entire extreme northern place, the highest snow peak. At first, Lingtian was forged to complete the prototype of the ice sword on this peak, and then hid the Bingjian sword in the mountains here until Dacheng. So now I want to repeat Bingyan. The first choice is still at this mountain peak. It is worth mentioning that this is also the place where Lingtian brought Qian Zhu at that time to appreciate the aurora in the extreme northern. Lingtian is alone, standing on the peak. Although Lingtian is experienced in the refiners, it is still very cautious about artifacts. The most important one is the environment. Therefore, in order to prevent any accidents, Qian Snow Emperor, Bingdi, and Abba are now waiting at the foot of the mountain. Call after Changshu's breath, Lingtian called Bingyu. Still the same ice blue sword like the original perfection of heaven. Old friend, this time you make you a super artifact. The fingertips gently brush the Bingyan cream. As always, the cold touch of Lingtian reminded Lingtian's memories of the past. The artifact is also spiritual. Hearing Lingtian's words, Bingyan also trembled slightly to respond. I can't wait to become stronger. The predecessor of the Ice Dragon King. As soon as the words fell, a ice blue figure appeared on the side of the body. After this time and the cultivation of the sea of spiritual spirit, coupled with the feedback brought by the slamming of the soul power during this time, the soul state of the Ice Dragon King and others is much better than before. Like the soul of the soul. I don't want to be a normal illusory before, and it can't last long. Bing Shen, are you ready? The Binglang King's eyes swept through Lingtian and naturally understood his intentions. Lingtian slightly headed the head and said, well, I have broken through the title Douluo. It's time to re-refine the ice sword and integrate your god level soul bone into the sword body. But I have never tried such a refining way, and I need to assist the Binglang King's predecessors. Okay, I will help. The Binglang King nodded, and his expression was the same. Then, now, let's start. After Lingtian took a deep breath, he took out the soul of the Ice Dragon King. It is indeed the soul of the Binglang King. Although it has been placed in the soul guide space for a long time, I can still feel the powerful Langwei. Everything is ready. The refiner officially begins. As soon as he thought, Lingtian hovered Bingyan Shang in front of him. At the same time, the soul power in the body began to surge. Under the rotation of the yin and yang complementary double soul core, the soul power covered the entire ice sword, and the whole body was wrapped in a blue light point among them. There are still some small light spots that are constantly divided from the ice sword point, but the whole process is extremely slow. Point after almost a minute of hour, there is a piece of light spots separated point. These light spots are actually the sword bones of the original Bingjian sword point. The most important step of re-refining artifacts is to eliminate the useless materials in Bingjian cream. The first one is the sword bone of the original ice sword point. In fact, the so-called useless use is just relatively speaking point. When Lingtian was refining the ice sword, the selected materials were absolute boutique on the mainland point, but now with better materials, they can only remove them from the ice sword point. In this way, there is a place to incorporate the soul of the Ice Dragon King into an artifact and improve the artifact level of Qian cream, but the sword bone has long been integrated with Bingyan. Can it be easily removed? So this step is simple, but it is extremely tedious to operate. Point this requires the alchemist to have skills, and at the same time, it must be patient with enough patience to remove them one by one. Point. If you don't notice a little, it will affect the final refinery. Building artifacts are destined to be tedious. Fortunately, Lingtian has enough ability and patience. The passage of time has passed 1 minute and 1 second, and it has passed 2 days and 2 nights in a blink of an eye. Point. Bingjian is still wrapped in light. Point. It is just that, because the sword bone of the Bingyan sword is excluded, it can only be seen vaguely through the light group. It is probably like a long sword. Point. The middle Lingtian has been separating the sword bones, and there is no stop at a moment. Point. Despite being in a very low temperature in the north, sweat still can't stop falling from the cheeks, but before it fell on the ground, it was condensed into a small ice crystal. Point. For a long time, the sword bone is separated, and the soul power of Lingtian is constantly decreasing. Fortunately, this is the place of the polar north. In addition, Lingtian is now the title of Douluo of the double soul nucleus, which can maintain the stability of the soul power output. Point. Time continues to pass. The light wrapped in the Bingjian sword is becoming more and more pure. Point. And now the shape of Bingjian Yanshang has changed greatly. Point. At this moment, the light is constantly surging, and the appearance of the sword body cannot be seen. Point. There are countless trivial fragments under the light group, all of which are sword bone fragments that have been decomposed in 2 days and nights. As the last piece of debris is decomposed from the sword body. Point. The original sword bone of Bingjian was completely eliminated from the original cold and light sword. It has now become a group of ice blue light. Call seeing. The Lingtian of this scene wiped off the sweat on his forehead, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Point. Remove the sword bone. Point. It is the most important and most critical step of re-refining the ice sword. Only by eliminating the original sword bone from the sword body can we incorporate the Qian King's bones into it. Point. Seeing that it is finally successful now, Lingtian finally sighs, but it is not time to relax. It is the first step to remove the sword bone. The steps behind the repracticing artifact are also sloppy. Lingtian's arm waved. Point. The blue light group made by Bingji sword in the air began to change. Point. When the light came to the brightest moment, there was a touch of sperm in Lingtian's eyes. At the same time, the right hand quickly opened the jade box with ice and snow heart. At the same time, the cold spirit rhyme in the heart of the ice and snow was led, and a little poured into the light group. Point. Lingtian is now refining the ice sword. Point. The steps are equivalent to skipping the forging materials, fusion, etc., and only need to integrate the Qian King's bones into it, so that it and the ice sword to fit the sword type. And if you want to integrate the two, you need the heart of ice and snow at this time. Point. Only it can improve their fit. Point. This step is much simpler compared to eliminating the sword bone before, as long as the ice and snow heart is integrated into the soul bone of the ice sword and the ice dragon king, respectively. Point. But this is also a fine work. Point. In the process, you need to control the ice sword and the soul of the dragon king at all times, so as to adjust the speed of integrating the heart of the ice and snow, and ensure that the soul bone of the ice sword and the ice dragon king can be in the same state. Point. If Lingtian wants to do this alone, it will inevitably make mistakes. Fortunately, there is the assistance of this Ice Dragon King, Senior Binglan King, rest assured to me. Ice God, the Ice Dragon King nodded for a long time, and at the same time, began to pull the spirit rhyme in the heart of Ice and Snow point, let it be incorporated into its own soul point. Because the Binglan King's soul bone is the one with him, the whole melting process is very smooth. He only needs to keep the same speed as Lingtian. Incorporates the ice sword point, time passed by every minute, and 1 second point. The heart of Ice and Snow is also constantly narrowing. From the original fist size until now there is only the thickness of the fingers. Cu point. Lingtian began to speed up point. The Ice Dragon King also follows Lingtian, and at the same time, improves the speed of melting point. Soon the heart of Ice and Snow quickly decreased, and soon it was completely absorbed by the soul bones of the ice sword and the Ice Dragon King point. The second step of re-refining the Bingjian sword is completed here point. The next step is the last step to decide to succeed. The ice sword that melted through the heart of the ice and the Ice Dragon King is combined with the two, and the combination of a new ice, called Lingtian, calmed down a little, and then looked sharply. The predecessor of the Ice Dragon King can start. As soon as the words fell, the two began to act at the same time point. The first is that Lingtian controls the light and evolved into the shape of a long sword again point. At the same time, the spirit rhyme of Ice and Snow evenly spreads to every place point. The Binglan King also began to quench his soul bone and evolved it into the sword bone needed by the Bingjian sword point. Han Guangling ran. Cold air than the light group made by the Bingjian sword slowly approached the soul of the Binglan King, and then with the degree of fit of the Ice and Snow heart, the two finally successfully gathered together. Next is to need Lingtian to integrate them really together. This step does not need the assistance of the Ice Dragon King. Even if he wants to help, he can't start. Ice. Got, the rest is your own. Well, let's go back to the Sea of Spirit. Rest. The rest is enough. Lingtian is slightly headful. The expression is calm point with the heart of melting ice and snow for so long. Even if the Ice Dragon King is almost the same, this time it consumes a lot of physical strength. So he heard that it was shook and returned to the Sea of Spirit point. At this moment point, the Soul Bone and Bing Yan have gathered together. So far all the preparations for refining Bing Gai have been completed, and the next is the last most critical step. Can it be successfully refined? It depends on the fusion of Bingjian and Soul Bones. As long as the Binglan King's Soul Bone can successfully condense into the Sword Bone of Ice, then re-refining the Ice Sword is already a great achievement. After Lingtian took a deep breath, there was a touch of sperm in his eyes. Chapter 437. The God Realm shakes. The words have just fallen point. The light group in front of me was instantly shining point among them. Bingayu and the Soul Bone began to integrate and integrated, using the Soul Bone as the new Sword Bone. Brand new Ice's breeding point. The integration of this step is because of the help of Ice and Snow. The whole process is smooth point. Soon wrap the Soul Bone of the Binglan King point at the same time, while the two are constantly integrating. The powerful power is also constantly dispersing around, but when the artifact has a spiritual energy impact, when it is about to touch Lingtian, they will take the initiative to go to both sides. Because I was prepared very well before point coupled with Lingtian, it is also the old way, and the integration process is very easy point. Just need to continue to provide soul power from it point. The rest is handed over to time point. Nymphonim founder the Snow Mountain point. Qian Renxue, Snow Emperor, Bingdi and others are still waiting point. Although it has been nearly a week, these Ice and Snow with their strength have no effect point. The surrounding soul beasts have long been killed by several people, and they are basically sent here point. Among them, there are no life beasts who do not know how to live and die, and they are blinded by their eyes. Snow Emperor and others are too lazy to explain too much, and they will deal with them all. They must prevent any factors. Qian Renxue looked at the top of the mountain point. She has a sense of joy in her heart, and she always feels that Lingtian will be done today. Zhao Shan will definitely succeed. Thinking of Qian Renxue's hands together, praying for Lingtian silently in the bottom of his heart point. In contrast point, Snow Emperor and others look much easier. I don't know how much will the Father God improve this time. The scene of Lingtian's first refining ice sword in the past is still vivid. They believe in the ability of the Father and God. Since they intend to re-refine the ice sword, there will be no problems. They gather here, and they are mostly looking forward to the artifact point. Vaguely remember after Lingtian successfully refined the ice sword, the artifact was born point. The powerful coercion spread throughout the entire extreme northern place, making them difficult to breathe. And this time re-refining. The power of Bing Jianjian must be on the next level. And the same is true of the scene. They naturally have to witness them with their own eyes. Nympho, I don't know how long it has been. The sky in the extreme north suddenly changes, rolling the clouds in the air. The lightning thunderbolt is rolling. A ice blue light rises sharply, covering the entire sky in a blink of an eye. The cloud layer is like frozen, turning into ice blue. At the same time, a powerful and extremely ice cold air is centered on the ice god peak, which quickly spreads around the surroundings. The beasts are stunned. In the blink of an eye, the entire extreme north is already included. The temperature of the zero and cold decreased by dozens of degrees. Even Qian Renxue and Snow Emperor, Bing Di and others all felt this chill. Father God, succeed. The artifact is born. The Father God finally forged it. I know you will be able to succeed. Feeling this powerful atmosphere, Qian Renxue and others showed joy. Knowing that it is certainly the artifact. You can have such a momentum. The strong breath is still spreading towards all directions. Even if Qian Ling City, which is far apart, can feel this powerful atmosphere. This is the breath of the Lord. Chen Yu rose in the air, narrowing his eyes, and looking at the extreme north. Vaguely visible a blue light. Is the only northern place in the north. The first 98 level titled Douluo. He is also the first person to sense this power, and he also feels chill in this powerful energy compression. He can bring such a response to Bing Huang Wuhan. Only one person can do it in the entire world. On the Lord, Bing Shenchuanren, Lingtian, can cause such a momentum. It seems that their Lord, this time, it must have achieved a lot of breakthroughs. Eyes are about to fight against the killing capital. At this time, Lingtian can enhance strength. Chen Yu is naturally happy. Belong. Chen Yu, congratulate me. Suddenly, Chen Yu facing the back, bowed respectfully. At the same time behind him, popular, congratulate me. Popular, congratulate me. Snow Hall's digital higher level senior management also stood in the air. After hearing the congratulations of Chen Yu, he also reacted and saluted to the north like him. Look at many soul masters in the sky. You can fly in the sky. At least it must be Soul Saint. It is worthy of the safest city of Keeling, which is known as the most northern place. This is really the case today. Have you heard what is the master? They said. For a while, the unknown business travel in Qian Ling City. Residents stopped, raised their heads, and looked up curiously, looking up at the sound of several soul masters. But compared to the identity on the Lord in the mouth, they obviously pay more attention to the soul masters in front of them. Although they are not soul masters, they have learned about the mysterious soul division world in these years. At least it must be done in the sky. To do it. 4. These people, they are a rare strong one for a century, so of course, the most concerned in their eyes is of course the soul saints. In this way, it was invisible to the power of a wave of Qian Ling City. Nympho, the light is still rising. The artifact has completed the final sword bone fusion. At this moment, the brand new Bing Iron Cream was bred from the lightning thunder. The land of the extreme northern seems to be a sense. Countless ice and snow converged into a pure frost, and then incorporated into the re-refined ice cream. This is a blessing of the extreme north. Bing Yingxin is an artifact that was bred in the city. Now that after Lingtian's refining, it still belongs to the imprint of the extreme north. Suddenly Bing Iron frost is cold and shiny, and it can feel its differences before she sheath. Call seeing this scene, Lingtian's mouth laughed. Just as in the beginning, Bing Ying formed the world to bless for himself. It is really unique to yourself. Whether it is the throne or the artifact of his own, it cannot be related to the help of the great north. Bing Yan Lingtian raised his hand through the light, held the horn of Bing Yingxin tightly, and then took a deep breath to slowly pull it out of the light. From the light. First, the hilt, the sword pavilion, the scabbard, and so on. In the end, Bing Yanshang finally appeared in front of Lingtian. Compare before. Although the body is still ice blue, it seems more restrained at this moment. With a touch of your fingers, Bing blew out of the sheath. Cold light splattered. The bright silver sword colored swords are now covered with ice blue, like a layer of frost in the reflection of the sunlight. This is a new life belonging to you and me. Lingtian holds the Bingjian sword, and at the same time, the soul power poured into it. Suddenly the blade seemed to be activated, and a 5-claw ice dragon winding line was clearly visible. Cut. As soon as the words fell, Bing Yan fell. A piece of ice dragon's virtual shadow followed the sword waves at the same time. It was a few years before the age of a few years, and the air was echoing the powerful dragon groan in the air. It's just a general wave. There is such an amazing momentum. The power of the super artifact can be imagined. That's right. Lingtian. He succeeded. After the heavy forging of the Binglan King's soul bone, the Bingjian sword has jumped into a super artifact. Ice. The god of God is waiting for us. At this moment, the Lingtian Bingjian sword refers to the god realm, and the chest is even more proud. The Bingjian sword also seems to feel the emotions of the sword master. This is a bright light on the sword, the ice and snow that gathers the world, and announce the birth of his own. At the same time, there is a light rush into the clouds. The snow-covered snowy places declare the birth of super artifacts to the heaven and earth. Nympho. At the same time, the divine world. Super artifact was born. This fluctuation is not only in Douluo. Even in the god realm across countless star domains. I feel the birth of super artifacts. You must know that, even if it is a god class super artifact, it is extremely rare. In addition to the 5 great kings, only a few shots are lucky to have a super artifact. Calculating this, the super artifact is not more than 2-digit. And not just super artifacts. Artifacts are also rare. There are no complete artifacts throughout the gods, and there are many people. So don't say that it is a super artifact. Even if it is the birth of an artifact, it can also cause such a scene. But the energy should be weaker. The gods below the king of God are still weak in energy. Therefore, although such fluctuations have attracted the attention of several gods, they can only distinguish that this energy fluctuation belongs to an artifact category, but the strength of the specific artifact cannot be distinguished. This energy fluctuation, is it an artifact? It seems that there is another powerful deity to fly. Being able to master the deities, it seems that the weakest is also a first-class deity. Yeah, I can master the energy of artifacts before entering the divine realm. I'm afraid that there have been only one in the past century. What are you talking about? Ice. Well, be careful. Don't forget which adult. Don't mention more. Speaking of that guy, the guy is also unlimited, who can think of suddenly falling, who asked him to follow his feet. Yes. By the way, Master Douluo's ban should be over, right? Calculate. It's really fast. Unfortunately, the fall of a first-class deity actually only needs to be closed in your own temple for 10 years. What is there? The deities below us, the gods below, are just charging in their rise. By the way, help to expand and maintain the god world also. Disposter. It doesn't matter if you have artifact fluctuations with us. The gods of the gods discussed. Talking. The topic is extended to Bing God's body. After all, in the nearly 100 years of the god of God, it can be used to quote such a momentum. Before he has sword, it is only the ice god. It is difficult to make people compare new. When it comes to Bing Shen, naturally you have to say that you're a god. Thinking of the experience of the ice god, these low-level gods soon meant to be happy. No interest in discussion. The low-level deities in the eyes of the king are just like the humans in their eyes. Nympho. In addition to the many low-level gods in the gods is the god of destruction and the goddess of life of the 2 major kings. The 2 people's attention at the same time looks at the position of energy vibration at the same time. It is also true to this powerful energy fluctuation, super artifact, and in the first time he felt that this power fluctuations belonged to super artifacts. There are only a few gods who have such power in the entire god of God. Today, there are new super artifacts, which is also a huge improvement for the god world. But the destruction and life are not only concerned. In addition to feeling the fluctuations of this artifact, they also felt a very familiar breath. It seems that they have seen this super artifact. But to our kings of God. It is always in the realm of the gods, but that feeling is very familiar. It seems like a friend who once met, etc. Friend. In the long life of the god of destruction, there are not many people who can be called friends, and most of them are now all parts of the gods. It is impossible to cause this fluctuation. The candidates that meet in this way seem to be only one left. Is it thinking of this, destroying the look. Then suddenly thought of something, turned his head, and looked at the goddess of life. Little green eye also feel that the power should be right. It's him, the goddess of life. Step forward. Mei Yan looked outside the starry sky, and then the look of the slightly condensed head was lighted. With a few years of life, the goddess of life naturally understands what the god of destruction refers to, and when he said that he just felt the familiar breath just now. Although this breath is so weak that it is difficult to detect. But the two who have been in contact still feel the breath. The two turned their heads at the same time. Both eyes are opposite to the view. Spit out the same word apostrophe ice. Ha ha ha. It really is the ice god. Get the same answer. A smile on the face of the destruction god, and laughing at the same time. I just say, that guy will never fall so simple. The goddess of life also smiles. She is integrated with her husband and wife, and she also appreciates the ice god. The ice god in his eyes is indeed an excellent descendant god. In that case, he can create the throne to rise to the realm of god. Now the talent is a real reason for making their husbands and wives, and becoming a friend. I did not expect that he could survive from Xiuluo's sword. The goddess of life can't help but feel here. How strong the ability of Shura god is. They are most clear as the kings who reorganize the god of god together under the sword. The vitality is cut off. But now Lingtian is indeed the only accident. It deserves him. Ice god. I didn't expect that guy would take Bing's power on the next level. Alas, when he returned to the god of god, the good day of the shonen guy came to the end. I will think of the expression of Shura god. The god of destruction is a refreshing point, since the Bing Shenan was behind. The relationship between him and Shura is also every time. Although there is a regulation of the two kings of kindness and evil, it is just a clear look. Now I feel the atmosphere of ice god again, and the god of destruction is naturally happy. But when you are happy, the goddess of life thinks. Chapter 438. Shura and destruction. Confrontation. Then the look was slightly condensed, and the beautiful eyes looked at the destruction. Since we can feel the atmosphere of the ice god, I think that, even if it is self-sealed in the temple, I should feel it. Let him know that the Bing god is still alive. The goddess of life did not continue, but the destruction had understood what she meant. A little groaning. The color of the destruction of the gods also dignified. The goddess of life is not unreasonable. The so-called self-proclaimed of Shura god understands what is going on. It is nothing more than the project on the face. If it weren't for his strong requirements, I'm afraid that kindness and evil would have been looking for a reason for a long time, and the Shura god came out of the temple bell to continue to be free. So the fluctuations of this super artifact can be perceived sooner or later. If you continue to investigate, you must find the ice god. At present, the Bing Shen has not re-established the god position. If it is noticed by Shura god in advance, it is not good news. Little green, we have to help that kid. If you want to understand this, the god of destruction is dignified on the side. Well, I know, the husband and wife integrated together, and when the life was destroyed, he guessed his intentions. Bing Shen's energy fluctuates. You cover it first, especially the atmosphere of the Bingjian sword. As for Shura god, I will go a trip. Do you rest assured. The god of destruction explains 2 sentences, then he left in a hurry and rushed to the temple of Shura at all speed. At the same time, the goddess of life waves. The strong power of life is rushing to disperse the breath of the ice god. In this way, unless they are familiar with the two of them and the ice god, it is difficult to distinguish the energy fluctuations of the ice god from it. Nymph on nymph at the same time. The divine world forbidden. This is the place where the golden dragon king who inherited the physical power after the first division was divided into 2. Although it is a ban point, but at this moment he also feels the same. Bing got I really read it right in the emotion that the king of golden dragon has not changed for a long time. There is a rare excitement. Ice god succeeded, although I don't know what the origin of her own, but now Lingtian has successfully evolved the artifact into a super artifact, which is the signal that the plan is about to succeed. Countless years are only waiting. Now seeing the dawn of unblocking, how can the king of dragon king not excite? Ice god, there is not much time left to us, king. of Golden Dragon Wang Changxiu. Drive your own strength and let the original calm forbidden land shake again. Strong energy fluctuations swept the entire band. The seal chain under the surrounding area was shaking, and a series of rushing collisions were made. King Jinlong is impacting the seal. The seal is also suppressing the Golden Dragon King. For a while, the lightning thunder. There are some fluctuations caused by Lingtian. This is the only thing that Jinlong Wan can do now. Try to help Ling Jie's attention, give him more time to improve his strength, and return to the realm of God as soon as possible. Nymph on nymph at the same time. The temple of Shura. The god of Shura in the temple is keeping his eyes closed. The blood red divine power echoed all over, cold, and the spirit of killing was filled with the entire temple. Since he wiped the Bing god from the god of the gods, he has been named himself in the temple, so he punished his punishment for his original unauthorized execution of the first-class deities. Everyone knows that the so-called penalty only gives both sides a step up. To say it is banned for 10 years is more of a show. Maybe he can become a Shura god after a year or two. But having said that but the god of destruction didn't want to give up, so he had no choice but to proclaim himself the god of Shura for 10 years. However, God Shura has no regrets about attacking the ice god, and he will not be shaken, even if he is trapped in the Shura temple for 10 years, and if God Shura is given another chance to choose, he will still take action to kill the ice god as always. This has nothing to do with personal grudges. Everything is for the ideals in his heart. Soul beast gods can no longer appear in the god realm. Even if a first level god cannot shake the divine world at all. This has nothing to do with strength. This is the rule of the god realm. If an exception is made because of an ice god, then there may be gods transformed from soul beasts such as flower gods, thunder gods, and bird gods in the future. Wouldn't the soul beast gods return to the divine realm again after a long time? Of course this is just an idea and may not happen in reality. But God Shura, he didn't dare to gamble. As a participant who has personally experienced the battle between the beast gods and the human gods, that tragic racial war seems to be still close before our eyes. He didn't want disaster to sweep through the entire god realm again. Therefore, even though he knew that he would violate the rules of the god realm, he still had to resolutely eliminate the uneasy factor of the ice god and completely eliminate any possibility of the soul beast reviving. Time passes by now. Before I knew it, 9 years had passed. In less than a month, God Shura's self-proclaimed will be completely over at that time. Even the god of destruction will be unable to stop it. God Shura is still sitting quietly in the Shura temple. Similarly, when Lingtian's Ice G sword was promoted to a super artifact, although there was a delay from the goddess of life, the energy fluctuations were still transmitted to the Shura temple. At the same time as he felt this breath, God Shura also opened his eyes, looking in the direction from which he came. His expression became solemn. The fluctuation of super artifact is a god ascending, or is it a newly refined artifact? Because he is self-proclaimed in the Shura temple, and the god of destruction comes to inspect from time to time. God Shura is still lagging behind on the current news from the god realm. After pondering for a moment, God Shura stood up and walked towards the palace. He planned to go out and see where this power came from. The god of destruction should not come at this time. And as the god of law enforcement in the god realm, he has the right to investigate. Crunch. The door of Shura temple slowly opened. But before Shura god walked out of the hall, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. It is the god of destruction, who is due to arrive just in time. At this moment, he crossed his arms across his chest and blocked the door of the temple impartially. At the same time, he looked at God Shura in front of him and asked in a calm tone, "Shura, where are you going?" "Destruction, you." God Shura frowned slightly, looked at the destruction in front of him, and said sternly, "There are special energy fluctuations introduced into the god realm. As the god of law enforcement, I should detect it clearly. There is no need for you to take action in such a small matter as Shura. As a god king, I will find out for you. You should just call yourself the god of Shura." Destruction said with a calm tone, "Destroy you." God Shura looked unhappy. "What, you want to go against the committee's decision?" The God of Destruction's eyes were cold, and he said without giving in, Shura, don't forget, we agreed to seal the temple to ourselves for 10 years, but now the time is not over yet. I will keep an eye on you, even if there is only a little left. Destruction, you have gone too far. God Shura looked unkind and said coldly, don't forget, I'm the god of law enforcement. Now, remember that you are the god of law enforcement. The God of Destruction sneered twice, and then said tit for tat, then you are good at killing the gods under my command. Why don't you mention the rules of your law enforcement god? In response to this, God Shura was speechless for a moment. Although he had his own reasons, he did violate the rules of the divine world. He couldn't refute this. A moment of silence. God Shura's eyes moved slightly, and he suddenly said in a deep voice, what if I have to go out? The words just fell. The Shura divine sword suddenly flew into the palm of the Shura god with a swish sound. A blood-red divine ring surrounded it, and the cold murderous intent almost condensed into substance. Then, you can give it a try. I haven't moved my muscles for a long time. The God of Destruction also refused to give in. With a gentle wave of the destruction scepter in his hand, a 9-ring purple black light wheel suddenly appeared in front of him, exuding a powerful and endlessly profound aura of terror. All of a sudden, the two divine powers faced each other across the sky. The atmosphere between Destruction and Shura has already become tense. As long as one person takes action, it will inevitably trigger a war between the gods and kings. Destruction and Shura confront each other. Although the two of them had not really taken action yet, the fluctuations produced by their divine power still infected the entire clear sky above the Shura hall. The blood red and black purple divine powers are constantly rubbing and colliding in midair. However, neither of them went any further. They all stood still. Although the atmosphere was tense, the two of them remained relatively calm. He knew what it would mean to the god realm if a fight broke out between the two of them. In the end, after the Shura god was in a stalemate for a while, the blood red divine power finally slowly faded away like a tide. See the situation. The god of Destruction did not continue to fight tit for tat. He also put away a terrifying power of destruction. The originally tense atmosphere disappeared instantly, and the sky returned to its previous clear state. Destruction, I remember it. Before Shura could speak, the god of Destruction said coldly, Shura, let me tell you, as long as there is one day left until the verdict is pronounced, I will be here to watch you all day. You'd better go back to your Shura temple and declare yourself. Destruction, you got. Shura looked slightly angry. But there was nothing he could do about it. 10 years of self-promotion is the penalty imposed by the Council of Gods, although they all understand that this punishment is just a step up. But there is no help but the god of Destruction. If he openly disobeys it, he will destroy the Great Wall. No matter who wins or loses, as long as they fight the god of Destruction, the majesty that the God Realm Committee has finally established will most likely be destroyed. This is obviously not what God Shura wants to see. The god of Destruction urged, Shura, aren't you going back? Destruction, the 10-year limit is not long left. God Shura reminded, but it's not over yet. The god of Destruction looked at Shura proudly and said word by word, as long as it has one more day, you must abide by the punishment of the God Realm. Snort. In the end, although Shura was helpless, he could only retreat to the main hall angrily, watching Shura god retreat. There was a relaxed look on the god of Destruction's face. Even though his attitude had always been firm, in fact he did not want to conflict with God Shura in the God Realm. After all, the impact of the war between gods and kings was unusual, so they still had to avoid fighting. But it went smoothly anyway. This time, I still stopped the Shura guy in the temple, and will not act rashly until the 10-year deadline is lifted. Destruction helps everything it can. The rest is up to Bing Shen himself. I hope he can complete the breakthrough and return to the God Realm before Shura leaves the temple. As long as he is here, Shura will never have another chance to act rashly. Now it depends on Lingtian how long it will take for him to break through. Ice. God, don't let us down. Thinking of this, the god of destruction couldn't help but murmur in a low voice while raising his head and looking into the distance. Everything else is up to you. Then the god of destruction raised his hand, leaving a ray of energy in the Shura temple. Then he left with satisfaction. With this energy, he can sense it immediately. At the same time, Shura was forced to return to the temple. Although he felt helpless, he could only stay in the temple. He knew very well what destruction meant. It will be difficult for him to leave here before the end of his 10-year self-imposed period. Since the fall of the ice god until now, although the Council of Gods has acknowledged the verdict of the good and evil kings, the god of destruction has always been worried about it. However, after calming down for a while, God Shura also realized that something was wrong. Although the god of destruction has been at odds with him since then, the atmosphere has never been as tense as it is today, and is even on the verge of a fight. This is obviously unreasonable. There must be other reasons for Shura to have such a big change. Destroy thinking of this. God Shura's eyes move slightly. In the realm of God Shura, who can become a law enforcement god, is naturally no ordinary person. After thinking for a moment, I began to recall everything that happened today. My thoughts flowed smoothly. God Shura already had a guess in his mind. The main reason why the god of destruction changed this time was due to today's sudden burst of energy, and the reason why he blocked himself was because he wanted to investigate. So, God Shura's eyes paused, and he quickly identified the reason. The root of this matter lies in this energy. There must be some special circumstances the god of destruction didn't want him to know, so he used the judgment of the God Realm Committee to stop him. So what is it that can cause destruction to happen on such a large scale? He even threatened to go to war with himself. Destruction. What are you hiding, God? Shura murmured in a low voice, and his eyes were constantly changing at this moment. He had an intuition in his heart. The things that destruction concealed must be important and closely related to him. Otherwise he would not have come to the door of Shura temple to block it. Guard yourself against prying eyes. The more concealed it is, the more curious Shura becomes. Although it is difficult for him to detect the destruction now, it does not mean that he is helpless as the god of law enforcement in the god realm. How can he be stopped by a temple? What a joke. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439. I'm the Ice God. Thinking of this, God Shura sat cross-legged. At the same time, the blood-red Shura divine sword was pulled in front of him again, and then he waved his arm. The energy enveloped the entire Shura temple in an instant. Without the instruction of God Shura, even the divine consciousness at the level of God King could not detect what was going on. In this way, he can act with confidence. Go. A wisp of Shura divine thought moved slightly at his fingertips and spread along the Shura divine sword to other projections. Long before God Shura established himself in the temple, he has already inherited the Shura gods in various worlds and connected them through the condensed projections of the Shura divine sword, so that even those who claim to be in the god realm can perceive a thing or two. Although the effect and speed are very different, it is still a source of information after all. This is not completely isolated from the world. The breath just now should have come from the lower realm. Although it is not troublesome or a waste of time to find it this way, God Shura has no other way now. We can only carefully deliver the news from world to world. Furthermore, one must pay attention to fluctuations in divine power and not attract the attention of the god of destruction. But counting the days, his self-proclaimed time is coming to an end. By then, by putting all the information together, we should be able to know what the god of destruction is hiding. The fluctuations that occur in the divine realm do not involve the lower realm for the time being. After the Bingji sword was successfully promoted to a super artifact, Lingtian was the most excited about it. Super artifact. It is also extremely rare in the entire god realm. In this way, he will be more confident in dealing with Shadian than before, and when it comes to killing the palace, they have also changed now. The city of Killing, under the bloody abyss, Shadian lost troops and generals in an operation against the Qian Dou Empire and Lingtian, and several titled Douluo fell as a result. Now the only titled Douluo left is Jish, who is in charge of the Xingluo Empire. Fortunately, everything is going well in the Star Luo Empire, and G-Snake will be able to take full control of it soon. This is one of the few pieces of good news nowadays, except for a small part of the palace members of the Killing Palace in the Qian Dou Empire, who remain in the empire to continue to investigate the situation. Most of the palace members have evacuated to the Star Luo Empire to fully assist Jishi in carrying out plans to accelerate and completely control the entire Star Luo Empire. Speed. Since the Qian Dou Empire cannot be taken down. They can only change their goals first and take down an empire first. And besides that, it's time for the leader of the Killing Palace, Zhu Zedui, to come out of seclusion. Killing Palace, in the secret room, level 99. Only the last step left. Zhu, when he opened his eyes, a ray of light burst out from his eyes, and at the same time, a powerful aura rushed out towards the surroundings. After several years of dormancy and hard work, the day of harvest has finally arrived. Zhu Yi slowly clenched his fists, feeling the hard-won power. This is the power that belongs to peerless Douluo. Moreover, Zhu Yi's level 99 is not just an ordinary level 99. As long as he can obtain the divine inheritance, he can immediately become a real god. Now he is one step away from truly becoming a god. Become a god. Thinking of the goal that I once envisioned in the distance. Now I can finally see the dawn of realization. Even Zuzu, who never expressed his joy, could not hide his joy. The power of the gods, that's what he wanted in his life. Douluo. Dali will be our palaces, asks Zhu. When he stood up and opened his arms, speaking in an arrogant and confident tone. The words were not spoken yet. Zuzu, who was still thinking about the future, suddenly had a black-purple energy appear on his body, and then the energy gathered more and more in front of him, finally converging into a purple figure. Zhu Yi, why did you come out, Zhu? Yi raised his eyebrows, but no unexpected figure appeared. It seemed that he had already understood the figure when he saw it. I just sensed a powerful force, but I wasn't very clear about it. The purple figure did not pay attention to Zhu Yi's attitude, but reminded him meaningfully, now that your soul power has reached the requirement, don't forget the agreement between us. Becoming a god is my ultimate goal, Zhu Yi said calmly. We have the same opinion on this point. It's good that you haven't forgotten. The purple figure nodded and said, after everything is done, the Rakshasa god's throne belongs to you. Now that you have exceeded level 99, it is time for us to start our next step. The Rakshasa god's throne can only be controlled by Rakshasa god. The true identity of the purple figure in front of Zhu Yi is the projection of Rakshasa, the first level god in the divine world. I have laid out plans for both the Star Luo Empire and the Qian Dou Empire. However, I didn't expect that the Heaven Dou Empire would let the descendant of the Ice God take over. Fortunately, everything is going well in the Star Luo Empire. Zhu Yi couldn't help but sigh and said with regret. Originally, according to his plan, this time he would definitely have the two great empires of Qian Dou and Star Luo under his control. Unexpectedly, there was a variable besides Lingtian. Just by virtue of his status as a member of the Qian Dou royal family, he secured the throne of Qian Dou. The descendants of the Ice God are quite troublesome. When it came to Lingtian, Rakshasa God also felt a little troublesome. I originally thought that I would kill the Ice God with the power of thunder when he had not yet risen, but I don't know what happened in the middle. But let the Ice God die and live again. It was a blow to Zuzu's power today. Lingtian has full wings. He has repeatedly ruined their plans and is a veritable thorn in his side. If the descendant of the Ice God is not dealt with, and he interferes with his plan to provoke a fight, to purge the continent's gods, unexpected situations may easily occur. After all, the power of gods is not easy to deal with. Moreover, now that most of Shadan Ming's apparent strength has been depleted, it is even more difficult to deal with the grown-up descendant of the Ice God. And the key is that he has the help of angels and descendants by his side. Through Bibidang, they also learned many secrets of Wuhan Palace. He also knew that there was a complete divine inheritance belonging to the angel god in the Wuhan Palace. If they joined forces then, thinking of this, the Rakshasa god showed a cruel look on his face. No matter what, we have to get rid of that guy first. What do you want to do? Faced With Zhu Yi's inquiry, the Rakshasa god was also undecided point at present. The successor of the ice god is no longer a soft persimmon who was carelessly needed at the beginning. With the support of Snow Palace, Kibeo Glazed Sect, Qian Dou Empire and other forces, he has become a considerable force. You should be able to solve it, right? No matter how fast the descendants of the ice god practice, they should not be as good as you. Rakshasa, we need help. After thinking for a moment, Zhu Wei suddenly said, helper, that's right, it's a helper, Zhu Yi said in a calm tone, although I'm strong enough to deal with it, you are also aware of the current situation of killing the palace. And eradicating the belief in all the gods in the mainland is not a simple matter. You can't let me handle it all by myself, right? Then, who are you going to find? Marshal. Spirit Hall is a matter of inheritance of the divine throne, and nothing should be done carelessly. Before the spokesperson of the angel god falls, this is not the best time to expose her. The Rakshasa god thought of Bibi Dong and immediately reminded Zuzu. Zhu Yi shook his head and said, I'm not talking about Wuhan Palace. That woman is still useful. If I keep her, then who are you looking for? The Rakshasa god was slightly stunned, a little confused. Besides Bibi Dong from Wuhan Palace, who else could Zhu Zui like? Ha hooray. Meaningful smile appeared on Zhu Yi's face. Just when the Rakshasa god looked suspicious, there was a rush of footsteps in front of the secret room door, followed by a man half kneeling in front of the door, reporting respectfully, Palace Master, Tang Heo has arrived. Take him to the main hall and wait. I will arrive soon. Yes, Palace Master. Another sound of footsteps faded away. Zhu Yi turned his head to look at Rakshasa and smiled calmly. Our helper is already here. Do you want Haoshan sect? Rakshasa was not stupid either, and quickly understood the profound meaning of Zhu Zui's words. Now that 2 generations of Haoshan Douluo have gathered in the killing city, why don't we use the remaining Haoshan sect? After all, they are all sects with the best martial arts spirit in the world, so they should have some fighting ability. Zhu Yi smiled meaningfully. Haoshan sect. If you didn't tell me, I would have almost forgotten that guy is also from the Haoshan sect. If he can pass the test of God Shura, that guy's strength is indeed not weak. Rakshasa nodded and agreed with Zhu Zui's suggestion. Tang Chen left a deep impression on him back then. If Rakshasa hadn't secretly interfered with the final divine examination, maybe he would have inherited the throne of Shura. When the Haoshan sect is brought under his control, and the Star Luo Empire is about to be controlled, our plan can begin. The first one is to destroy his Qian Dou Empire. Now, the descendant of the ice god is the biggest obstacle standing in front of us. Zhu Wei clenched his fists and a gleam flashed in his eyes. Now that you've made your plans, I'll leave it to you to handle everything. Rakshasa still has great trust in Zhu Jin's ability. After all, he has witnessed the killing palace becoming more and more powerful over the years. If it were not for the sudden appearance of the successor of the ice god, they would have already dominated the entire Douluo continent's faith point. And if it weren't for Zuzu's ability point, it is impossible for a Rakshasa to choose him as a collaborator of the gods. This palace has its own sense of proportion. Zhu Yi responded in a calm tone. Rakshasa just smiled and returned to his body. The moment the Rakshasa disappeared, a dark light flashed in Zhu Yi's eyes, but he quickly returned to his original calm, as if nothing had happened, and he left the secret room, as if nothing had happened. Haoshan sect, Qian Dou Empire, and Rakshasa, none of them can escape, and only the smart ones will be the final winners. At the same time. The far north, the ice temple. The super artifact Bingji was born, and Lingtian finally got what he wanted. Qian Renxue, Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor and others who had been waiting at the foot of the mountain saw this, and came to Lingtian one after another to celebrate the refining and sublimation of Bingji and Shan. Although they don't understand the classification of artifacts, they can sense the strength of the energy. He just got it into the light pillar. They have already felt the powerful energy gestating within it. At the same time, Qian Renxue also looked at Lingtian silently. Quietly waiting for the explanation. Lingtian naturally remembered the promise he made to him before refining the artifact. Xiaoxu, please take them and wait outside for a while. I have something to explain. As he said this, Lingtian glanced at Qian Renxue with his peripheral vision. Yes, Father God, Snow. Emperor's eyes flashed, and then he smiled slightly. Then he took Ice Emperor, Artest, and Xiaobei to the side. No longer disturb the two people's world. Ocean sister. Zua, let's go to the Ice Temple first, but, after letting Snow Emperor and others disperse first, Lingtian took Qian Renxue back to the Ice Temple and told the true relationship between himself and Snow Emperor and others. After a while, Lingtian had no reservations and told Qian Renxue everything, including his rebirth as the Ice God, his true relationship with Snow Emperor and others, etc. Hear the words. Qian Renxue fell into silence for a while. So, I'm the Ice God, A pair of beautiful eyes flash suddenly from time to time, always staring at Lingtian with shock. After a long time, Qian Renxue finally calmed down, so she looked at Lingtian, her little hands clenched tightly and unable to place them, and asked, Ocean, are you actually the reincarnation of the real Ice God, and not the inheritance of the gods like me? Lingtian smiled and nodded. The fact that my soul power can successfully break through to level 95 this time is actually related to the power I left behind before I was in the god realm. Otherwise, I would never have been able to break through so fast, and you and those ferocious beasts in the far north actually know each other. Then, your knowledge of alchemy, formations, and weapon refining are all things you have learned before. Then, Snow Palace is also your backup. This is not the case. The appearance of the Snow Palace can only be said to be a coincidence. Sister Zua, do you still have any doubts now? Wait a minute. My brain is a little confused right now. Let me be alone for a while and collect my thoughts. Qian Renxue waved her hand towards Lingtian, then lowered her head and murmured to herself. Lingtian's explanation was so unbelievable that even Qian Renxue couldn't accept it for a while. She also needs time and space to adjust to this. The man you choose turns out to be the reincarnation of the real Ice God, who can adapt to this kind of thing quickly. Seeing this scene, Lingtian shrugged helplessly. He originally didn't want to tell Qian Renxue so soon, but he didn't expect the plan to change in time. That's all it can do now. With Qian Renxue's endurance, it shouldn't take long to recover, right? I don't know how much time passed. Although the reincarnation of the Ice God was too shocking, Qian Renxue soon figured it out. Their love has been proven by time and setbacks, and every detail of their relationship cannot be faked. The person she likes is Lingtian. Whether he is the real Ice God or has some other identity, this is just a polish on his original identity. It will not affect their love. So thinking about it this way, Lingtian's identity is not that important. As long as she knows that her love is true, that's fine. Chapter 440. Sister Zua is already my fiancé. The person sitting next to her now is not some Ice God, but Lingtian, whom she likes. Thinking of this, Qian Renxue quickly felt relieved and no longer struggled with Lingtian's identity. Ocean, you actually kept it secret from me for so long. Sister Zua, it's just like what you told me before. Qian Renxue smiled sweetly, looked at Lingtian, and said softly, no matter what your status is, you are the one I like. Isn't this what you told me at that time? Why do you think I will be different? Lingtian showed a relieved smile and at the same time gently hugged Qian Renxue with his arms. Is there no compensation for hiding it from me for so long? Have what? Compensate you with labor force? Lingtian smiled mysteriously, then hugged someone around his waist with his backhand. Ocean, Emperor Zhu and the others are still outside. Qian Renxue's pretty face rubbed against her face, and her face instantly turned red. She was so embarrassed that her little pink fist kept hanging down on her chest. Not afraid. Lingtian smiled jokingly and said, our Ice Temple has good sound insulation, so they can't hear it. Ocean, I have to make it up to Sister Zua. 3. The door of the Ice Temple was closed tightly, and there was no conversation all night. After a hearty battle, the room returned to calm. The room with clothes all over the place can still tell the intensity of the battle last night. Qian Renxue slowly woke up. Recalling the scenes that happened last night, Medimu couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lingtian. It's all this guy's fault talking about what kind of labor force is needed. I have been working on it from afternoon to midnight. Even though it is now a titled Douluo level system, it cannot withstand such a long period of time. Qian Renxue still feels sore when she woke up this morning. HMPH thinking of this. Qian Renxue pinched Lingtian in shame. Then, still feeling dissatisfied, he pinched the soft flesh of his waist again. His Lingtian, who had just woken up, looked confused and asked, Sister Zua, why are you pinching me? What did you say? Qian Renxue Feng's eyes narrowed. Hey Lingtian also quickly understood. He raised his hands and gently put them around his waist, saying, isn't this because I have been in seclusion for almost a month, in order to break through the title Douluo and re-refining the ice Qian Shuang? It's really too long. Snort. Lingtian smiled and comforted Qian Renxue. But there is one thing to say, the experience after finishing the work can be said to be refreshing. Finally, all the anger accumulated in the past few days was released. After being intimate for a while, Qian Renxue suddenly remembered something. He reached out and pushed Lingtian away and asked seriously, Xiaoshan, I remember you said yesterday that before you became the ice god, you traveled to the mainland for a period of time in ancient times. Yeah. Lingtian shook his head and felt baffled. Why did he suddenly mention traveling to the mainland? While we were talking, Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and she casually picked up a strand of hair. While pretending to be casual, she asked, then with your ability, you should be very popular with women wherever you go, right? Did you have many girlfriends before? Well, of course. Just as Lingtian was about to brag, he felt a chill the next second. I woke up instantly, bragging about these things in front of Qian Renxue. Isn't this the same as going to the latrine with a lantern and seeking death? Thinking of this, Lingtian lowered his head with a guilty conscience. Just as he met Qian Renxue's solemn eyes, he shuddered subconsciously. That, Sister Zua. Lingtian braced himself and explained, I'm actually teasing you. You have to believe me. How is that possible? Right. Qian Renxue sneered and continued to stare at Lingtian. Sister Zua, that's all in the past. It can't be taken seriously. It can't be taken seriously. I swear, they and I are just friends and there is absolutely nothing that has crossed the line. Qian Renxue still sneered, but her voice became a little louder. Sister Zua, Qian Renxue squinted her eyes and said with a bad look, I haven't said a word from just now to now, but you have explained all this yourself well. Sister Zua, I have something else to do. No, Sister Zua, don't make trouble. Emperor Zhu and the others are still waiting outside. Didn't you say that the ice temple is soundproofed? There was another wave of kinkin walking around the pillar. Smelly. Xiaoshan, just wait for me, Sister Zua, you have a good rest first. I'll come see you tonight, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. Lingtian quickly put on his clothes and ran out of the room quickly. After all, Qian Renxue had wasted too much energy last night. After chasing for a while, her legs became weak and she was panting. In the end, I could only watch Lingtian escape angrily. HMPH she wasn't really angry. Sometimes fights between husband and wife can also enhance their relationship. Respecting each other as a guest is an attitude in marriage. Fighting and fussing are also a kind of thing, and there is nothing to worry about. What suits you is the best. For example, although Lingtian and Qian Renxue are fighting, they also like this way of getting along, and their conflicts will disappear in the middle of the fight. Crunch. Door of the ice temple slowly opened. The snow emperor, ice emperor, Arte and Xiaobe who were waiting outside all gathered around. Father God, where is mistress? Don't worry, everything is explained clearly. Lingtian waved his hand, also indicating his family status. The snow emperor's beautiful eyes were smiling and he congratulated Xiaoxu. Congratulations to Father God for finally finding a good match. Congratulations, Father God. I also congratulate Godfather, Father God, Ice Emperor and others followed closely behind, congratulating Lingtian and Qian Renxue on their happy marriage. Before Lingtian ascended to the god realm, they had been paying attention to the issue of Lingtian's partner, and now they have finally solved the major life issue. It's really gratifying. After a brief exchange of greetings, the Snow Emperor also asked the most concerning question. Father, God, now that you have reached the title of Douluo, when are you going to return to the god realm? Now is not the time. Our enemy in the god realm is very powerful. Even now that I have mastered the super artifact, I'm far from his opponent. As he said this, Lingtian's eyes showed a trace of fear as the law enforcer of the god realm. God Shura has the power to reach the level of a god king. In addition, there is also the super artifact Shura sword as a supplement, which is inherently oppressive to lower gods. Even if he returns to the ice god in a head-to-head encounter, he is definitely no match for Shura. In order to gain sufficient strength, the Golden Dragon King's martial spirit must be strong enough. Only in this way can he push his position as the ice god to the god king, so that he can have the power to fight against the Shura god. And besides that at the same time, Lingtian also needs to expand his power before ascending to the divine realm. Your subordinates also need the support of the gods, otherwise, if one person ascends to the god realm alone, he will be unable to escape the fate of defeat in the end. Although the original trip to the god realm fell, but it also gave him a clearer understanding of the divine world, and he knew that it was far from enough for him to seek revenge with his own strength. The Silver Dragon King is just a cooperative ally, so we can't place all our hopes on them. Let's be realistic. If anything unexpected happens once the war starts, the group of spirit beasts led by the Silver Dragon King will most likely be the first to escape. Because they just cooperate. Their real master is only the Silver Dragon King, and they only recognize the Silver Dragon King. It is impossible to sacrifice your life for the spiritual heaven. Lingtian knows better than anyone that eggs cannot be put in the same basket. So he needs his own power to improve. Just like Chenzi, Qian Renxue, Sword Douluo, Chen, etc. There are many geniuses on Douluo continent, and they all have the chance to become gods. It's just a lack of corresponding opportunities. But as gods, the spiritual heaven can help them find opportunities and increase their possibility of becoming gods. But these are just his assumptions. Searching for the god's throne and sensing the inheritance of the gods requires further improvement in Lingtian's strength, and the soul power level can only be implemented if it truly reaches around Peerless Douluo. Father, God, what do you need us to do? Snow Emperor raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. Continue to improve your strength. Lingtian looked at the confused Snow Emperor and explained, there are many inheritances of gods on the Douluo continent. In addition to human gods, there are also numerous inheritances of beast gods. Father, God, do you want to? Snow Emperor suddenly thought of something, and his beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. Lingtian nodded slightly and said solemnly, if it is feasible, I will let you all ascend to the gods together. But what are the rules of the god realm now? The rules are not absolute, just like Qian Meng now. As long as it is done properly, a soul beast may not be unable to become a god. Lingtian looked up at the sky meaningfully, and then said in a calm tone, you just need to improve your strength now, and leave the rest to me. Father, God, Xiaoxu understands. Snow Emperor was also said to be in agitated mood. Although soul beasts cannot become gods, who doesn't want to really become a god? Especially for someone like Snow Emperor who knows that she is about to reach her limit in terms of soul beast level. She is even more eager to get a new breakthrough and get rid of the trouble of age. Becoming a god is also her dream. But compared to her past self, she also knows some of the secrets of the god realm through Lingtian. Understand that you cannot ascend to the divine realm just by relying on your own abilities, but it's different now. Father God has put the opportunity in front of him, and Snow Emperor must fight for himself. Time flies by. Lingtian and Qian Renxue rested in the far north for 2 days, and it was time to leave to start their next plan. The Snow Emperor also came to the ice temple early to see him off. Father God, does the killing city really not need our help? A hint of worry appeared in the Snow Emperor's beautiful eyes. As Lingtian's most trusted confidant in the past few days, the Snow Emperor also knew Lingtian's next plan for the Killing Palace. You are still standing still in the far north. Lingtian shook his head and explained, The number of title Douluo under our command is enough to handle this time. Besides, Xiaoxu, you are a soul beast after all. If you act rashly, it will easily lead to greater trouble. Besides, the far north is my last trump card. I won't let you take action unless it's absolutely necessary. Xiaoxu understands. Emperor Zhu heard Lingtian's worry and nodded slightly. Then he said no more words. Together they escorted Lingtian and Qian Renxue until they left the far north. Returned to the Qian Dou Empire from the far north. On the way, Lingtian and Qian Renxue went to Qianling City again. After arranging the time to take action with Chen Yu, he took the 3 title Douluo, Chen Yu, Shilong, and Sangsu, and officially embarked on the return journey to the Qian Dou Empire. Luxurious motorcade with 5 title Douluo. The journey back was naturally uneventful, and soon the group returned to the territory of Qian Dou. Zuxing, who had received the news a long time ago, was overjoyed. Lingtian went back and forth for nearly 2 months, and he was the one who struggled to support the government affairs. Now it's finally time for him to return to the empire. He was finally able to let go of these complicated political affairs. At the same time, what concerned him the most was the engagement between Lingtian and Qian Renxue. He hasn't forgotten. The original purpose of the two people's trip this time was to go to Wuhan Palace to get engaged. However, because Lingtian and Qian Renxue were traveling in secret this time, he did not make any big announcement about their return. He only prepared a sumptuous family dinner in his house to welcome the 2 children. Qian Dou Empire, the inner courtyard of the prince's mansion. The family gathered around the round table happily. Father, mother, Lingtian raised it first and then looked at Zuxing. He smiled and said, the Qian Dou Empire during this period is thanks to my father's care. I have kept a copy of all government affairs during this period in the prince's mansion. Zuxing nodded, pretending to be reserved. In fact, when I saw my son's thanks, I felt very happy and proud. I was finally able to help my children. After 3 rounds of drinking. It's time to get down to business. China, Xiaoxu, Princess Ningyu looked at the 2 of them with her beautiful eyes, put down Kuazi, and asked slightly nervously, what is the opinion of Wuhan Palace regarding the matter of your 2 children? Ahem. Although Zuxing didn't speak, but his eyes were also looking at the 2 of them, paying attention to everything at all times. For the couple, at this age, the most important thing they care about is their children. Coupled with Lingtian's current status, marriage is naturally a top priority. Lingtian looked at Qian Renxue with a smile. Sister Zua, should I tell you, or should you tell me? Say as soon as he finished speaking, the latter's pretty face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head shyly. Lingtian smiled slightly, and at the same time, took the initiative to take Qian Renxue's jade hand, walked to Ningyu and Zuxing, and at the same time, took out the marriage certificate signed in Wuhan Hall. This is our engagement letter. Sister Zua is already my fiancé. Looking at the silent couple, Lingtian smiled slightly. Why, Dad and Mom, aren't you happy? I'm happy. How could my mother not be happy? Ashina is finally engaged now. But Zuxing and Ningyu both had genuine smiles on their faces. Chapter 441. Titles gather together, the capital of slaughter. Although the couple had already made speculations, when they saw the 2 children coming back together, they still couldn't help but get excited when it was actually confirmed. Especially Ningyu. The more I look at Qian Renxue now, the more pleasing I feel. Come on Zua, come here. Aunt Hey, come here quickly. Let me take a good look. Ningyu wanted to subconsciously ask Qian Renxue to change her words, but as she spoke, she remembered that China had mentioned to her before the meal that Qian Renxue's child had a tragic life experience in the same year originally. According to the customs here in Douluo continent, the names of relatives of both men and women would also change accordingly after signing the marriage contract. Just like before, when Lingtian was in Wuhan Hall, he called Qian Renxue Grandpa Qian Daoli the same way. But now that we are here in Lingtian, it should be the same. But everything is special. For Qian Renxue, the 2 words parents are more than just a title. Although she has a noble status as the saint of Wuhan Palace. But after all, He is still a child who has never received the love of his parents. Even her nominal mother was more hostile to her, so Ningyu knew that her mother was still a hurdle that Qian Renxue couldn't get over. Therefore, I love Qian Renxue even more. Naturally, he would not take the initiative to uncover her scars to Ningyu. It doesn't matter what you call her, as long as the two children are happy. Seeing the harmonious scene between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, Lingtian also had a smile on his lips at this time. Zuxing also stepped forward and patted Lingtian on the shoulder and said with a proud face, "Xiaoshan did a good job. As a father, I know you can do it." Father Lingtian touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. Unfinished. Zuxing sneaked up to Lingtian and asked with a gossipy face, "Tell me the truth to my father. Is there anything in Wuhan Palace that's giving you a hard time, Grandpa? Qian is quite easy to talk to. We got engaged on the third day after we arrived at Wuhan Hall." Lingtian smiled slightly. From the beginning to the end, except for the initial temptation, Qian Dou maintained a supportive attitude towards their relationship, otherwise they would not have been able to complete the engagement just 3 days after arriving at Wuhan Palace. Well, he quite supports us. Hahaha, Ashina is still good enough. Zuxing laughed with satisfaction. Qian Renxue is not an ordinary girl. His son was able to chase down the saint of Wuhan Palace, which made him, as a father, very proud. If you mention it outside, it will be more face saving. Only his son could turn a tense enemy into a wife. Lingtian and Qian Renxue got engaged successfully. Zuxing and Ningyu were as happy as the two parties involved. Although they were worried about Qian Renxue at first. After getting along with each other for this period of time, they also saw that there was true love between the two, and they sincerely hoped that the two could get together. Now it has fulfilled their expectations. The whole family is enjoying themselves, and the atmosphere is particularly warm. The trauma Qian Renxue suffered in her native family also found warmth at this moment. Oh my god. Suddenly, Ningyu remembered something, turned to look at Lingtian, and asked insinuatingly, "Now that you and Xiaoxu have agreed to get married, when are you going to hold the wedding together?" "Yes, Shina, now that we are engaged, it's time to put the wedding on the agenda." Zuxing also echoed from the side. Lingtian, who had long guessed that he would be urged to get married, smiled slightly and said, "Sister Zua and I have already thought about the wedding. After all, Sister Zua's identity is the saint of Wuhan Palace. Since she is getting married, she has to announce it to the world. So Sister Zua and I plan to wait for some time and wait for everything to stabilize before discussing the wedding. Is everything stable?" Zuxing frowned slightly, feeling that there was something in Lingtian's words. Lingtian nodded slightly and then said in a calm tone, "Back then, Shadian repeatedly invaded our Qian Dou Empire. It's time to settle this account with them, and in this way, no one in the DPRK will object to my marriage to Sister Zua." Weddings are a lifetime event, and they only happen once. If Lingtian wants to hold a grand and perfect wedding, he will definitely not hide Qian Renxue's identity. So before that he wants to solve all the troubles, whether it's killing the palace or restless questioning among the government and the public, etc. Don't let anything affect their wedding. Zuxing frowned and reminded, "Shina, Shadian has several powerful men at the level of title Douluo. Father, we have quite a few title Douluo here. How many more can there be?" Sword Douluo. Before Zuxing could finish speaking, Lingtian and Qian Renxue looked at each other and smiled, and the next moment they simultaneously unfolded their 9 soul rings, causing the scene to instantly become quiet. Seeing this scene, Zucrossing and Ningyu were stunned. At this moment, there are 18 soul rings. It was floating up and down in front of the two of them and flickering, causing the two of them to rub their eyes for confirmation. Even though it was in front of them, they still found it hard to believe. They knew that Lingtian had unparalleled talent in the journey of being a soul master. But it's not like you can break through to a title Douluo at the age of 16, right? Compared with that, Qian Renxue broke through the ban in her 20s, but they felt that she was much normal. At the very least, he is still in his 20s. You after a long time, Zuxing stumbled and asked, "When did you break through?" Seal. Title Douluo. Just in the past few days, Sister Zua and I have both broken through to be banned. Lingtian and Qian Renxue put away their soul rings and smiled at them. "But The soul ring disappeared. But the previous shock was far from over. Titled Douluo. Since ancient times, the Qian Dou Empire has produced only a handful of titled Douluo. But now when I come to Lingtian, I can break through to the titled Douluo as easily as eating and drinking. China. This made Zhu Crossing even more shocked, and his jaw almost dropped. The Adam's apple has been rolling continuously, and the sound of swallowing saliva can be clearly heard in a quiet environment. After a long time. Zuxing and Ningyu finally came to their senses. After listening carefully to Lingtian's brief description of the situation, Zhu Crossing finally understood that the current situation of killing the palace was indeed the best time for them to take action. Most of the titled Douluo in the killing palace have died. And Lingtian's wings are already full, so it's the best time to take action. So, when the time comes, the affairs of the empire will still have to be left to you. Lingtian added at this time. Yes, my father understands. Zuxing certainly refused to give in to this. After all, besides him, who else is qualified to supervise the country? China. Although we have the advantage now, you still have to pay attention to safety. At the same time, Zuxing patted Lingtian on the shoulder and reminded him sincerely. Lingtian nodded slightly. After such a interruption, the two of them stopped mentioning the wedding. After finishing the dinner in a hurry, we started busy making arrangements before the walk. Qian Renxue followed Zuxing to deal with the political affairs during this period. Although he was very capable in government affairs, strictly speaking, Qian Renxue was the one who was most familiar with the government affairs of the Qian Dou Empire. Zuxing couldn't make up his mind about some complicated things. Everything is being saved, and we will discuss his solution together when Qian Renxue comes back. And Lingtian also has his own matters to deal with. In order to ensure that this plan was foolproof, he decided to go to the Kibao glazed sect to borrow someone. Sword Douluo who masters the 7 killing sword has extraordinary strength and is the only choice. The purpose of Lingtian's trip was to persuade Ning Fengxi to send Sword Douluo to help destroy the killing palace. Time flies by. In the blink of an eye, it was already the agreed time to take action. Regarding Lingtian's request for Sword Douluo's assistance, Ning Fengxi agreed without any hesitation. When the Qian Dou Imperial Palace incident happened, they were considered to have a grudge against Shadian. Now that they are coming to siege the killing palace, Ning Fengxi must of course help. In the prince's mansion. The 6 titled Douluo, Lingtian, Qian Renxue, Sword Douluo, Chengxi, Snake Spear, and Blood Piercer were already ready to go. The people who saw them off were the Zuxing couple and the national master Ning Fengxi. China, you are the head of a country now. Please pay attention to the safety of you too. China, please pay more attention along the way. After another warning. Lingtian nodded in response and then walked up to the crowd. A pair of icy eyes looked around at everyone, and then a sparkle burst out in their eyes. Everyone, it's time for us to set off. Promise. Lingtian unfolded the ice phoenix wings behind his back and turned his head to look at Qian Renxue beside him. Sister Zua, let's go. The two looked at each other and smiled. Then Lingtian held a pair of catkins, and the wings behind them spread out at the same time, taking the lead to fly in the air and walk side by side. Let's follow. As soon as he finished speaking, Chenzi, Sword Douluo and others used their own methods one after another, followed closely behind. Under the watch of everyone, the 6 people flew away. After a while, the group of people completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Ning Fengxi put his hands behind his back and said slowly, I hope everything goes well on this trip. Now that the Heavenly Dou Empire is entrusted to you and me, it is inevitable that I'm not strong enough, so I would like to ask the National Master to give me some advice. Zuxing withdrew his gaze and slightly raised his hand to Ning Fengxi. Since His Highness the Prince has such trust in me, Ning will definitely not let down His Majesty's trust. Then, please, Imperial Master, Your Highness, please. The two looked at each other and smiled, then walked towards the prince's residence. The original conflict between Zuxing and Ning Fengxi was all because of the crown prince position of the Qian Dou Empire. Now that Lingtian, who has an extraordinary relationship with them, has ascended the throne as emperor, the previous conflicts caused by the position of the prince will naturally disappear. There are no permanent enemies in the adult world. only interests come first. Point at least now Zuxing and Ning Fengxi are on a united front. Point Lingtian, Qian Renxue and a group of 6 people are all titled Douluo. Point naturally, the speed of the journey is not slow. Point in less than a week, the group of people had arrived at the location they had set before. Point and here it is. The title Douluo from Wuhan Palace and Snow Palace have also been waiting for a long time. Your Highness, my lord, the leaders, Golden Crocodile Douluo and Chen, stepped forward at the same time and saluted Qian Renxue and Lingtian together, including the subordinates. There are a total of 4 titled Douluo in the Snow Palace, and they are all here now to obey the orders of the Lord. Chen Yu introduced with cupped hands. Your Highness, we also have 4 people coming from Wuhan Palace. Golden Crocodile Douluo also reported. Point at the same time, while the 2 were talking, the 3 priests from the Wuhan Palace and the 3 elders from the Snow Palace all stepped forward one by one and saluted Lingtian and Qian Renxue. Point the title Douluo led by Chen Yu and Jin Crocodile are both very powerful. Point each one is above level 95 and can be regarded as the best among titled Douluo. Sorry to trouble you, seniors. Lingtian and Qian Renxue smiled slightly. Point this is the advantage of having a big tree at your back. Point Snow Palace and Wuhan Palace. Point they are all the top forces on the continent today. Point 8 peak Douluo experts are enough to destroy the first-rate sect forces. Only they can dispatch it. A few people chatted for a while first. Point then Lingtian walked up to Chen Yu and asked, Mr. Chen, you arrived here earlier than us. What is the situation in the killing city these days? Nothing has changed for the time being. Chen Yu shook his head and said. Point they have been keeping an eye on Shadian for the past few days and nothing special has happened yet. Lingtian nodded slightly. Point then everyone was allowed to rest in the town for a while. Point at the same time, Lingtian gathered Qian Renxue, Chen Yu, Jin Crocodile, Chenzi, and Shenzhen together to discuss when to set off to enter the killing city. So I decided to set off tomorrow and march into the killing palace. Lingtian looked around and asked, okay, what other ideas do you have now? The Grand Priest has orders, and our spirit hall will all obey His Highness's arrangements. Golden Crocodile Douluo spoke first on behalf of the forces in the spirit hall under his command. Looking at Qian Renxue, subordinates, obey the command of the Lord. Chen Yu followed closely behind, marking the viewpoint of the Snow Palace. The same goes for being a teacher. You can make the decision. Sword Douluo also nodded, supporting Lingtian's opinion. Qian Renxue also calmed down. Point seeing that everyone's opinions had been unified, Lingtian didn't waste too much time. In this case, we will set off tomorrow. Then he looked at Chen Yu and ordered, Mr. Chen, I would also like to trouble you to send a few strong men to keep an eye on the situation in the killing city. My subordinate understands. Chen Yu nodded slightly in response. Point Qian Renxue also ordered, Grandpa Jin Crocodile, you should also send someone to work with the people from Snow Palace. Yes, after all, Golden Crocodile Douluo is from Wuhan Palace. Point although Qian Renxue said everything would be subject to Lingtian's arrangements, it was more appropriate for her to say so. Point soon, the group of people dispersed. Point they began to arrange their manpower according to the instructions Chen Yu sent to titled Douluo with the most outstanding reconnaissance abilities to set out. Point as for the reconnaissance mission at Wuhan Palace, it was no surprise that it was handed over to two titled Douluo, Shilong and Thornblood. Point there are 4 people in the group responsible for keeping an eye on the situation in the killing city. PS. Recently, the paper has been reduced in weight, and the updates are all coded out when the paper is reduced in weight and fatigue. Therefore, before the paper is finalized this month, there may be a sudden break in updates one day. Please forgive me. Point then I'm not sure about the new time. It mainly depends on the author's time. Chapter 442. The background of Lingtian Hall. They don't need to take action. Point just keep an eye on the killing city and report the situation in a timely manner. Lingtian and others were also not idle. Point because their first choice was the killing palace station, and among the titled Douluo present, the one they knew best was Ice Phoenix Douluo Chenzi, so she was needed to introduce him to everyone. Point you don't need to know everything about Shadian, but you still need to have a basic understanding. Point in The blink of an eye, day and night alternate. Genius has just dawned. Lingtian had already set off with a group of title Douluo. The first thing is to naturally meet up with the several title Douluo who were sent out last night. After learning that everything was normal in the killing city, Lingtian also began to formally carry out the action plan. First, this large group of them must not be able to arrogantly enter the killing city. There are all powerful title Douluo people in Lingtian's team. Even if they are a fool who bumps into them, they will know that there must be something wrong. So they decided to take another entrance point. That is where the people from the killing palace entered the killing city. Sister Chenzi, let you lead the way. Yes, the morning light is gentle. Then he led everyone around the killing city in front of him until he stopped in front of a mountain range on the back. Then he flipped his wrist and took out a killing palace style token. It seems like Lingtian looked at the surrounding environment. A flash of memory flashed in his eyes. My lord, your guess is correct. This is the place where you left the killing city. At the same time, the passage from into the killing palace is also here. That's it. Lingtian nodded suddenly. No wonder he was blocked by the rats from the killing palace. As soon as he left the killing city. At first he was still puzzled. It turns out that both channels are here. As he spoke, Chenzi stepped forward. It wasn't until he stopped in front of a pile of inconspicuous rubble that Chenzi leaned down and placed the palace killing token in his hand into the groove, hidden by dead branches and leaves. In the center, then, Chenzi signaled everyone to take 2 steps back. Boom. There was a dull sound as the rocks cracked, revealing the passage hidden behind. My lord, this is it. After saying that, Chenzi walked in first. Lingtian nodded slightly. Then they followed closely behind Chenzi. At the same time, Qian Renxue, Chenzin, Chenyu, Jin Crocodile and other title Douluo also followed the steps in front and filed in. After a burst of footsteps. After a while, the rocks closed again from left to right. As always, it's like nothing happened. The mountains were calm again. In the passage. The group of people followed the morning light and gradually went deep into the killing city. Soon they sensed a chaotic aura of coldness, evil, and murder. At the same time, their soul power was also restricted by the city of killing. However, Lingtian had already responded to this long before entering the killing city. He asked Chenxi about the situation in the killing palace. After learning that the people they killed in the palace entered the killing city, the tokens would help them relieve the influence of their soul imprisonment. Therefore, Lingtian checked the token. As a master who has already established his own sect in the art of weapon refining. Soon after completely decomposing the token, Lingtian also discovered problems with the token. It turned out that someone was refining this token. A special breath was deliberately added to it, which is somewhat similar to the realm of the god of death. It is precisely because of this special breath that the soul power of the people in the killing palace will not be affected in the killing city. This interested Lingtian very much. Even if they expand their own ice realm, it can also help them offset their oppression. But this will also limit their scope of activities. Definitely not as good as having a token in each hand, and you can act more flexibly. Therefore, inspired by the killing palace token, Lingtian also began to try to separate part of the domain. If it were an ordinary title Douluo, even Qian Dou and other peerless Douluo couldn't find the reason and couldn't do anything about it. But this is not difficult for Lingtian. Soon he used the same method to successfully create a batch of similar tokens and at the same time replaced the breath with the ice realm to resist the rules of the killing city. Returning to the current passage, Lingtian reminded everyone to use the tokens, inject soul power into the token. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone took out their token. Soon, a ray of energy from the ice realm emerged from the token and then formed a dull light curtain. As the cold energy enveloped everyone, they also sensed the soul power again. The power that was originally suppressed returned to their respective bodies. It was exactly as Lingtian guessed. As long as a part of the breath of the god of death domain is injected into it, it can offset the rules this way. Their next actions will be much easier. It is not necessary for everyone to follow Lingtian and be limited by the influence of the domain. Moreover, This light curtain belongs to the realm or a point. The battle will not be affected by situations such as fragmentation due to the ripples of the battle point. Under the leadership of Chen Zi Point, the group of people quickly passed through the corridor and entered the bloody abyss in the deepest part of the killing city. It is also the only main hall of the killing palace in Douluo continent. Point on the way, I also met the disciples of Shadian who were patrolling, and their soul power was basically at the Soul Emperor's control point, but before they could find out, they were instantly eliminated. Point the strength of a titled Douluo is no joke. Point in their eyes, the Soul Emperor is the same as an ordinary person who has no strength to restrain a chicken. He can be easily dealt with by raising his hand. There is not much difference. Point as for the soul guidance devices used to resist intruders on the way, in front of Lingtian, the soul guidance device master, they were all destroyed one by one, and had no effect at all. Point soon. Point under the leadership of Chen Zi Point, the group finally arrived in front of Shadian Point. They have all arrived here, and of course it is inevitable that they will be discovered by the guards of the killing palace, who, they, are all unfamiliar faces. They are not our people. Kill them, go ahead, get rid of them, kill all. Of a sudden, the guards of the killing palace screamed for a killing, and all of them activated their martial spirits and rushed over. But then again, point they have already reached the entrance of the killing palace. What does it matter? Even if they have been noticed, there is no need for Lingtian and the others to take action. Point Shilong and the two stabbing men were able to eliminate all the obstacles in front of the door in an instant. The guards of the killing palace who had originally been shouting for death were all lying on the ground with blood flowing like rivers. It goes well with the bloody sky here. Point everyone walked to the killing hall. Point looking at the majestic hall shrouded in blood in front of him. Lingtian's eyes became complicated at this moment. Point, but he was not attracted by the spectacular and grand sight in front of him. Point instead, I thought of past memories. Kill the palace, from the capital of killing to the Heaven Dao Empire. Point along the way, I have developed a deep grudge with Shadian. Point when he faced the siege of the killing palace titled Douluo outside the killing city, the Golden Dragon King was forced to transform into his second martial spirit in advance in order to save himself. Point at that time, he had already made up his mind to destroy the killing palace. Point now the offensive and defensive momentum has changed. Point it's time to fully understand this grudge. Cool thinking. Of this, Lingtian took a deep breath, and a cold light flashed in his cold eyes. My lord, everyone, let's do it, promise, yes. The words just fell. Point one after another, the terrifying soul skills bombarded the gate of the killing palace. Point the palace gate, which was originally as solid as a city gate, turned into dust in an instant. Point except for Jin Crocodile, Chen Yu, Qian Renxue, Sword Douluo, and Chen Zi standing beside Lingtian. The other 8 titled Douluo rushed into the hall in the blink of an eye. Intruder. There is an intruder. Who rushes into the killing palace? Are the guards at the door blind? Run. Run away. Yes, it's a titled Douluo. We are no match. Run. Run quickly. Quick. Go inform the elders. Everyone in the killing hall who originally wanted to resist. Point the moment they saw the 9 soul rings displayed by several people, the morale they had finally built up instantly collapsed. Point the pitiful howls could be heard endlessly. Point within a moment, the entire killing palace was covered in blood. Point, but Lingtian and others did not take action. Point they are waiting. Point long before going here, Chen Zi analyzed the situation of killing palace with them. Point as we all know, the strongest combat power of the killing palace is the 6 titled Douluo named Rat, Yin Tiger, Chen Dragon, G Snake, Mal Rabbit, and Chao Ox. Point, but actually this is not complete. Point you must know that when Shadian and Zudian separated, they took away 2/3 of the strong men. Point later on, they faced an encirclement and suppression by the entire continent, killing most of them, but there were still many strong ones. Otherwise, it would be impossible to retreat to the killing city intact and maintain a balance with each killing king for thousands of years. Therefore, the number of titled Douluo that Shadian controls is definitely more than just the 6 of them. Point there must be some hidden content. Dawn can confirm this, but she doesn't know how much combat power Shadian hides, and this is the real reason why Lingtian still wanted to take it seriously and summoned more than 10 titled Douluo, even though he knew that the only remaining strong person in the palace of killing was Jishi, a titled Douluo. Point when a lion fights a rabbit, He must use all his strength. What's more, it's Shadian who has always been hiding in the dark. Even if these powerful men were allowed to go on a wasted trip, Lingtian would not give Shadian any chance to make a comeback. Lingtian and others have been standing still. Of course, there were also a few blind people in the killing palace who wanted to kill them through the door, but before they could reach the door, they were frozen into ice by the morning light. In the killing palace. The killing continues. Howls of pain could be heard one after another. No one is their enemy. No matter you are a soul saint or a soul Douluo, as long as you are not a titled Douluo, you are still an ant. Looking at the battle below, Chen Zi's face remained calm. Those who kill will always be killed. The killing palace is a veritable killer organization. Every member, even a 15 or 16-year-old boy, is by no means a good person. Without exception, all of them have blood-stained hands. Therefore, their deaths will not cause any disturbance to Chen Zi. However, Chen Zi couldn't help but frown slightly when she saw the bloody scene of fighting continuing below. If she is allowed to take action, it's just the soul power that condenses these people into ice and then easily solves them in an ice storm. It will definitely not be as bloody as Shilong and the others made the scene. Lord, do we need to take action? It's not the time yet. However, Sujin still shook his head and explained in a calm tone, the current situation, with the strength of Mr. Shi and the others, is enough to crush the soul masters who are killing the palace below, even if we don't take action. But wait and see. Jin's eyes flickered. Sister Chenzi, you also know that our target is not them. My subordinate understands. Chen Zi instantly understood what Sujin meant. He looked at each other with several titled Douluo around him, and everyone nodded slightly. They are here to prevent these members of the killing hall from escaping the main hall. Just by the way, the main purpose is to deal with the old guys hiding in the depths of the killing hall. Just think about it. A force with a long history, the heritage of its subordinates must not be underestimated. Otherwise, Lingtian would not have led so many titled Douluo here. At the same time, while Lingtian was talking to Chengxi, the sounds of killing and screaming below have gradually weakened. Although less than a minute had passed in total, a titled Douluo was always a titled Douluo. Facing their attack, most of the members of the killing palace had been destroyed in less than an instant. Kill, run, escape. Old Shi, leave this to you. I'll deal with those who ran behind. Don't worry, just leave it to me. Zhu saw more than 10 members of the killing hall running towards the main hall at the back. A mocking murderous intention flashed in his eyes, and then after saying a few words to Shilong beside him, he rushed over. Having been partners in the Qian Dou Empire for decades, Shilong and Thornblood also have a tacit understanding. Shilong quickly made up for the bleeding spot. Remember to be careful, Shilong reminded. Although His Majesty and His Majesty the Holy Lady gave orders for them to take action without hesitation, the situation still had to be controlled. I see, Thorn responded and quickly rushed into the hall without a trace of anyone. See the situation. Shilong didn't say much anymore. The black snake spear in his hand expanded instantly, and 2 huge pythons formed by soul power circled around the spear body. Then he just waved it lightly, and dozens of members of the killing palace were killed. For this kind of group combat, Snake Spear is quite good at it. But when it comes to the one most suitable for this type of battle, it's Sudoku. Although he is the weakest among the titled Douluo. But because of the special nature of the Jade Scale Snake's venom, a soul master under the titled Douluo would have no chance of surviving against him. Originally Lingtian seemed to have brought him here together. However, later on, considering that the Qian Dou Empire still needed people to guard it, and at the same time the number of titled Douluo on our side was sufficient, Poison Douluo was ultimately left to guard Qian Dou. Bang bang bang. The sounds of fighting and collisions came one after another. With every muffled sound, several members of the killing hall lost their lives. My lord, basically all the members of the killing palace in the main hall have been cleared away. After a while, a titled Douluo from the Snow Palace came to the side and reported the results of the battle. Well, Lingtian nodded slightly. Just when he was about to speak, in the portal that stabbing blood had just rushed in, there was suddenly a fierce energy fluctuation. Chapter 443. The current you is not your real body. It shook the door so hard that it couldn't help but shake. This is Lingtian. and Qian Renxue looked at each other, and their expressions instantly became serious at the same time. The expressions of Chen Yu, Jin Crocodile, Chen Zi, Sword Douluo and others behind him were also the same. Someone is coming. The words just fell. Just listen to the loud sound of peng. A bloody figure was suddenly thrown out from the doorway into the inner hall like trash. It was so fast that it hit the pillars of the killing hall in the blink of an eye. The whole body is buried deeply in it. Stick. Blood. After decades of friendship, Shi Long recognized this person's identity at first sight. His face immediately tightened, and he rushed forward. If you dare to break into the forbidden area of my killing palace, you will be killed. At the same time, a cold voice came from the portal. Moreover, the sound was not made by one person, but more like it was made by several powerful people at the same time. My lord, your highness the saint, China, Ocean. For a moment, Qian Renxue and others were ready to fight, and at the same time they turned to look at Lingtian. Everyone, please withdraw. As soon as he finished speaking, all the title Douluo retreated one after another. Snake Spear Douluo also held the unconscious stabbing blood and retreated behind Golden Crocodile Douluo. How about the blood pricking? Qian Renxue asked with concern. Although the relationship between Thorn and Shi Long is not as close as that of Shi Long, after all, he is the old man who protects him and the Tian Dou Empire. The injuries are not optimistic. Shi Long shook his head and said solemnly, all the bones in the chest have been broken, and there are countless wounds on the body. His life is in danger. Ocean, Lingtian signaled Qian Renxue not to worry, and at the same time, took out a pill. Old Shi, give this to him. Shi Long didn't have much courtesy when the bleeding situation was critical, and quickly stuffed the elixir into the bleeding mouth. At the same time, 3 figures slowly walked out of the inner hall. Each of them was surrounded by 9 soul rings, indicating their identity as title Douluo. Is this the background of killing the palace? Lingtian half squinted his eyes and looked at the 4 people in front of him. Each one is very strong. Among them, the weakest soul power fluctuation is around 96 to 97, while the auras of the remaining 2 are both at level 98. After a moment of silence, Lingtian turned around and asked, Sister Chenzi, do you know them? I have never seen these people in all the years I have been in the killing palace. Chenzi shook his head, obviously not knowing the identities of these people. Teacher, Mr. Chen, Senior Jin Crocodile, what about you? After saying this, Lingtian looked at the others. However, Chen Yu and Chen Zin also shook their heads. Although Chen Yu lived a long time, he mostly lived in the cracks of the Snow Valley and knew little about the outside world. Although Sword Douluo traveled across the continent, the 3 soul masters in front of him were obviously not figures of his era. I know the one in the middle. However, at this moment, Golden Crocodile was staring closely at the title Douluo in the middle. After carefully confirming that it was correct, he said in a deep voice, this person's name is Lin Li. He was a genius soul master in our era in the past. However, when he later heard that he was at the 96th level, he began to look for opportunities to break through, and he has gradually disappeared since then. I thought he had died, but I didn't expect that he was hiding in the killing city. As he spoke, Jin Crocodile's eyes flashed with a little surprise. Strong people are lonely. The geniuses who were his contemporaries are almost dead. Unexpectedly, he could see a soul master of his generation in the killing city today. And the most important thing is that Lin Li is also a member of Wuhan Palace. Hahaha. As soon as Golden Crocodile Douluo finished speaking, Lin Li stood up across from him. I didn't expect you, Jin Crocodile, to still remember me. Lin Li, why are you here? You actually joined the killing palace? Have you forgotten the promise we made to the Grand Priest, to be loyal to the Spirit Palace? Golden Crocodile Douluo took a step forward and asked sternly, promises are nothing. Lin Li didn't care and said, my soul power was stuck at level 96 for decades. I was desperate and wanted to seek help from Qian Dou, but that old man dismissed me just because my talent was limited. So, you betrayed Wuhan Palace. Whoever can help me improve my strength, I will be loyal to. Lin Li scoffed at the promise and remained arrogant. He is an ultimate egoist and extremely obsessed with improving his strength point. Since Wuhan Palace couldn't help him improve, he would betray him without hesitation. As for him joining the Killing Palace, it was actually a coincidence. When he entered the Killing City alone, but failed when passing through the Hell Road, he came to the Killing Palace by accident. In order to improve his strength and survive, he successfully joined it and became one of the 3 elders of the Killing Palace. Jin. Crocodile. Considering the friendship between my colleagues over the years, I advise you to join me in the Killing Palace. Lin. Li sneered twice and said, that old man Douluo is no match for our palace master now. Palace master, he had suspected before that the Zuzu they killed back then was not necessarily the real Zuzu. If Lin Li didn't lie, then Zuzu. Thinking of this, Lingtian couldn't help but narrow his eyes. His eyes kept flickering. Boy, you talk too much. At the same time, the middle-aged man on the left among the 3 people frowned slightly. Lin Li smiled nonchalantly and said, brother, we are already dead when they see us. No matter how much we tell them, we won't be able to spread the word. Okay, stop chatting. The middle-aged man gave Lin Li a warning look and then said in a deep voice, the 3 of them are all elders of Killing Palace. In the beginning, they were all geniuses who stirred up troubles in the mainland. In the end, they all joined the Killing Palace for various reasons and achieved breakthroughs in soul power. As for the ranking, they were ranked according to their strength point. Although freedom is restricted, it also gains great strength. Weigh the pros and cons in your heart. The master of the palace has given orders that anyone who breaks into the palace and kills them will be killed without mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's cold eyes locked on Lingtian and others, and at the same time, a murderous intent rushed towards his face. When the middle-aged man mentioned the palace master, the 3 of them couldn't help but look serious. No, boss, I have been practicing in the Killing Palace for so many years, and now I finally have a chance to take action. The thin man on the right spoke in a sinister tone. If you dare to insult my grandfather, you are seeking death. At the same time, hearing Lin Li calling Qian Dou old man, Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes instantly showed a hint of murderous intent. If Lingtian and Golden Crocodile Douluo hadn't blocked her at the same time, she might have rushed towards Lin Li by now. Ocean. Grandpa Golden Crocodile, sister Zua, stay calm first, Lingtian said soothingly. Miss Golden Crocodile Douluo looked at Lin Li with murderous intent and said in a serious tone, killing such a traitor will dirty your hands, young lady, so you should leave him to me to deal with. Grandpa Jin Crocodile, you have to be careful. Under the comfort of the 2 people, Qian Renxue also calmed down. Don't worry, Miss Peak Douluo and Peak Douluo are different. As soon as he finished speaking, Golden Crocodile Douluo rushed forward. The goal is to reach Lin Li in the middle. The latter was also unafraid and rushed forward, also possessed by the martial spirit. My lord, leave that title of level 98 to me. Before Lingtian could make any arrangements, Chen Yu took the initiative to ask Ain to confront the eldest of the 3 elders. My lord, the rest. Just when Chen Zi was about to step forward to confront the last elder, Chen Zin took the lead and said, Zio-shan, leave the remaining title Douluo to me to deal with, then leave it to the teacher. After pondering for a moment, Lingtian nodded. He still believed in Chen Zin's strength, and it was no problem to deal with a title that was around level 97. Title Douluo, the #1 offensive type in the mainland, is no joke. The war is about to break out. In the blink of an eye, the 6 of them had opened 3 battlefields. The location they chose was tacitly understood to avoid the scope of the Killing Palace. The 2nd level of Wuhan Hall is dedicated to the 98th level Golden Crocodile Douluo vs the 98th level Ghost Fighter Luo Lin Li, the traitor of Wuhan Hall. The 98th level titled Douluo Chen Yu, the master of the Snow Palace, vs the Great Elder of the 98th level titled Douluo of the Killing Palace. Luo Chengxin, the 97th level sword Douluo of the Kibeo Glazed Sect, vs the 3rd elder of the 97th level titled Douluo of the Killing Palace. Although the current sword Douluo has not experienced the calamity of losing his arm, With Lingtian's help and different insights on the sword, he has also improved his strength and broken through to the 97th level title Douluo, the power of peak Douluo Lord. What about us, Zhao Ocean? Where are we going? Along with Jin Crocodile, Chen Yu, and Chen Xin, the three titled Douluo each fought against their opponents. Lingtian was left with only two high-powered combatants, Chen Zi and Qian Renxue. Point apart from this, let alone the remaining ordinary titled Douluo, they cannot intervene in the three battles outside now due to their strength. The only thing they can do is to clean up those soul masters who killed the palace. Lingtian's eyes looked deeply into the depths of the killing palace. Just when the three elders of Killing Hall came out, Lingtian sensed a different wave of soul power in the depths of the hall. Although it was very weak, it was stronger than the three of them combined. There should be only one person in the killing palace with this level of soul power. Thinking of this, Lingtian's eyes became determined. Come out, Zuzu. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly said, I have sensed the fluctuations in your soul power. Here. This Qian Renxue and Chen Zi turned their heads at the same time, looking at the dark passage with wary expressions. Bang bang bang. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of applause in the passage. Then a figure walked out slowly, and it turned out to be Zuzu, as Lingtian had guessed. Zhu Yi, Palace Master. At the same time, Qian Renxue and Chen Zi shrank their beautiful eyes. They never thought that Zhu Wei, who had fallen long ago, would appear here today, but Zhu Yi's attention has always been on Lingtian. Look around and see everything. After a long time, he praised and said, you are worthy of being the successor of the ice god. You are indeed still alive. Lingtian's eyes moved slightly. Although I had expected it, looking at Zuzu standing in front of me again, my mood was inevitably a little fluctuating. This palace is naturally alive. Zhu Yi smiled and then commented, it was just a moment of negligence back then that allowed you to grow to the point where you are now, leading more than 10 titled Douluo to besiege our killing palace. Except for the massive siege back then, you were the first to mobilize so many titled Douluo. I didn't expect Palace Master Zhu to be able to hide for so long. Lingtian said with cold eyes. Mayo too. It shouldn't be Chengxi, then. Zhu Yi turned his eyes to Chen Zi and said invitingly, I didn't expect that in just 2 years, you would be able to defeat Qian Hu head on. If you return to my killing palace now, the master of this palace will not hold you accountable for your past. Chen Zi didn't say much. The hostility in her eyes expressed everything. That's such a pity. From the beginning to the end, Zhu Yi always had his hands behind his back, and his tone was calm. It seemed that he was sure of victory at this moment. Even in the face of such an unfavorable situation, he still did not show any panic. Boom. Suddenly Zhu Yi's red robe shook. The next moment, a powerful wave of soul power spurted out, and even the expressions of the title Douluo behind Lingtian changed greatly. They had all experienced the strength of the peak Douluo just now. But now Zhu Yi gives them a much stronger feeling than the previous Jin Crocodile, Chen Yu and others. And yes, he is stronger than the 98th level peak Douluo. Far stronger than the 98th level peak Douluo. That is to say, thinking of this, all the title Douluo on Lingtian's side couldn't help but become nervous. Only when they reach the level of title Douluo will they know better. The gap in soul power between each level cannot be made up by the number of people. Qian Renxue and Chen Zi also looked serious. They weren't that worried. After all, Qian Renxue's soul power is now a titled Douluo. In addition, he has passed most of the tests of the God of Angels. His true strength is now almost at the limit of a peak Douluo. Although the morning light is not as good as Qian Renxue, it is still almost the same. However, Lingtian's reaction was different from everyone else's. They are not as worried as those titled Douluo, nor are they as cautious as Qian Renxue and Chen Zi. When the soul power from Zhu Yi fluctuated, Lingtian frowned slightly. He has a special feeling. Something is wrong with the Zhu Yi in front of me. Logically speaking, if the soul power exceeds the peak Douluo, then Zhu Yi's strength should have reached the peerless Douluo, but the feeling that the Zhu Yi in front of him brings to Lingtian is not like this. He has also experienced the pressure of a 99th level peerless Douluo. Although Zhu Yi's soul power pressure now far exceeds level 98, compared with Qian Dou, there is still a slight difference. Then think of Lin Li's words at that time point and their last experience, when they surrounded and suppressed Zuzu outside Wuhan City point. An idea vaguely emerged in Lingtian's mind point. It's also becoming clearer and clearer. Looking at Zuzu, who looked as if he had a chance to win, he pondered for a moment. Lingtian's sharp eyes swept over him, and he said firmly, "You are probably not the real person now, right?" Chapter 444 Azure Demon Sword, King of Slaughter. Hearing this, Zhu Yan's face was a meal point. Then I looked at Lingtian again, smiling wildly. "So, what? Since you dare to send it to the door today, just stay with your people." "Who stays?" "Not necessarily." Lingtian looked at Zhu Yan without concession, and his face was calm point. "Today, he is no longer the teenager who was originally chased by the killing capital, and finally fled. Now Lingtian's strength is already the top batch of Douluo mainland. Don't say that it is a Zuji. Even if the body is here, there is no fear." Mind point. Lingtian has already shook the sword with the sword, and held in the palm of the palm. "Get it to see. Do you have this strength, Zhu?" Yan sneered point. The next moment suddenly gathered a blood gun and throw it out of the hall. Lingtian took a step forward and blocked in front of Qian Renxue. No point. I thought he was a special attack method, but the blood gun did not fly back. It just hovered in the air and then blasted into a blood mist, which did not cause any other attack methods. At the same time, the corner of Zhu Jian's mouth evoked a sneer. The next moment as another more powerful energy fluctuation sweeping here. "Lord Zhao. Shan, look at there." Lingtian squints his eyes. The child of the ice god passed through the main hall and looked at the direction of the blood fog just now point. I saw the four blood colored figures coming quickly. Without a moment of time, the kung fu has been reduced from the air to the hall. Although there is the support of Lingtian and others, the surrounding title Douluo is also impacted by a lot of energy point. At the same time, the blood mist came to Zhu Yang point. At the same time, the four blood colored figures stand on one side, and it is an all-shaped position point. One person stands in front, and the three are guarded behind point. Among them, the person standing at the forefront is the most high and highlights. And there are also these blood-colored bat wings through heavy blood mist. It seems that a pair of blood-colored head corners can be seen point. Face is pale and full of evil charm point, coupled with the iconic blood-colored cloak. Stand up to the robe point. At the same time, the soul power fluctuated on his body, compared to the previous Zuzan, a little stronger. There are very few strong men who can have such momentum in the killing capital point. His identity has been called out. King of Killing Tang Chen, and the Lingtian of the child of the Bingshen. Just to see the familiar face of this person point. It is the King of Killing. King of Killing. There was a slightest flashed in Lingtian's eyes, and said, "No wonder you are so confident. The King of Killing is your whole card. King of Killing Tang Chen. One of the three peerless Douluo of Douluo mainland, 99 levels of soul power, are proud of their heroes, and they have a glorious record that defeats the flow of the peerless Douluo. And if it was not on the Sea God Island, to challenge the Sea God Douluo Posis, Tang Chen may not be her opponent. Then although the body is now controlled by the Bat King, the foundation of the 99 levels of soul power is still point. It is really a big trouble. This Hall said, "You have to stay here today, Zhu." Yan sneered, and also summoned his blood gun martial arts. "Zhu Yan, do you promise my condition?" This Hall never loses the appointment. The King of Killing nodded with satisfaction. Then he turned his head to look at the man Lingtian, his eyes covered with blood again. At the same time, he slowly raised the long sword in his hand. "As a god of death, you break the rules of the city of killing. It is an unforgivable crime and you should be killed." The voice of the King of Killing was so cold that there was no trace of human feeling, only endless coldness and murderous intent. As soon as he finished speaking, the King of Slaughter also entered combat mode. A pair of blood-colored bat wings stretched out behind him, with a width of nearly 5 meters from left to right. At the same time, black magic lines started from his forehead and spread all over his pale skin in the blink of an eye. Along with the overall momentum, it also improved again. "Yeah, of the ice god, you delivered it yourself this time." Zhu Yi looked at Lingtian coldly. Before the main body left the killing palace, he was still thinking about how to deal with the descendants of the ice god. Unexpectedly, he delivered it to my door by himself. Although they have brought many titled Douluo, their strength is not much weaker. Kill the 3 elders of the palace. Plus the king of slaughter and the 3 gods of killing he brought with him who once fell here. These depraved gods of death were all defeated at the last stage of the road to hell. Although the spirit has been enslaved by the Bat King, who can enter the city of killing and go to hell, who is not a genius, after absorbing the blood energy in the killing city for these years. Although he has no mind, his physical strength is also extremely terrifying, and he has already reached the title Douluo level of about 97. In addition, there is also the king of slaughter in this battle. Zuyi has already won the battle with certainty. Kill me. You are not qualified yet. A pair of icy eyes stared at the long sword, with endless killing intent in their eyes. Shura demonic sword. What a long memory point. Even though the Shura demonic sword in front of him is just a projection of a divine weapon, it is unavoidable that he will be moved by the scene. My former self fell under this sword. And today, it all starts with this projection. Kill. Following the order from the king of slaughter, the 3 fallen gods of death immediately stepped forward. At the same time, a bloody barrier centered on him and instantly surged to all sides. Ocean, my soul power, Lord, there is something wrong with his attack. It can prevent us from using only soul power. The 2 people shrouded in red light suddenly frowned, feeling the raw soul power running inside their bodies. Sister Chenzi, you deal with the 3 people behind the king of slaughter. I sensed that his soul power should be around level 96, level 7. Sister Chenzi, your current strength is enough to deal with them. As he spoke, Lingtian waved his ice blue soul power to block the bloodlight. Yes, my lord. After sensing the full soul power in his body again, Chenzi followed Lingtian's order and rushed towards the fallen killing god. Qian Renxue turned her head and asked, Ocean, what about me, sister? Zua, I leave Zuyi to you, Lingtian said with a solemn expression. He knew Qian Renxue's actual combat power very well. There was no problem in dealing with Zuyi, who had not yet reached the peerless Douluo level. But the king of slaughter? Qian Renxue frowned slightly, full of worry. Don't worry, I'm strong enough to deal with him. After a pause, Lingtian smiled confidently. The bloodlight of the Slaughter King can only hinder you from releasing your soul skills, but it has no effect on me. HMMC. The situation. Qian Renxue said no more. He jumped to kill Zuzu not far away. Old Shi Chenheng, my subordinate is here. I'll leave it to you to clean up, and you can handle the rest according to the situation. Promise. After everything was arranged, Lingtian looked at his opponent. The king of slaughter, Tang Chen. The two looked at each other. The next moment, they flew out of the hall almost at the same time, and then stopped on an open cliff. The range of the killing palace is too small, and it is not suitable for them to use it with all their strength. Nowadays, the open location here is quite suitable. This is a suitable place for your burial. Lingtian looked around with a calm tone, but he did not hide the murderous intention in it at all. The king of slaughter, Shura demonic sword. No matter what your status is, you must stay here today. The road to settling the grudges with God Shura begins with his first inheritor. Although he has been given up, kill the king of slaughter, controlled by the blood-red 9-headed Bat King, shouted loudly. At the same time, blood-red light enveloped the whole body, and the blood-red light of the Shura demonic sword in his hand became even brighter, as if there were countless scarlet blood tumbling up and down the sword. Lingtian's eyes flashed brightly, and he released his soul ring at the same time. 9 soul rings shining with bright blue light appeared beside him one by one, floating up and down. At the same time, he gently rubbed his fingers along the scabbard. The frost yining sheath is once again integrated with the Bingji sword. While the super artifact Bingji bloomed with azure light, the Bingji domain simultaneously unfolded under the control of Lingtian. The space within 100 miles turned into ice blue, and the bloody mountain peaks were also shrouded in countless ice. At the same time, even the bloodlight released by the Slaughter King was obscured by the ice blue light at this moment. The super artifact Bingji. Expand the power of this entire field again. It was far beyond what Tang Chen, who was holding the Shura demonic sword, could match. His god of killing domain has been suppressed. to the point where it only exists around him. See the situation. The King of Slaughter, who had never faced such a situation before, roared angrily and took the lead in waving the Shura demon sword towards Lingtian. Blood red killing intent mixed with the light of the sword came out. Kill. Bingji. Sword slash. The Bingji sword in Lingtian's hand was filled with brilliance. The next moment, facing the King of Slaughter, he slashed out an ice blue sword wave. There was a loud boom sound. At that time, red and blue rays of light collided in mid-air. The two energies continued to collide and were deafening. Waves of sonic booms mixed with soul power spread around. Lingtian and the King of Slaughter refused to give in to each other, and each wanted to seize the opportunity to attack. Bang bang bang. After a series of explosions, Lingtian Dao was still superior. With a sway of his arm, Bingji turned his sword and stabbed the magic sword in the hand of the King of Slaughter. There was another loud noise. The two weapons collided together as if sensing the aura of God Shura. The Bingji sword buzzed. Not waiting for Lingtian to exert his power, the blue energy wave was released instantly, directly breaking the last line of defense of the King of Slaughter. Then the ice blue sword wave swept across, as if entering an uninhabited land. The blood red eyes of the Slaughter King stared at Lingtian in disbelief. The hands holding the sword hilt were trembling at this moment, but in the end they still did not block the attack. The strong concussive force caused it to fly backwards at the same time. Without the protection of the soul power, the bloody robe behind him was instantly turned into rags by the sword light and fell with the wind. The look of the King of Slaughter changed several times. Finally, there was a roar, and the torn robe on his body fell off instantly. At the same time, the red light of the red has spread a little towards the 4 weeks. Under the full efforts of the King of Killing, it has a subdepartment protest in the field of the ice. In the ice of Lingtian, this is the King's killing field. Retain a little the King of the Face. The King of Face laughed, and the blood red eyes looked at Lingtian. Go. The words have just fallen. There are countless red blood pimples condensed from the red light, and then with the order of the King of Killing, like the arrows of tens of thousands of arrows in the city are lost. Enter the King's killing field. Even if you are killing the soul, you will be influenced by the banned magic. The King of Killing was finally proud. It can be regarded as the face of being crushed by Lingtian. However, Lingtian has always maintained his look. Bing giant sword quietly rotated in the palm of the palm and waited until the light had invaded. Break. The essence of Lingtian's eyes flashed. The next moment, holding the ice blue hilt with right hand, a sword was drawn from top to bottom, and with a long dragon chant, an ice dragon replaced the original sword wave, roaring and rushing forward. Roar. Wherever you go, all blood red evil energy is broken under the dragon claw. The field of King of Killing in the blink of an eye was suppressed again. And this is just the counterattack of Bin Yanjian. As the sword lord's Lingtian, he did not inject much soul power to it. How is it I have no effect on you in the field of killing? In the field of killing. Seeing that the King of the Killing looked shocked, the Shura magic sword pointed directly at Lingtian and said angrily, there are also strong weakness between the fields. Lingtian just stood up, and a response responded. The field of killing. Although in the hands of the King of Killing, it looks far stronger than the field of killing the gods, but it is actually not. Although the field of killing is strong, it is far less pure than the field of killing the gods. Although it has been infected by the Rakshasa god, it has also lost a better chance. Although the field of Lingtian's Bingli also combines the field of killing gods, but it is completely eliminated by the divine nature of Shura god. Therefore, in the face of Lingtian Shen level field, of course, the field of half-hanging kills is not an opponent. Impossible. The King of the Killing stared incredibly at Lingtian. My killing field is from that person. How can you be a mortal better than him? However, the King of Killing controlled by the Blood Red Bat King obviously couldn't understand it. Your understanding of the field is too rough. My field is still not allowed to comment. Repeatedly hit by Lingtian, the King of the Killing immediately broke out, and his hands suddenly spread forward. At the same time, the blood-colored bat wings behind him waved the Xiuluo magic sword and rushed towards Lingtian again. It's okay. Lingtian obviously does not want to continue to delay. In the several times just now, he has seen the strength of the King of Killing. I thought it was a peerless Douluo on the Douluo continent after all. This battle would definitely be the most dangerous game, but today's results have disappointed him. Under the control of the blood red bat king. Although Tang Chen's strength of Douluo, he was also limited. Although he still has to be stronger than the peak of the 98th level, he is no longer the opponent of Lingtian. Chapter 445, Restore Consciousness, Fight Tang Chen again. The mark of the ice god deep in the center of his eyebrows began to shine, and at the same time the ice god suit automatically appeared around him. Ice god mode is also enabled again. Wearing a crown, wearing divine armor, and holding a divine sword. The majesty of the ice god is fully revealed. In an instant, the Bingji domain expanded to the surroundings again, and its powerful energy momentum was no less than that of the King of Slaughter. At the same time, snowflakes continued to fall in the wind in the mid-air. Cut. The next moment, Lingtian's eyes flashed. The ninth soul ring is shining brightly. At the same time, the Bingji sword in his hand suddenly lit up, and Lingtian swung his sword forward. In the sword wave, a mighty and domineering frost dragon condensed and appeared. Different from the ice dragon that Bingji automatically appeared before, this time even the scales on the ice dragon's body are clearly visible, just like a real ice dragon appearing in front of him. Roar. With a loud dragon roar, the ice dragon rushed straight towards the King of Slaughter. Although the King of Slaughter's expression tightened, he also swung his sword towards Lingtian. For a moment, the blood rolled, and the blood energy surged. Although this sword alone is equally impressive, it is much inferior to the frost dragon. Peng. The red and blue lights collide again. However, this time there was no longer the same stalemate as before. In the blink of an eye, the blood-colored light was suppressed by the ice dragon and retreated. At the same time, as the dragon's claws continued to wave, the blood-colored evil energy swept through the air by the ice was also cleared away. The face of the King of Slaughter was distorted, and his claws were struggling against the Shura demonic sword. At the same time, a pair of bat wings behind him also folded over his chest. You can still hold on for a while in the beginning. But in the face of Lingtian's powerful strength, he had no power to resist. He could only watch helplessly as his hands continued to bend, until finally he could no longer resist the ice dragon's suppression. There was a loud bang. The King of Slaughter first dropped his claws helplessly, and the blood-red bat wings were instantly pierced by the sword light. The wounds left behind are shocking. Immediately afterwards, the ice dragon's power continued unabated, and it hit the chest straight away. In an instant, his entire body was completely frozen by ice. Before the Slaughter King could break free from his restraints, the ice G sword following closely behind him had already pierced his chest. Then the sword was drawn out. With a sound of punch, Lingtian had already retreated. Blood continued to drip along the blade, but Lingtian's expression remained calm. Different from the purification method used by Tang San when he obtained the power of Poseidon to fight against the King of Slaughter. Lingtian's sword that gathered the power of the ice god was fully powerful to finish off the King of Slaughter. When hard power is at its most crushing, Lingtian will not choose those fancy methods. Bang. The Shura demonic sword fell from the hands of the King of Slaughter. He opened his claws and covered the sword wound on his chest in disbelief, and blood was pouring out. Broken bat wings, holes in the chest. The King of Slaughter is in an extremely embarrassed state at this moment. This has never been the case since he ruled the city of Slaughter. Normally, with the physique of a titled Douluo. Even if someone pierces you with a sword, your body will quickly repair itself. However, Lingtian's sword gathered the power of the ice god, which far exceeded the limit of what his body could repair. So even if the King of Slaughter was a peerless Douluo, it would be difficult for him to recover. Damn it. The King of Slaughter has a ferocious look on his face, and his blood-red eyes are constantly changing. The King of Killing. Or more accurately, it should be the blood-red Bat King, which actually doesn't feel pain. The reason why I look ugly is because I feel that I have suffered a big loss this time. Even this body that was finally obtained may be lost here. The reason why it came to help Zhu Yi was because of its previous agreement with a Rakshasa god. It helped Zhu Yi protect the Killing Palace, and at the same time, the Rakshasa god helped it and completely occupied Tang Chen's divine body. Note that it completely occupies the body and there will be no more barriers. It is equivalent to completely replacing the soul of this body with that of the Blood Red Bat King point instead of being controlled by Tang Chen like now point. Even though Tang Chen's body is indeed under its control now, it still needs to separate part of his consciousness to completely suppress Tang Chen's remaining consciousness as a result. It cannot fully control this body point. The reason for helping Zhu Yi this time is because the Rakshasa god can help him solve this hidden danger. You must know that Tang Chen's original strength had almost reached the level of a demigod. If the Rakshasa god hadn't taken action secretly, how could it have taken the opportunity to invade Tang Chen's body? I thought this would be the best of both worlds, but he didn't expect that Lingtian's strength far exceeded his expectations. Even with the soul power of a peerless Douluo, he is still no match for him point now. If he hadn't taken action, this situation would have been irreversible point but if the restrictions were released and Tang Chen could occupy his body again, it would be even more difficult for it to suppress him, like it is now point. Thinking of this, the Blood Red Bat King hesitated point. I couldn't bear to leave Tang Chen's body, but I was also worried that I wouldn't be able to control it. It's time to end. At the same time, while it was stunned, Lingtian had already raised the Ice G sword again point. The King of Slaughter's strength is still not enough for him point. Coupled with the fact that Qian Renxue and Chen Zi were also fighting, Lingtian no longer wanted to continue the stalemate with him. Immediately, the ice blue energy condensed on the sword blade again. This time he was preparing to completely finish the killing with one sword point king, then go and support others. This time the entire killing palace was destroyed. Lingtian did not want any casualties. The light of the Bingji sword flashed point. A generous sword wave was swung out, slashing towards the King of Slaughter directly in front. Damn it, the situation is critical right now point. If it chooses to escape, it can still preserve its consciousness, but at this moment, the Blood Red Bat King does not want to give up this excellent body point. At this moment, its expression keeps changing point. Since taking over the body, it has never been as tangled as it is today point. Give up or take a gamble. The Blood Red Bat King was still struggling and wavering in his heart point. If it had been replaced by an ordinary titled Douluo, it would have given up long ago, but this body belonged to Tang Chen point. It's really unimaginable point. After losing this body, can it really find a better one? Tang Chen, I leave my body to you. Finally, looking at the sword wave approaching Kai, the Blood Red Bat King couldn't hold on anymore. In an instant, he completely released the shackles on Tang Chen's consciousness, allowing Tang Chen to regain control of his body point. The current situation is no longer something it can handle point. Only Tang Chen can have a chance to save his body. The body of a peerless Douluo is something that can only be found, but cannot be sought. The Blood Red Bat King finally decided to block it once. Brush. The Scarlet Bat King made a prompt decision and gathered his consciousness instantly point. Although Tang Chen's spiritual consciousness, which had been fighting against him before, was not aware of the external situation, it was impossible to give up this big opportunity that he had finally waited for. Immediately break through the blockade with all your strength to suppress the Scarlet Bat King point. After it deliberately gave in, Tang Chen was able to quickly regain control of his body point. Soon there was a surge of strength point. At the same time, Tang Chen's body was also changing point. First of all, the most conspicuous thing was the dark magic pattern on his body. When Tang Chen regained his body consciousness, the dark magic pattern gradually dissipated and finally converged back to the center of his eyebrows. Then the light in the center of his eyebrows turned from dim to bright again. A ray of light point. The blood red sword pattern flashes deep between the eyebrows. Compared with the previous magic pattern, it has less evil thoughts. At the same time, the killing intention contained in it is even more powerful than before point, and it's even purer. In addition to this, the King of Slaughter, no, it should be Tang Chen now. The dark red light in his eyes has completely faded, returning to the normal clear black and white eyes. At the same time, the blood red long armor, the blood behind him, the red bat wings and the double cross on the head also disappeared one after another, returning to a normal human appearance point. The originally pale skin also regained some color at this moment. Only the sword mark between his eyebrows remained blood red all over his body. Other than that, his whole body had undergone earth-shaking changes. Although the aura emanating from his body is no longer as evil as before, my Body. A hoarse voice came from the mouth of the King of Slaughter. Only what is lost is the most precious. Tang Chen, whose body had been controlled by the King of Slaughter for decades, finally felt the power of his body and soul once again. He finally regained the feeling of owning a body. At this moment, he suddenly felt a fierce killing intent coming from in front of him. Immediately, I couldn't think much, and my soul power surged subconsciously. My power. Tang Chen opened his 5 fingers forward, and the Shura demonic sword returned on its own initiative point in an instant. A golden glow burst out in his eyes, and at the same time, a chilling and cold aura hit his face. Although the stomach, wings, and blood claws of the Slaughter King have all been broken and dissipated at this moment, the blood red light blooming in the field at this moment is even more intense than before. It's like taking off the original shackles. That's right. Tang Chen was not the king of killing. Things like wings, armor, and stomach, and blood claws were just shackles to him. When everything has collapsed. The energy aura that should have been weakened has become stronger at this moment compared with before. It has increased exponentially, as if the improvement is endless. Although the whole body is not as attractive as the extremely evil aura before, the slightly thin body at this moment gives people a completely different pressure from before. The Tang Chen in front of him gave Lingtian an illusion. Looking at the figure standing there, he felt something similar to Qian Dou. At the same time, the soul power in the body no longer felt as empty as before. Instead it was thick and solid. The true peerless Douluo has the combat power equivalent to that of a demigod. Have you become stronger? Lingtian looked at Tang Chen with half squinted eyes, his eyes moving slightly. I already have a guess in my mind. Standing in front of him at this moment, he can have such an aura. I'm afraid he is no longer the killing king before, but the real peerless Douluo Tang Chen. Only him. It can bring such a sense of oppression. Peerless Douluo. Thinking of this, Lingtian's eyes burst with fighting intent. So what about the peerless Douluo? What he was going to fight today was the peerless Douluo. Bingji Sword also sensed Lingtian's thoughts immediately. The dazzling light bloomed again, and the original sword wave became more powerful at this moment. Drink. Tang Chen didn't hesitate at all, turned to the direction of the murderous intention, and raised his sword. At the same time, the blood sword mark between his eyebrows kept flashing, and the blood red light surged, complementing the Luo demon sword in Xiu Tang Chen's hand. The next moment, a blood red sword wave was also slashed out, rushing towards Lingtian's attack. Blue and red sword marks collide. The powerful airflow immediately caused an uproar centered on the plane where the two of them were. It spread rapidly toward the surroundings of the abyss. None of the rocks, grass, or trees it came into contact with was torn into pieces. However, Lingtian and the King of Slaughter were extremely powerful. The barriers around them completely blocked the energy impact, and the ice blue and blood red semicircular soul power shields remained unmoved. The surrounding energy continuously slides from left to right of the photomask point, but no matter how fierce the energy collision is, it still cannot affect the two people fighting. But that's just for them. Wherever the aftermath passed, even mountains thousands of meters high collapsed. Even the people who were fighting around the killing palace had their souls affected in different ways. The lower the soul power, the stronger the influence. A group of ordinary titled Douluo sent by Wuhan Palace and Snow Palace were first penetrated by an extreme force of ice. They suddenly felt that the soul power in their bodies seemed to be frozen, making it difficult to regulate. And what follows is a killing intent that goes straight into the soul. The double blow to the mind and body made even these titled Douluo feel uncomfortable. They all put down the task of chasing and sat on the ground, trying their best to resist the energy collision from the peerless Douluo level. When they gathered everyone's soul power together, they could finally take a breather. But the fate of those members of the killing palace who were lucky enough to escape was much more miserable. Without a titled Douluo level expert to help them share the pressure, the aftermath of this shock would be tantamount to an extremely dangerous life and death crisis for these soul masters. The soul masters below the soul emperor had no time to react, and they bled to the ground in an instant and died. The whole process is extremely fast. They didn't even have time to scream in the end until the last moment before their death. They did not know how they died. Among them, the Soul Saints and Soul Douluo who were above the Soul Emperor level by chance also felt uncomfortable, but compared to those Soul Masters who died on the spot, at least they still had a chance to survive. Although the pain suffered by most of them may be extremely miserable. Blood oozes from every pore on his body. Although the title Douluo chasing them has temporarily stopped, the energy aftermath is even more threatening to life. For a while. The entire battlefield was affected by this force. And at the same time. As the center of the energy storm, the confrontation between Lingtian and Tang Qian continues. Bang bang bang. There were loud noises in the air. That was their remaining energy collision. But the sound gradually weakened as time went by. Because the two people in the center of the battlefield have already stopped fighting. All collisions and storms were caused by the aftermath of the sword just now. The tip of the Bingji sword drooped, and Lingtian and Tang Qian's eyes converged. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446 Tang Qian, the one who killed you. After a brief confrontation, the two waved their hands at the same time, dispersing the energy storm around them. The temptation just now is over. They all understand that this level of attack can't do anything to themselves, and it can't do anything to the other party either. Tang Qian kept looking at Lingtian, and finally had to sigh and comment, "You are the most talented soul master I have ever seen. Even at your age, you are far behind." Before he finished speaking, Tang Qian's expression suddenly changed. The next moment, I felt a sharp pain in my chest, and subconsciously lowered my head to take a look. I was just taking control of my body, and my 5 senses were still gradually recovering, so I didn't notice my situation at the first time. At this moment he lowered his head. The blood hole left by Lingtian just now clearly remains on his chest. The blood is still flowing outward. Only then did he notice the injury on his chest. Tang Qian tried to use his soul power to repair the injury, but then he frowned. Because he found that it had no effect. After careful inspection, he noticed that there was a circle of blue ice marks around his wound, which was blocking his soul power from repairing. This is the power of a god. Tang Qian raised his head and looked at Lingtian. His eyes changed instantly. Poseidon, Shura god, angel god. He had come into contact with the power of the 3 major gods back then. There is absolutely no mistaking the remaining strength in the chest. If it weren't for the divine power mixed with the gods, his body wouldn't have been unable to heal for so long. Tang Qian's eyes flashed rapidly at this moment. To be able to become one of the 3 most powerful Douluo in the world, Tang Qian is by no means an ordinary person. Once you analyze the situation with your head, you can basically figure out the basic situation. So the reason why that disgusting bat let go of the suppression of his spiritual consciousness was to divert trouble and let him deal with this young soul master who has the inheritance of the gods on his behalf. Thinking of this, Tang Qian looked at Lingtian again. This sight shocked him even more. The descendant of the gods in front of him was too young. He looked like a boy of 15 or 16 years old at most. At that age, you are only a member of the 10 Soul Sect, right? But Lingtian has already reached the combat power of a peerless Douluo at this age. It's really a terrifying future life. Looking at Lingtian, there was a hint of emotion in his eyes. At the same time, it seems that you are completely awake. Lingtian looked at Tang Qian up and down for a moment. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, although it made no difference to him whether the enemy was the King of Slaughter or Tang Qian. He was still a little confused as to how this guy broke free from the control of the Blood Red Bat King. You must know that the sword he hit just now was just to kill Tang Qian, and had no other effects, as expected of being able to inherit the gods at such a young age. After regaining control of his body, Tang Qian's tone was no longer as gloomy as before. Although the body is still the same, the temperament has undergone earth-shaking changes. It's a pity that you are not very lucky. As he spoke, Tong Chan looked a little bit regretful. However, this emotion was quickly dispelled by Tang Chen, and the look in his eyes was quickly replaced by murderous intent. He wants to kill Lingtian. Although he was able to rely on the control of the Blood Red Bat King, it was thanks to the pressure exerted by Lingtian's own strength, but now the two have become enemies. Moreover, he could sense the divine power contained in the sword on his chest. Lingtian really wants to kill him, and if it hadn't been for the cushioning of bat wings at that time, he might have fallen by now. Having been in the Soul Master world for many years, Tang Chen is not a soft-hearted person. Although the Blood Red Bat King was controlling the previous battle, it was his own body that was damaged in the battle. Even if it's because of the Bat King, this hatred has been forged. So he must kill Lingtian. Since you helped me regain my consciousness, I will leave you intact, Tang Chen said indifferently with one hand behind his back. Although he was injured now, he was still quite confident in his own strength. At the same time, he held a ball of blood red light and pressed it on the blood hole caused by Lingtian on his chest. Visible to the naked eye. The surrounding ice melted rapidly. In just a moment, the wound that was originally as big as a fist was gathering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The reason why the wounds are difficult to recover is the ice god's power. When the ice god's power disappears, Peerless Douluo's body can naturally repair the wounds on his body and heal quickly. Young man, you are very talented, but unfortunately you are not very lucky. While recovering from his injuries, Tang Chen was always wary of Lingtian, but when he saw that he had no intention of taking action, he thought he had given up completely, so he felt sorry for himself. As he spoke, he shook his head regretfully, feeling like a cat crying over a mouse. Looking at Tang Chen, who was talking to himself with a tone that completely treated him like a piece of fish on the palate, Lingtian just felt funny. I really don't know where Tang Chen's confidence comes from. Is this the Douluo continent of today, or is it the era of his previous generation? Hey Ocean Douluo Tang Chen and Angel Douluo Qian Renxue, the 299 peerless Douluo who dominate the world and no one dares to compete with them. It's better to sleep completely. Qian's eyes are bright and full of battle. Let's use the strongest titled Douluo of the previous generation to establish his first battle to become a titled Douluo. Bing. G. As soon as he finished speaking, the 9th soul ring flashed again at the same time. Lingtian slowly raised the Bingji sword, and a blue beam of light rose up. The dazzling ice blue light enveloped the entire Bingji sword in an instant, and at the same time, within the scope of the Bingji domain, countless powers were converging on the sword. Old thing, Lingtian suddenly said. If you don't make a sound, it's enough. If you make a blockbuster, it will make a big difference. Hearing Lingtian's name, Tang Chen couldn't believe his ears and was stunned for a moment. But then the eyes in his eyes instantly turned cold. Traveling across the continent for so many years, the last time someone dared to speak to him like this was the last time. I guess the weeds on the grave have been cut 2 or 3 times now, right? I mean, old thing. Lingtian's expression was indifferent, and his Bingji sword pointed directly at Tang Chen. Boy, you really want to die? Tang Chen said in a cold tone with murderous intent in his eyes. Lingtian didn't care at all about his attitude. Old guy, you're singing a one-man show by yourself, and you're having a great time. It seems like you've been suffocated by that guy taking over your body, haven't you? I really want to ask you, who gave you the courage? As he spoke, the ice god's mark completely exploded. Ice blue hair fluttered behind her head, and the crystal ice god's armor suddenly appeared. Lingtian, who wears the crown of the ice god, is the spirit descending into the world at this moment. Countless ice blue energy threads gathered from all around, all condensing on the ice G divine sword in Lingtian's hand. At this moment, the power of the super artifact was also able to bloom a little. You, Tang Chen, who is so young, never expected that he would be ridiculed by a young man like this today. With his Qi Yang, he would not be like those young people who would become violent with just a few words of stimulation. After being around the world for so many years, it's not like he hasn't heard anything uglier than this. Anger is only a small part. More of it is surprise. But after thinking about it, he figured it out. Just think of Lingtian's remarks as the words of a dying man. Is this what you rely on? But being ridiculed by such words from a junior Tang Chen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, I thought you could live a little longer if you knew the truth, but now it seems that, since you actively seek death, let me show you what it is, real power. Tiled. Douluo is not the highest level. In Tang Chen's eyes, although Lingtian was powerful, he still believed in his own strength point, although he has failed on the road to inheriting the throne of Shura point, but his current strength far exceeds the limit of a titled Douluo, and although the Lingtian in front of him also has the aura of a god, in his opinion, he has only mastered the superficial power of a god. Remember my name, Tang Chen, the one who killed you. As soon as he finished speaking, the energy in Tang Chen's right hand raised high instantly gathered. The blood red light enveloped the entire palm of his hand in the blink of an eye, and then Tang Chen suddenly clenched his palm, and the light began to gradually form the outline of a hammer in his hand point. As the light continues to rotate, the shape of the hammer becomes more and more obvious. Finally, a giant hammer that was as tall as a man and covered with blood red lines appeared in Tang Chen's hand point, and this is far from over. The giant hammer has just been condensed and formed, and it will change in the next moment. Point it seemed to be melted, and they all rushed towards the Shura demon sword in the left hand. Then with the injection of energy, the Shura demonic sword seemed to be infused with life. The magnificent demonic patterns on it were completely soaked in blood red. You can feel the chilling meaning in it just by looking at it. At the same time, the blood red light was so bright that it was not inferior to Lingtian, who descended from the ice god. Die. Then, Tang Chen shouted loudly. Point with the Shura demonic sword clenched in both hands. A huge demonic sword suddenly appeared behind Tang Chen, and at the same time, it slashed towards Lingtian from top to bottom with the force of agarwood slamming into the mountain point, and at the same time point the ninth soul ring is shining brightly, and the soul skills are ready. Point the next moment, Lingtian's sharp eyes were locked on Tang Chen, and he also waved the Bingji sword to meet Tang Chen's full blow. The Bingji sword trembled. Point countless sword shadows appeared from the Bingji sword at the same time. Then the long sword was in Lingtian's hand from left to right. The tip of the sword outlined a perfect semicircle in front of him, and at the same time, an ice blue sword mark was formed in front of him. Point there is a faint ring around the sword mark. Point at this moment, as the Bingji sword passed by, countless sword shadows were densely covered in the halo. Point the ice blue sword shadow outlines a different color in this chilling place filled with killings. With the Shura demon sword in Tang Chen's hand, they protested in separate halls. Cut. As the words fell, Lingtian's wrist movements changed at the same time. Point holding the hilt of the sword tightly in his palm, he stabbed out a seemingly ordinary sword from the halo of sword marks. Boom. But this is just an appearance. Point when the Bingji sword thrust out, it instantly turned into wisps of light and shadow. Point if you look carefully, every light and shadow here is 100 times smaller than the ice G sword. Point to be precise, they should be giant. Immediately afterwards, countless sword shadows gathered on the ring at the same time, and the energy of the ice G sword Yuhan instantly formed an icy blue ice and snow sword curtain, and then rushed straight up to meet Tang Chen's Shura demon sword. Point at this moment, the entire night sky of the bloody abyss has been divided into two completely different halves. The Shura demonic sword on the right is like a pillar holding up the sky, exuding pure murderous intent at all times. The entire sky is dyed a layer of blood red by the breath of the demonic sword, and the light emitted by the purple moon looks particularly strange at this moment. Point on the left is a curtain of icy blue light like the Milky Way falling from the sky. The icy cold was biting to the bone, and the remaining half of the sky seemed to be covered with an icy blue curtain. Point two completely different energies covered a large area of the sky in the blink of an eye. Point although the attacks haven't collided yet. Point however, the energy aftermath generated by Bingji and the demon sword was the first to start the battle between them. Point sometimes red invades blue, sometimes blue invades red. Point in the sky where the two bordered, they refused to give in to each other and started a fierce competition. Point the sudden change was dizzying. Point ping. Finally, with a loud sound of crackling rocks, the sword curtain collided with the huge Shura demon sword. Point an even more intense wave impact suddenly spread out all around. Point suddenly the ice blue turned to fiery red. Point the two lights collided together again. Point the dazzling blue light collided with the chilling red light. The fight between the two even spread to the killing city above the abyss, and everyone felt a violent shaking of the ground. Watch the lights flashing across the sky. These extremely vicious criminals all surrounded them one by one. Point the discussion started in a very critical manner. This power. The city of killing has never had such momentum. I am afraid that only our great king of slaughter, his majesty, can use soul power in the city of killing. That means his majesty is fighting with someone who is rushing to fight with the king in the killing city. For a time, these extremely vicious people were all discussing with curiosity. This was a strange sight they had never seen. Since they entered the killing city. Many nosy guys even walked out of the gate of the killing city, wanting to go to the wilderness to have a clear look. But how could a fight between two top experts from the Douluo continent be something these people could come into contact with, not even waiting for them to take a few steps? Powerful energy swept through again. These vicious thugs didn't even have time to react. A moment, just a moment. The bodies of these villains were torn apart by the terrifying energy and instantly turned into a ball of blood mist. Even worse than those soul masters who killed the palace before. Without the protection of soul power, as soon as they leave the killing city, they will be swallowed up by energy in an instant. There was no time for the martial spirit to possess him. Even letting out a scream has become an unattainable luxury. Suddenly, the entire city wall was silent. Their ferocious faces were completely covered with fear at this moment. It was as quiet as South Korea, which had been turned into a reading hall. You could even clearly hear the sound of thump, thump and the beating of everyone's heart. And the sound of Adam's apple rolling and swallowing saliva. Dead, 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 dead. Chapter 447 Ice GVS Ashura Demon Sword. Evil bear, poor wolf, mouse, cursed to death. They just died when they went out. I don't know how long. And finally some people spoke. Difficult. Among the murderers who came out of the city just now, there are also many strong men who are called on the killing field. But in the face of energy impact, there is no exception. Regardless of how many victory you have achieved, as long as you are out of the city, you will be annihilated in an instant. This, who is it, fighting with his majesty, the capital of killing, will not change the sky. Start up one by one, look nervously in the air, but not waiting for them to discuss one or two. Boom. Boom. The two loud noises were just now, and a more powerful energy impact than before. Although the blood-colored abyss is far from the distance here, the impact of energy residue waves makes the flat-headed viewers rolling up, lying on the ground one by one, and dare not come forward to watch. Fortunately, this is the capital of killing. There is a protection of special energy. Otherwise, these people will be the same as those who are just out of the city, not just lying on the hand-to-hand. Hide, hide, fast. I don't know who started to escape, and everyone had scattered in 78. There are only two hands left on the square, the strong of the king of killing. At this moment, a blonde girl was very different from the hardships of a crowd in the square. Her bright eyes stared at the energy in the air. Her eyes flickered constantly, thinking about the strong in the heart. Those who can fight with the king of killings. There are only a few on the mainland. And don't forget that the king of killing will also limit the soul power. Being able to take a limited shot here, then this person must be the killing god that comes out of the killing capital. According to his understanding of the killing gods in the world, it's it, teacher. A figure appeared in her heart, but soon shook her head. The teacher's soul power fluctuates. She knows. Although the two of the two are very strong, the ice blue energy makes her feel a little familiar, but she can be sure that it is definitely not her teacher's breath. Who is this energy? The girl murmured in a low voice, but it was clueless for a while. In the end, he helplessly shook his head and retreated from the square. Nymph on the other. Once this energy fluctuation broke out. The situation of the titles of Douluo and Lingtian is okay. Although this energy is more powerful than before, they all say that they are titled Douluo. Gathering together can still resist this energy impact. As for the heart, Qian Dou, and the golden crocodile, they have stopped fighting with their opponents. The impact of each defense with energy. This is the real strength of the Lord's breakthrough in Douluo. We are right. Qian Dou whispered. A surprise flashed in his eyes, accompanied by a sense of relief. At first they were loyal to the whole snow hall, and waited for the Qian run. In the final analysis, it was actually a gambling point. Although he was loyal to Lingtian later, but he did not know that the Qian heir can come to that step in the future. Now that the title Douluo can have such a momentum just now, it is silently to prove that he chose loyalty to Lingtian at the beginning. What a correct choice, Snow. All will follow the Lord until you die. Qian Yu's eyes became firm again, and his right hand was placed on his chest, and there was a powerful, loud and powerful point after all. Their insistence from beginning to end is worth it. The Bingtian people are far better than that of Douluo just broke through the title Douluo. Shiner. Looking at the direction of Lingtian and Tang Chen, his most valued disciples finally surpassed himself. The corner of his mouth showed a comfortable smile. The apprentice green is better than blue. The most pleased thing as a teacher is their point. Although he is not good at expressing emotions, he is very concerned about Lingtian. Otherwise, when he heard that Lingtian fell into the hands of the killing temple, he would not ignore whether it would affect the Kibao Liu Lizang. The first time he shot all the branches of the Daochen killing temple, accepting you as an apprentice is the most correct decision for the teacher. 7 kills, do you think so too? The heart laughs, and the fingertips gently twist the 7 kill sword. Buzzing, the sword body trembled slightly, responding to the heart. Yes. Looking at the opponent, there was a touch of sperm in his eyes. Although my master is not good, the two of us cannot drag your hind legs. As soon as the words fell, the soul ring flashed. At this moment, the 9th soul ring is the deepest and mysterious in the soul ring. Then there was a person with a sword rushing to the enemy in front of him. On the other hand, the golden crocodile Douluo, who was fighting from the battle, was constantly changing to see the scene in front of him. This is the person who worships the selected. The golden crocodile Douluo finally understood why the Qian Dou stream insisted on letting the two engage in. As soon as it breaks through the title Douluo, such a powerful combat effectiveness can be erupted. Even if it is compared with the lady, it will not fall down. So talented. Of course, the good match of the lady. Sure enough, the choice of worship has always been deeply meaningful. You can't lose face for the lady. The golden crocodile Douluo converged and immediately stopped trying out his full effort. And this way, it was a painfully. There was a certain defect in the 98th level of the royal killing capital. If there is no problem with the title of Douluo, which is lower than himself, but in the face of the same peak Douluo golden crocodile, this shortcoming's a defective. It is enough to make him miserable. Faced with the sudden outbreak of the golden crocodile Douluo, Lin Li couldn't think of this guy suddenly. Suddenly it was caught again. But how to say it is also the peak Douluo. I can't get the other party in a short time. Nympho similarly. Qian Renxue and Chen Zi also induced this energy. Zhao Ocean. Qian Renxue murmured. His eyes quickly firmly became firm. She believes that Lingtian can defeat the king of killing, and Lingtian also believes that she can deal with Zhu Yan's avatars. The two knew each other's strength. Qian Renxue Geo drank and put into the battle again. The golden wings pass through the sky. The three ultimate power of the hot, holy, and bright, and light brings together, forming an angel holy sword, which is unique to Qian Renxue. Cut to Zhu Yang. The morning dawn on the side is the same as a man who accompanied Lingtian along the way, from the king of the Soul King to the title of Douluo. She believes that the Lord will never fight without preparing. Although the opponent is the ruler of the killing capital, Chen Zi also believes that the final winner will definitely be Lingtian. The battle with their respective enemies is still underway. At the same time, the blood-colored plain. The battle between Lingtian and Tang Chen above the wilderness was in full swing to the fierce stage. The sky ice blue sword curtain and the huge blood-colored magic sword are crisscrossed again and again, but the battle is still deadlocked. The side of the advantage repeatedly. Sometimes blue over red, sometimes red over blue. Can't completely overwhelm the other party. Tang Chen, who saw this scene, was surprised again. In his eyes he realized that the young man who was young and mad in front of him seemed not as easy to solve as he thought. If you don't take out the real ability, the situation may always be deadlocked. Thinking of this, Tang Chen hesitated slightly. But when I thought of Lingtian's age and soul power, I finally set a determination completely. For the first time, Tang Chen showed his 9 soul rings for the first time, but he didn't wait for them to surround him for a while. Under the control of Tang Chen, he was all broken by his active. In a burst of cracking sounds, all the soul rings were broken. Before seeing it. Then it turned into pure power into the blood-colored magic sword. This is the secret technique created by Tang Chen, and it is also the most powerful self-created soul technique in Heio Xianzang. Fried ring, by releasing the powerful soul power generated at the moment of the soul ring. Cracking, release the soul power far beyond your current level. It is precisely because of this soul skills that he had the ability to defeat thousands of foes. However, the energy soul master generated by the broken soul ring can only absorb a small part. The remaining power impact will directly impact the soul master's body. If you are not careful, you may be killed by energy point. Therefore, although the self-created soul technique of the bomb ring is strong, it is also cautious and the number of fried rings should not be too much, and basically it starts with the lowest years of soul ring point. But Tang Qian is different point. He is the creator of the soul technique of the bomb ring point. In addition, today's strength has passed the assessment of XIULUO. It is not the same as before. Now all the soul ring bombed all the soul ring at the same time. He can still bear it point, but it is inevitable. It will still be impacted by energy. Puff. Tang Qian couldn't help spitting out a sip of blood, and his face became pale point. But these are what he can accept point. Looking at the blood-colored magic sword that is stabilizing now, Tang Qian's eyes flashed point. Shura's divine power plus the 9-ring frying point. He will have to let Lingtian fall here this time point. Even if you are a god inheritor, the blood-colored magic sword seems to be the determination of Tang Qian. The strong blood red light rushed towards the sword curtain. The magic sword that was promoted in the next moment was really in the dense and windy sword. See? You point. The smile in the corner of Tang Qian's mouth is even more proud point. At the same time, XIULUO sword came to the sword curtain again point. Boom. With a loud noise, the blood red sword gas instantly poured into the sword curtain along the crack point. The original pure sword was polluted by blood light, and those who were torn away before getting the mouth became bigger and bigger. Now in the air the blood red light is extremely prosperous, and the tentacle has been involved in the blue light point. The blue sword curtain is powerless, and I can only watch myself infecting the sight point soon. The to sky limited to sky. Now the blue light curtain has been invaded by the blood color light, and no more pure blue point. There is only a pitiful space left. Dead. Seeing the bright situation today, Tang Qian is already a victory point. This situation has the power of the sky, and it cannot change the current situation for a while point. Death. Under his Shura Devil's Sword, he was his best destination point. However, in order to repay Lingtian, he could get rid of the control of the blood-colored Bat King. He decided to pay attention to the whole corpse to Lingtian. Although Lingtian had offended himself in words, he was still very great. What? You should not be the most is the enemy. Tang Qian murmured in a low voice, and a terrible killing intention burst into his eyes. Killing Lingtian. He is imperative point. The Shura magic sword plus the bomb ring, but this time he took out a full-scale response point. There are few rivals under the world point. Even the old guy of Qian Dou may not be able to take this blow, but Tang Qian, who vowed, did not notice point in the sword that he rushed across. The scattered sword shadows in the sky were changing quietly point. Although they were defeated under the force of the Shura magic sword, and even many of them were crushed, they did not disappear out of thin air. They reappear into pure energy into other sword light point. Go back. So long point. Although the remaining swords are getting less and less, the strength is constantly improving point. The blood colored sword gas has also slowed down the speed of them point. However, Tang Qian did not notice all this. He didn't even pay attention to Lingtian point. If Tang Qian saw such a disadvantage at this moment, Lingtian's mouth was always hanging with a smile, and his hands were as if everything was in control, and he might be vigilant in advance point. Unfortunately, he didn't find it point after all. Tang Qian was too confident in himself point at this moment. He moved point. The next moment opened his palms, holding a blood red light in your palm point. Then the light continued to change in the hand point, eventually condensed into a small Shura magic sword. Looking at Lingtian, which has been defeated, Tang Qian didn't want to continue with him anymore. As the magic sword in his hands cut down, the blood-colored magic sword in the air broke out again point. The blue sword curtain that has been fragile and fragile after the loud noise of bombardment point. The mouth on the sword curtain was torn completely, and the blood red light infected the whole piece of sky point. The blue sword shadow in the air is also decreasing suddenly point. At a moment, there was only the sword shadow of the stars still resisting the sword curtain that was originally eroded. At this moment, the sword shadow has been scattered. Seeing the sword curtain is about to be broken. Tang Chen nodded with satisfaction. But he didn't notice that the fingertips of Lingtian moved slightly at this moment. A ray of ice blue energy turned into the sword shadow is quietly gathered in a place. Then it was a drum. To improve the energy of the Shura magic sword. Instantly, the sword light rose sharply, the blue light in the air. And all of them were swept away. At this point, the whole sky is shrouded in the bloody light. The imaginary shadow of the Shura magic sword is unprecedented at this moment, and the hematopoietic abyss goes straight into the clouds. If it is not the special nature of the killing capital, I'm afraid that the outside world has set off a great wave at this moment. Die. The words have just fallen. The Shura magic sword rose like a light column to tear the block of the sword curtain, cutting into the unprepared Lingtian in front of him. Chapter 448. The majestic sword light suddenly covered the entire sky. Just when the sword edge was about to slash down, Lingtian, who had been silent all the time, suddenly raised his head, and at the same time, he waved his right hand gently, and a gleam of light burst out in his eyes. Bing. Ji. Ning. As soon as he finished speaking, ice blue light rose from behind Lingtian. If you look closely, you can see that those sword shadows are still there. After their shattering, the spiritual sky recovered its energy and condensed it into the shape of a sword again. Countless sword lights converged together. Although it was not as powerful as the previous sword curtain that filled the sky, it still dragged the fallen Shura demonic sword in midair. Although the sword shadows continued to shatter, new sword lights immediately replaced them. There is a posture of endless growth and endless destruction. What? Tang Chen's eyes were full of shock. He always thought he had a chance to win, but he never expected that Lingtian would have a backup plan in this situation. The most important thing is that it can actually block his Shura demon sword. You must know that this sword gathers most of his power. Where can Lingtian, who has been shattered by the sword curtain, have the remaining energy to recondensate his energy? Could it be Tang Chen suddenly thought of the sword curtain that had been swallowed up long ago. He sensed something was wrong. After all, Lingtian's mighty sword curtain just now was enough to cover up the sky and not lose in the battle with his Shura demonic sword. Even if he lost to the fighting power that exploded after he exploded the ring, he couldn't be completely defeated in an instant. Shred, he didn't think there was anything wrong just now. But all this, it went too smoothly. When we were fighting just now, I didn't know what would happen. But when I calmed down, I immediately discovered that it was unreasonable. Now it seems that the sword curtain before was probably just his cover up. Thinking of this, Tang Chen half squinted his eyes. It seemed that the sword light that had been chopped into pieces by the Shura demonic sword had all been quietly gathered behind him by this kid. Because it was not condensed and formed, and because my attention was always on Jian Mu in midair, I did not notice that Lingtian actually had such a hand hidden. Although the sword curtain has been torn apart by itself, the energy contained in it is still intact. This will allow him to regroup his strength in a short period of time. And there's something wrong with this guy's energy. In other words, his field is very special. When the sword curtain is shattered, the energy will not escape, but will regroup under his control. The young man in front of me is truly extraordinary. I was completely plotted this time. After a moment of silence, Tang Chen suddenly laughed a few times. This time I underestimated this young man, but I didn't expect that he actually had a hidden agenda. After standing at the pinnacle of the continent for decades, his body was invaded by miscellaneous things before. Meeting this young man today made his already calm mood keep changing, and it actually made him regain some of the feelings he had when he was young and wandering around the mainland. But this still can't change his murderous intention. It's just a pointless struggle. Tang Chen snorted coldly, and at the same time, the Shura demonic sword sensed his emotions and suddenly emitted streams of bloodlight, shattering the energy blocking the surroundings and slashing towards Lingtian again. So what if you have a backup plan? Isn't it just another sword strike? He was able to cut through the sword barrier released by Lingtian with one sword before, and he can also cut through the remaining energy with one sword. No matter how you plot, He will kill you with one sword point. If he didn't believe in his own strength, then he wouldn't be Tang Qian. At the same time Lingtian felt something, and his eyes were filled with fighting. Tang Qian wanted to decide the outcome with one final sword strike, which coincided with Lingtian's idea. The Ice G sword is already ready. As he held his palm in the air, countless sword shadows poured into it. The sword shadows that had been gathered together before gathered together again, and gradually regrouped into a huge ice sword above the head. The sword's body was like a dragon, exuding a powerful and icy chill. Compared with the sword curtain that covered the sky and the sun before, this sword now seems much thinner, but the momentum it exudes is far better than before. Exactly, divided into 10,000, gathered into 1 point. From 1 unites 10,000. From 10,000 to 1 point. This is the true meaning of Lingtian's 9th soul skill. First, one sword is divided into 10,000 sword curtains, then the power gathered by the 10,000 swords was reunited on the last sword. The Bingji transformed from this is the strongest sword wielded by the ice god. Bingji, kill. The words just fell. Lingtian had already slashed it down with his sword. Suddenly the two giant swords, blue and red, collided together. Bang bang bang. This time the impact was more violent than any previous one. For a while, the ground was in a state of panic, and was once again stirred up into waves, with cracks everywhere. The rubble and rocks are broken into pieces like dust. The icy coldness and pure murderous thoughts constantly collided. However, this time it was very different from before. The energy contained in the Ice G sword in the unified state of 10,000 swords was obviously not comparable to the Shura demon sword controlled by Tang Qian. The bloody giant sword was defeated the moment it came into contact. Directly and completely suppressed by the Ice G sword. Even though there has been an explosion of strength, it still cannot change the situation of losing ground. The icy blue light once again illuminated the entire starry sky. Tang Qian was shocked when he saw this scene. But at this moment, he has used all his strength, but even this can't do anything to Lingtian, and he has no other way. Exploding ring, Shura demonic sword, all soul power. Only at this moment did he realize that that bastard had brought him a multifaceted and terrifying enemy. No, you must block it, but now is not the time to regret it. Tang Qian resisted with a solemn expression, hoping that Lingtian's sword would not have enough stamina to last long. But before Lingtian could hold on until his stamina ran out, something went wrong with the bloody giant sword in mid-air. Catcher, catcher. A series of crisp sounds sounded. A crack suddenly opened on the intertwined blades of the bloody giant sword and Bingji. Then as the two continued to collide, the crack became larger and larger, but in just a moment, the entire sword was covered with dense cracks. Energy also continues to escape from the cracks, and at the same time the Bingji sword pursued the victory, and the energy on the sword continued to bombard the bloody giant sword. Not good. Tang Qian felt bad after seeing this scene. But now the cracks have spread all over the sword body, and even if he has the energy to repair it, it will be of no use. Tang Qian's eyes changed drastically. Finally, under his complicated and shocked eyes, the blood red sword shattered. Blood red fragments and energy spread across the sky, and the ice blue sword cut through all obstacles and went straight to Tang Qian, who was standing there, broken. The Bingji sword continued to magnify in Tang Qian's eyes, about to fall. It's about to be chopped down on you. The scattered sword energy was bone-chillingly cold. Tang Qian's body couldn't help but shiver. He didn't know whether it was the chill on the Bingji sword or the chill in his heart, because his attack was broken. But it was precisely because of this that Tang Qian came to his senses. Looking at the Bingji sword that was already in front of him, he knew that he couldn't sit still and wait for death. He finally regained his body, but he couldn't just die here. Absolutely not. He has to block the attack. Block. It must be blocked. At this moment, Tang Qian couldn't care about anything. He picked up the downed Shura demon sword and held it in front of him. The Shura demonic sword is the artifact he obtained in the divine examination. The texture is so hard that not even his martial spirit, the clear sky hammer, can match it. Moreover, it also contains the power he gained from enduring the test of the Shura god. Tang Qian felt that he could use it to block Lingtian's attack. His only hope now lies in the Shura demon sword. You can only count on it to resist attacks. Apart from this, Tang Qian couldn't think of any other way. The Bingji sword finally fell in front of him. The biting coldness instantly invaded the meridians of Tang Qian's limbs, and even before he faced the sword, his entire body's flexibility was already greatly restricted. Tang Qian's initial chill could easily be dispelled to him. But now it has become a huge problem. He could only rely on the peerless Douluo's physique to bear it. Boom. The Ice G sword finally fell. Tang Qian also struggled to raise the Shura demon sword in his hand to resist. But before the stalemate lasted for a moment, the Shura demonic sword in Tang Qian's hand was already overwhelmed and shattered. Without the obstruction of the Shura demonic sword, Tang Qian was completely exposed to the azure blue Bingji sword light and was completely covered by the light in his unwilling eyes. No matter who you are, the result is the same. Lingtian looked indifferent and put his hands behind his back. At this moment, the Bingji sword turned into countless sword lights, completely submerging Tang Qian in it. It won't take a moment. Tang Qian's location was already shrouded in ice fog. The icy blue light is still passing through. Lingtian raised his hand and made a move. Countless blue sword lights passed through the smoke and dust and returned to Lingtian's hands, and finally merged into the complete Ice G sword again. After this reforging of the super artifact, the Ice G sword has also been greatly improved. Like now, the 10,000 swords are divided into 10,000 swords, and then the 10,000 swords are unified. Originally, when using the 9th soul skill, the energy was used to condense the shadow of the 10,000 swords, and then the energy was gathered into the Ice G sword. Completed. The Bingji sword has not changed from beginning to end. Now Bingji has been promoted to a super artifact. The special ability it has acquired is that it can truly divide 10,000 swords. Make sure every sword is the main body. And Lingtian also used the ability of the Ice G sword to make some improvements to his 9th soul skill. While condensing the energy into the shadows of 10,000 swords, he also divided the Ice G sword and integrated it into all the shadows in the real sense. One sword is divided into 10,000 swords, and finally 10,000 swords are merged into one. The reason why the Bingji sword screen that was released just now was broken by Tang Qian, but the energy in the sword shadow was still reassembled without losses also, because of this reason. Otherwise, if the sword curtain is broken with the 9th soul skill alone, most of the energy will be dissipated. In the end, the power exerted by one giant GUI will be greatly reduced. Having said that, when the Bingji sword returned to Lingtian's hands, the battle was declared over. Even though Tang Qian's cultivation has now surpassed that of peerless Douluo and reached the level of demigod, the consequences of facing a sword from the super artifact Bingji in a defenseless state are still unbearable for him. Lingtian has already sheathed his sword and stood up. A flash of icy blue light flashed in his eyes, and he looked calmly into the ice mist. Ice Godchild open. As Lingtian's soul power continues to increase, the Ice Godchild's abilities are also improving. Now on the Douluo continent, even the peerless Douluo Qian Dou cannot hinder the Ice God's child. Ice blue light filled the eyes of the child, and a pair of ice eyes shone like sapphires. It's now in the ice and fog. Tang Qian's body has been completely frozen. At the same time, his body was even more naked and covered with bloody holes pierced by the Bingji sword. But because of the extremely cold characteristics carried by the Ice G sword, therefore, even though the entire body was completely penetrated, the blood was completely frozen by the coldness on the sword before it had time to flow down. And the breath of life in it is even more negligible. Like a candle in the wind, it may be extinguished at any time. I'll give you back what you said before. Seeing this, Lingtian withdrew his gaze and said calmly, "This is your burial place." Although Tang Qian couldn't hear it now, these words were returned. While speaking, he had raised the Bingji sword again. A magnificent sword energy gathered on the sword, and the ice blue light shone again. Although the use of the 9th soul skill consumed most of the soul power, most of the time has passed by now, and with the assistance of the complementary soul cores of yin and yang, the soul power has now been restored to a certain extent. Using soul skills is no problem. The long sword slashed down from top to bottom with a boom sound, and at the same time, the ice blue sword wave carried endless frost and cold air. While cutting through the air, it left behind a faint white light point. The sword shadow was as fast as thunder and lightning, and it hit Tang Chen in the ice mist point at the same time. Tang Chen was imprisoned in the ice, but his spiritual consciousness was not depressed. Thanks to the long-term battle with the bloody nine-headed Bat King, although the sword was unbearable for the whole body, his mental consciousness remained awake. Then the whole body was frozen in an instant. So Tang Chen didn't feel the pain for long. Before he was completely frozen in the ice. It came down like this crookedly. Contrary to Lingtian's expectation, Tang Chen remained awake. But even so, what's the use? His body has been frozen by ice, and his remaining mental consciousness cannot be changed. I lost to a boy who is less than 10 years old. Am I going to die here? No. Even when Tang Chen was faced with life and death, he still reacted the same way as ordinary people. His soul screamed unwillingly. He had just escaped from the control of the bloody nine-headed Bat King, had just taken control of his body, had not returned to Haoshan sect, and had not completed the agreement with that person. And there are still many things that are not over yet, and he is not willing to die here like this. A strong desire keeps churning in my heart. His will to survive was extremely strong, and he didn't want to be killed like this. Struggle for a moment. Tang Chen suddenly thought of the bloody nine-headed Bat King who had snatched his body before. If this guy hadn't suddenly fought with the young man, he wouldn't have been involved in this mess like Mimihu. Chapter 449 Azure Demon Sword, Self-Destruct. He thought that the Bat King was certainly not just complaining and cursing. There is no use in talking about these things at this time. The situation has been created and cannot be changed, and the purpose of thinking of the Bat King is to break the current desperate situation. At that time, since the Bat King took the initiative to give up control of his body. That means this guy is reluctant to give up his body. Although they had deep hatred and were even life and death enemies, in this critical situation, the only helper Tang Chen could think of was the bloody nine-headed Bat King. This guy is hidden inside himself, and only it has the ability to help him. Thinking of this, Tang Chen's eyes kept changing toward the grudge between him and the bloody nine-headed Bat King over the years, but he was determined. Put all grudges aside, and now the only way to survive is to be able to survive the bloody nine-headed Bat King. Immediately, Tang Chen stopped hesitating, and his mind sank. Although the bloody nine-headed Bat King hid, he quickly arrived at the place where the bloody nine-headed Bat King was hiding. At this moment, it condensed a large blood-colored cocoon of light outside, silencing his consciousness in it. A loud shout. The bloody light cocoon suddenly moved. But it soon returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. The situation is urgent at the moment. Tang Chen had no intention of spending time with the bloody nine-headed Bat King, so he immediately punched the light cocoon hard. Suddenly the light overflowed. At the same time, the light cocoon began to shake violently. Seeing this, Tang Chen's mental body stepped back and waited. Under the stimulation of his punch, the consciousness of the bloody nine-headed Bat King also woke up from the light cocoon, and a blood-red bat flew out and landed opposite Tang Chen. The 9 huge heads just stared at Tang Chen. Tang Chen, most of your sea of consciousness has been controlled by me. The bloody nine-headed Bat King stared at Tang Chen warily, his tone full of threats. This is why it dared to return its body to Tang Chen. When Tang Chen's consciousness returned to his body, it immediately escaped into the sea of consciousness. Now it has basically controlled the sea of consciousness. If Tang Chen wanted to eliminate himself, his sea of consciousness would be severely damaged after all, and he would not be able to survive for long. Tang Chen didn't say much, and directly shot a red light towards the bloody nine-headed Bat King. The bloody nine-headed Bat King wants to hide. But its strength was not as good as Tang Chen's. It was able to seize the body in the first place thanks to the Rakshasa god's interference. How is it possible to avoid this red light now? Damn. Tang Chen, aren't you afraid that I, the king, will fight you to the death? The bloody nine-headed Bat King's eyes showed a fierce light. But just when it was about to break the deadlock with Tang Chen, the red light poured into the body and did not attack its conscious body. Instead, it brought information from the outside world after it fell asleep point and share the current situation point. Because the two people now share the same sea of consciousness, they can achieve this step. You are no match for him. The bloody nine-headed Bat King's expression became solemn. Tang Chen looked at the Bat King in front of him and finally restrained the murderous intent in his eyes. Now they are both grasshoppers on the same rope. If Tang Chen wants to survive, the help of the bloody nine-headed Bat King is indispensable. Taking a deep breath, Tang Chen said as calmly as possible, I guess you don't want to die either, right? What do you want me to do? The Bat King paused and looked at Tang Chen. Of course it doesn't want to die, otherwise he would not have given Tang Chen the control of his body that he had finally earned to save his life when he lost to Lingtian. Stay with me through this crisis. Tang Chen looked at the bloody nine-headed Bat King and said in a deep voice, I can let you live after the matter is completed. You let me go. The bloody nine-headed Bat King glanced at Tang Chen with disdain. The sea of consciousness has been bound together and it is not afraid of Tang Chen now. Don't think that you can sit back and relax in the sea of consciousness. Tang Chen, who has been traveling across the continent for decades, saw through the Bat King's tricks at a glance and said directly, the power of my Shura demonic sword is specifically designed to deal with the evil spirits that breed in the killing city like you. While talking, the phantom of the Shura demonic sword quietly emerged. That cold yet pure killing intent made the bloody nine-headed Bat King daunted. It was like meeting the Rakshasa god. However, what the Rakshasa god made him feel was chaos and evil, while the Shura divine sword in front of him was indeed pure murderous intent. It is full of threats. Maybe it was true what he told Tang Chen, that the Shura demon sword was his nemesis. Tang Chen, I'm no match for that guy. The bloody nine-headed Bat King hesitated for a moment, and finally a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, and he chose to give in. He looked at Tang Chen and said in a deep voice, now that your body has been sealed by that kid's ice, even if we work together, you are no match for that kid. What can you do? Tang Chen glanced at it and said calmly, I have a way to rush out, but I need your help. What can I do? Here. Tang Chen spoke concisely and to the point, pointing to the sea of spirits at his feet. The bloody nine-headed Bat King was stunned at first. Then he realized what Tang Chen meant, and his expression suddenly changed at this moment. Are you really willing to give it up? Tang Chen just asked indifferently, do you want to die here? There is not much time left for them from the outside world. In the end, Tang Chen reached an agreement with the bloody nine-headed Bat King. In order to keep this body, it agreed to Tang Chen's plan. The outside world at the same time. A horizontal stroke of ice blue sword energy had already cracked open layers of ice mist and was about to fall in front of Tang Chen. And at the critical moment, Tang Chen's aura suddenly changed. Catcher. At the same time, cracks appeared in the ice around it, and it completely shattered within a short time. After breaking free from the restraints, the two ribs of Tang Chen's back suddenly moved upward, and a pair of blood-red bat wings sprouted from the two ribs at the same time. The devil's horns on his forehead appeared again. It was as if he had returned to the form of the King of Slaughter that was occupied by the bloody nine-headed Bat King before. However, there are still some things that are different from before. For example, the nails on his fingers did not come out, and the evil aura on his body was not as strong as before. Most of it was covered by the pure murderous intention on Tang Chen's body. At this moment his eyes also changed. The left side still maintains its clear, deep black eyes, but the right half of the eye was blood red, full of killing and evil thoughts. Tang Chen, don't forget this king's conditions. The same as you. Tang Chen's lips moved slightly, and he made two completely different sounds, because the current enemy Tang Chen and the bloody nine-headed Bat King did not care about their previous grudges, so the two of them attached their respective consciousnesses to this body to control it. Even Tang Chen is now the king of killing. Coming as soon as he finished speaking, the light of Bingji sword was in front of him. There was no need for Tang Chen to improve, and the bloody nine-headed Bat King had already realized this. The current situation is critical and there is no time to say anything. Knowing that it would be difficult for them to take the sword now, even if they worked together, the two of them did not force it. They had already anticipated it when they discussed it. before. So. When the sword light was about to come in front of them, a trace of determination flashed in the eyes of Tang Qian and the bloody nine-headed Bat King, and then they started to burn their spiritual seas at the same time. At the same time, the power is integrated into the Shura demonic sword point. Spiritual consciousness is a purest nourishment for the demon sword point. The momentum of the Shura demonic sword continued to rise upwards. But in the blink of an eye it had surpassed the sword wave struck by Lingtian. Cut. With the roar of Tang Qian, the Shura demonic sword slashed at Bingji's sword wave with a surge of blood, finally defeating the Bingji sword in a head-on confrontation point. The power that burst out from the burning sea of spirit instantly pierced Lingtian's sword light in one fell swoop point, but Tang Qian and the bloody nine-headed Bat King also suffered huge losses. The power of the sword just now burned a quarter of their spiritual sea. You must know that this is the result of the two of them burning together. If Tang Qian had been alone, he would probably have lost most of himself with just one sword strike. At the same time, Lingtian also noticed the changes in the ice mist point. He didn't expect that Tang Qian, who was already exhausted, and at the end of his crossbow, would be able to burst out with such power, to break free and scatter the sword wave he had slashed point. But these are just delays. Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly point. Just when he was about to deal with Tang Qian seriously, he unexpectedly chose to strike first point. A streak of blood-red sword light dispersed the ice mist and headed straight towards the spiritual sky. Feel the bloody energy coming from the sword point. A hint of understanding flashed in Lingtian's eyes. No wonder Tang Qian still had some energy left point. It turns out that this guy actually chose to burn the sea of spirit and use the powerful power it unleashed to introduce the Shura demonic sword point. Only in this way can we achieve the scene just now point. However, the sea of spirits is not like a soul ring. It can be reabsorbed after a period of time after self-destruction. The trauma of burning the sea of spirits is difficult to repair once it touches the spiritual realm. Even a titled Douluo cannot start. Really? Decisive. Lingtian couldn't help but sighed when he thought of this. At the same time, cheer up point. Tang Qian's current level is equivalent to that of a demigod. The power of such a sword that burns the sea of spirit is quite impressive. He also used his full strength to deal with this sword point. The brilliance on the Bingji sword flashed point. Lingtian, holding the sword in both hands, once again swung an ice blue sword wave point. The power has been increased several times compared to before point. There was another muffled sound of peng point. The two sword lights collided violently again, and they were inseparable for a while point. It seems that Tang Qian's burning spiritual sea still worked. At least it was able to block Lingtian's attack from the front, unlike before when it was defeated by the Bingji sword point. But burning the sea of spirit is not a long-term solution after all point. Therefore, Lingtian is not worried, as Tang Qian's current state will not last long point, but his soul power is more abundant in comparison point. By the time Tang Qian's soul power was exhausted, the final outcome would still be the same point. Now it's just a little longer. Violent rays of light continued to collide in midair, and sharp sword light continued to spread to the surroundings from time to time point. It seemed that Tang Qian was really planning to fight to the death point. Looking at the figure not far away who was swinging his sword with all his strength, Lingtian didn't think much about it, and just thought that Tang Qian wanted to fight with all his strength at the last moment of his life point. He was also prepared to respond with all his strength, and give Tang Qian a decent ending point. The Bingji sword trembled slightly at the same time point. It also sensed the owner's thoughts, and ice crystals bloomed in midair like a group of flowers. Ice blue petals gather on the sword body point. The power of frost from all directions was mobilized in front of him at this moment point. At the same time point, Tang Qian noticed this scene, but a glint flashed in his eyes. Then he calmed down the expression in his eyes and looked solemn, as if he was really about to fight Lingtian for the last time. The Shura demonic sword he held tightly in his hands once again burst into bloody murder. Saw a point. At the same time, a pair of bat wings behind his back fluttered slightly point. The blood-colored light around him became more and more intense, and it looked like he was really gathering strength point. Boom. With a muffled sound, Tang Qian's momentum reached its peak point. At the same time, most of the sea of consciousness between him and the bloody nine-headed Bat King has been burned by this moment. Now, at this moment, Tang Qian suddenly opened his eyes. The blood-red and deep eyes burst out with a look of determination. At the same time point, the blood-red hair on his head was flying, and his aura instantly reached its peak point. Just when Lingtian thought that Tang Qian was finally going to take action, The blood red energy did not flow into the Shura demon sword in Tang Chen's hand as he expected. Instead, following the Shura demonic sword, they all flowed into a pair of bat wings. Boom. The whole process is very quick. It seemed that he had already planned it before Lingtian could react. All the energy has poured into the wings. Moreover, even the remaining energy of the Shura demonic sword in his hand was not wasted, and the blood red light seemed to be all concentrated on both wings at this moment. These bat wings are flooded with energy. The entire bat wing extends for more than 1 meter to the left and right, and scarlet bone spurs protrude from the bone wings, and the energy shines with dazzling blood-colored light. It looks even more ferocious. The Shura demon sword was the complete opposite. He lost his power and became dull and dull. Seeing this scene, Lingtian frowned slightly. Sensing that Tang Chen's current state did not seem to mean a showdown with him. Could it be? Thinking of this, an idea popped into Lingtian's mind. Burst. At the same time, seeing that the time was right, Tang Chen suddenly threw the Shura demon sword in his hand like a javelin. At the same time, dense red lines lit up on the sword's body, as if there was a terrifying ability hidden in the Shura demon sword. Immediately, Lingtian was keenly aware of the energy on the sword. At the same time, I also guessed his intention. He immediately changed his soul power to form a barrier in front of him, and at the same time, raised his hand to slash out a sword beam to face the demonic sword. The moment when the Shura demonic sword comes into contact with the sword light. The roar of the explosion sounded at the same time. The fierce energy impact shattered the rocks, and huge, invisible cracks appeared on the ground. Chapter 450 Sword Key is like a dragon. This energy shock is far greater than any before. The detonated Shura demonic sword contained a large amount of energy. These were all things that Tang Chen had been condensing and perfecting over the years, and now he suddenly exploded. The energy fluctuations generated have already reached the demigod level. Fortunately, Lingtian responded in time. At the same time as the energy exploded, the blue energy barrier around the body was like the surface of a lake being stirred up, with ripples caused by the energy, gravel, etc. that were constantly being impacted. Although it looks like there is always a danger of breaking. But Lingtian continues to inject soul power into it, so as long as it passes the first impact, there is no need to worry about the stability of the protective shield. But nevertheless, Lingtian is still restrained by the explosive energy of Shura demonic sword. As long as he is not injured, he can only stay in place and wait for the energy generated by the explosion to subside. And this, but it was exactly what Tang Chen wanted to see. He did not hesitate to burn the Sea of Consciousness, detonate the Shura demon sword, etc. I paid such a high price just to create such an opportunity. The purpose is to keep Lingtian contained. I remember you. At this moment, Tang Chen looked pale. His condition was even worse than when his body was occupied by the bloody 9-headed Bat King. Although the Bat King helped him burn the Sea of Consciousness at the same time, it has been burned until only a small part is left. Coupled with the detonation of the magic sword that he worked so hard to condense, his consciousness has been severely damaged again and again. If it weren't for the Bat King's assistance, it would be a miracle that he could still move around now. But compared to the current results, everything is worth it. Although it is troublesome to repair the Sea of Consciousness and the Shura demonic sword, it is still possible to recover after all. But if you die here, you really die here. After many twists and turns, finally won a glimmer of hope. Tang Chen, I can't hold on much longer. The weak voice of the bloody 9-headed Bat King sounded in his heart. He now suspected that he had been fooled. He knew that Tang Chen, an old guy, would definitely not be kind enough to cooperate with him. There must be something fishy about burning the Sea of Consciousness. He had a hunch that it was the part that had been transformed just now, and 2/3 of it belonged to him. And only a small part of them belonged to Tang Chen. But now it is difficult to get off the horse. Even if he knew that Tang Chen had dug a big hole for him, he could only continue to jump in with his nose twisted. Hearing the voice coming from the Sea of Consciousness, a hint of murderous intent flashed through Tang Chen's eyes. The bloody 9-headed Bat King, the feud between them has just begun to be settled. By the time this crisis comes, There will be no need for this bastard to exist. And Tang Chen has always known it. The cooperation between the Bat King and himself originated from Lingtian, and the hatred between them will not change due to this. However, thinking that the bloody nine-headed Bat King was still useful, he quickly restrained the killing intent in his heart, and instead took a deep look at Lingtian, who was enveloped by the explosion. Lingtian, he was the only one who forced him into this situation. Ever since he embarked on the journey of cultivation, it has been smooth sailing, and he has never suffered such a big loss from a person. Even if it was Qian Dou back then. The two of them were just equally matched. And now. But in front of a young man, he was defeated without any suspense. Exploding rings, Shura demonic swords and other means were all used, but they still couldn't do anything to Lingtian. Have to admit it. This young man made him a little intimidated. After a moment of silence, Tang Chen didn't waste any time, directly unfolded the bat wings behind him, and left quickly. Now most of the burning power has been injected into the pair of bat wings. Now it has just flapped twice, and in the blink of an eye, it has become a small black spot in the air, and will soon be invisible. Blood red light shot straight into the sky. Tang Chen knew that the opportunity was rare, so he would not waste time. At the same time, the ground escaped. Looking at Tang Chen, who had already fluttered away, Lingtian looked strange. Now at the posture you put on just now, those who didn't know better thought you were going to fight. Who would have thought that your real purpose was to escape? The slightest respect for Tang Chen that originally arose in my heart was completely useless in an instant. But think about it carefully. Tang Chen's choice was also normal. After all, if you can live, who doesn't want to live? But if you want to escape like this in front of yourself, just relying on the power of the burning sea of consciousness and the self-destructing magic sword, you are looking down on yourself, right? You must know that this energy explosion may not necessarily trap him. It's nothing more than paying a small price. With a flip of his wrist, the cold light of the Bingji sword suddenly appeared. Lingtian half squinted his eyes, a pair of icy eyes already locked on Tang Chen's position. No matter how far he ran, he could not escape the range of the ice godchild in such a short period of time. Soon, a familiar figure appeared in his eyes. It is Tang Chen, who is far away. At this moment, a pair of bat wings behind him were flapping rapidly, and he was about to leave the killing city. Want to leave? A sneer appeared at the corner of Lingtian's mouth, and he slowly raised the Bingji sword in his hand. At the same time, ice blue soul power continued to pour into the sword, and the Bingji sword suddenly became as clear as ice crystals. The ice dragon that was originally hidden on the sword now became vivid. It was as if the ice dragon was about to break through the shackles of the sword at any time, break out of the ice sword, and soar into the sky. Go. Lingtian's lips moved slightly. At the same time, his wrist shook, and a sword light slashed out. Then the sword light spiraled into an ice dragon, which first nodded humanely towards Lingtian, and then rushed out of the protective cover, and rushed towards Tang Chen, who was quickly escaping from the killing city. Ouch. Accompanied by a loud dragon roar, there was even a trace of ice visible to the naked eye in midair. This is an ice dragon condensed from Bingji's sword energy, and the coldness it carries is almost the same as that of the far north. The white marks in the sky are just the beginning point. Wherever the ice dragon passed, more ice and snow fell. Such a soul skill that can change the weather. It will have shocked all the villains living in the killing city. You must know that in the killing city, there are no rotation of seasons. The climate here is neither hot nor cold every day, and they have never seen ice or snow since they came in. But now I see how strong must this person be to be able to influence the weather in the killing city. This moment. Even though they are all ardent admirers of the King of Slaughter, they can't help but have a look of fear in their eyes. Can a strong man with this kind of energy, their invincible King of Slaughter, really be their opponent? No one dares to make any guarantee. At the same time, Tang Chen's figure has been flying rapidly in midair, and he is about to escape from the killing city. Just when he was about to let down his guard, suddenly, he felt a bone-chilling chill coming from his back. Tang Chen's mood that was about to relax was instantly revived, and he quickly turned his head to observe the situation. This is as soon as he turned his head, he saw behind him an ice dragon condensed with ice, charging towards him. The aura that made him feel extremely dangerous just now also came from this ice dragon. The self-destructing demon sword didn't affect him. Tang Qian knew that the ice dragon in front of him must be Lingtian's method, and that was why he felt extremely shocked in his heart. He did not hesitate to blow up the Shura demonic sword just to contain Lingtian. But even so, Lingtian actually still has the energy to fight back. Tang Qian took a deep look, and the bat wings behind him were shaking rapidly. Sometimes up, sometimes down. His body shape rapidly changed up and down in midair, while constantly accelerating his speed, hoping to get rid of the attack from the ice dragon behind him as soon as possible. The speed is so fast that even ordinary titled Douluo are difficult to identify. The one who could really see Tang Qian's figure must be at least a soul master of Sword Douluo's level. But although his speed is already fast enough, but the ice dragon condensed with Bingji sword key behind him was faster. Although Tang Qian kept speeding up in order to distance himself and get rid of the attack from the ice dragon behind him, the distance between the two became closer and closer as time went by. No matter how much Tang Qian speeds up, the ice dragon will always be faster than him. This causes their distance to decrease instead of increasing. As the distance continues to get closer, the silhouette of the ice dragon that he had seen before had gradually become clearer now. Tang Qian could even clearly see the condensed scales and claws on the ice dragon's body. Although the ice dragon is made of sword energy, there is no flaw in its appearance. However, Tang Qian had no intention of paying attention to all this. Facing the increasingly clear chill behind him, he knew that the distance between them was quickly closing without looking back. Feeling all this, Tang Qian and the Soviet Union were extremely anxious. But he could not come up with any effective method for this. His flying speed had reached his limit, but he still could not get rid of the pursuit. Damn it, Bat King, help. Although Tang Qian was helpless, he could only call out the Bat King in his body. The bloody nine-headed Bat King said directly, "Leave your body to me." Tang Qian did not argue and decisively handed over his body to Bat King to control. He's not very good at flying. If you want to get rid of the pursuit behind you, you can only let the bloody nine-headed Bat King control your body. It's so wonderful to be able to feel it physically. After getting what he wanted, the bloody nine-headed Bat King opened his eyes. His eyes turned red under the influence of bloodthirsty and murderous intent, and Tang Qian's body was controlled by him again. Feeling the chill behind him, the Slaughter King showed a chill in his eyes. I almost forgot about the real thing. As soon as he finished speaking, he flapped his wings again and increased his speed. It easily exceeded Tang Qian's speed limit. As expected, the bloody nine-headed Bat King was an expert in flying. To him, Tang Qian's fastest speed was in just a few blinks. The King of Slaughter could no longer feel the chill behind him. Oh, it's too slow. But just when he thought he had gotten rid of the threat, he subconsciously turned around, and his face froze, because he saw the ice dragon that he had just shaken off following him again. And Suemo is faster than before. Snort. However, the Slaughter King just snorted and increased his flying speed again. A pair of bat wings left two blood-red rays of light behind them. After a while, they flew out of the killing city. At the same time in the killing city. Many people also saw him. That's the king. I see clearly that King Shi is our king. Why does the king seem to be running away? Fart. How could it be possible? Wang. Wait a minute. Look what is behind the king. In the shocked eyes of all the villains of the Slaughter City, an ice dragon chased the back of the Slaughter King, with blood and ice shadows flashing alternately one after another. It is particularly dazzling in their eyes. Wherever the two figures passed by, they left an icy chill and murderous aura in the air. Although they are very fast. But the people of the killing city can still clearly understand the unique evil and apparent aura of the king of killing. Did the king lose in the battle just now? The king failed. For the devout believers of the King of Slaughter, the image of the great king in their hearts gradually collapsed. Because their king is running away now. This is the capital of killing. This is the home ground of the King of Slaughter. Yet he would fail here. For a time, all the villains in the killing city fell into silence. They did not want to admit the failure of the Killing King, but now the facts are before their eyes. At the same time, the King of Slaughter is still entangled with the Ice Dragon. Although under his control, the speed was much faster than Tang Chen. But for no reason, the Ice Dragon at the back was able to continuously increase his speed. This goes back and forth. Not only did the distance between them not widen, but it continued to grow. The icy cold air coming from behind even froze a layer of frost on the blood-colored wings. This is not good news. The presence of frost proves that he has been affected. Damn. The King of Slaughter did not have the same confidence as before, and his expression was equally solemn and worried. He knew very well the battle scene between Lingtian and Tang Chen just now. This guy is a freak. The King of Slaughter couldn't help but cursed angrily. He knew that if he was directly hit by the Ice Dragon behind him, the end would definitely not be very pleasant. Swish. He immediately tried his best to increase his speed as much as he could. The bloody bat wings cut through the sky, leaving behind a trail of after images. The Ice Dragon sword key behind also rubbed white marks in the air, and the frost energy escaped in all directions. Boom. The King of Killing, who was speeding up his flight, suddenly felt his body stagnate. No matter how much he improved, his speed did not increase at all. Could it be the King of Slaughter suddenly realized something, and a nervous look on his face changed instantly. At the same time, a loud dragon roar came to my ears. Not good. The King of Slaughter feels bad. He turned his head and looked back, and sure enough, the frost dragon formed by condensed sword energy had roared in front of the King of Slaughter, and was only less than 100 steps away from him. Run, run, run. 3 words appeared in the King of Slaughter's mind. I want to escape from here quickly. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.